In the Mightiest of Eras Part 1. This work follows the passionate, competitive tone of the original story and unfolds at a deliberate, gradual pace. A long arc beginning around Chapter 48 serves as an immense foreshadowing of vast groundwork laid for what follows. A tranquil realm where even the air seemed to drift lazily, a faint breeze soothing the heart as all things brimmed with vibrant life. Yet within these signs of peace one could distinctly sense a trace of bloodshed in the air, subtle to the point of being almost imperceptible but undeniably present. There were no solitary peaks thrusting into the clouds, no seas of seven-colored blossoms. This paradise-like place was a boundless grassland clad in deep blue, with a clear lake whose surface shimmered with a hint of green light, like a flawless mirror. Everything about it resembled that mysterious planet, Namek. An immense, aged figure could only sit sideways, half reclined upon a stone chair carved from strange minerals. His breathing was heavy, his body utterly unable to move. His tightly shut eyes trembled from time to time, all of it proclaiming that the old man's life was nearing its end. Upon seeing this old man, clearly one's heart could not help but quake in shock, for he looked astonishingly similar to the last Grand Elder of Namek, even the moment of life's, and so closely mirrored. Standing properly before the old man were several burly figures nearly 4 meters tall. Their familiar green faces and tiny antennae like those of ants were proof enough that they were Namekians. Among them, the one on the left was nearly 2 zhang tall, his towering frame carrying a faint sense of familiarity. Behind these few Namekians, a dense crowd of other green-skinned folk gathered. Flanking the Namekians on both sides stood thousands of unfamiliar faces, human-like in appearance, each clad in that recognizable set of battle armor. They stood upon the very center of the lake's surface. Though surrounded by mountains and waters of pristine beauty, in this moment everyone only wore furrowed brows, anxiety in their expressions laced with a veiled fear of death. Almost every person present was wounded, and some were even missing an arm. Are they still pressing the attack? After a long, labored silence, the tottering old man finally spoke in a slow, weary voice. Yes, Grand Elder, they are still attempting to force their way into the airspace. The elderly Namekian at the old man's side took a step forward and answered with reverent respect. As he spoke, his expression seemed to struggle for a brief instant before he steeled himself to give an honest report. So it seems. I have not yet completely lost consciousness. The old man, addressed as Grand Elder, even made a feeble jest upon hearing the despair-laden report, yet the effort only left him weaker still. At his words, everyone fell silent, though the deeply furrowed lines between their brows betrayed their worry. Grand Elder. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. The air 2 or 3 meters before the Grand Elder rippled and twisted slightly, and a figure blurred into view before becoming clear. A middle-aged man clad in silver-gray battle armor stood suspended in midair. His tall, lean body was packed with solid muscle, and from his brows there emanated a faint, imperious aura of dominance. Is that His Majesty King Tenshi? The Grand Elder's eyes still could not open, but at the sound of that slightly familiar voice his eyelids quivered, and he asked in a feeble murmur, Yes, Grand Elder. Forgive my bluntness, but do you truly believe that remaining within this airspace will bring this war to an end? Since they have already come, we might as well seize this chance to fight a final decisive battle. Even if we are defeated in the end, we will still retain the honor of warriors. Though his tone clearly questioned the Grand Elder's conservative stance, none of the Namekians present spoke up to rebuke him. After all, they all understood this kingly figure before them was truly a mighty hero, the sovereign of the Tenshi clan, a race so powerful it stood alongside the Namekians as a great race of the universe. By comparison, only the Grand Elder possessed a status equal to his, for the gentle Namekians needed no king to rule them. Instead, each generation's Grand Elder was chosen through the elevation of the worthy, meaning the Grand Elder was the acknowledged sovereign in all but name. The Grand Elder did not rush to respond. With his end so near, he had no strength to waste on repeated answers. Only after a long deliberation did he speak slowly, I understand all of this. It is just that, King Tenshi, this war of ours cannot be brought to an end so simply. Perhaps behind this conflict lies the prelude to a battle like that one back then. At the mention of that war of bygone days, even the stern, handsome face of King Tenshi changed in an instant, as though some memory buried in the depths of his soul had suddenly awakened. A primal instinctive fear rose up of its own accord, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. Silence fell over the surroundings once more. Even the faint stirrings of excitement ignited by King Tenshi's fervent words were utterly doused by this single sentence, for as great races of the universe, they all knew just how terrifying that ancient war had been in the annals of history. As for the other assembled factions, the very fact that the Grand Elder had allowed them to enter the airspace was proof of their considerable renown in the cosmos, and thus they too were privy to certain hidden truths. Therefore we must wait. Wait for that single instant in which we can strike back from the brink of despair and end this war in a single stroke. Otherwise, the battles that follow will only grow worse and may well engulf the entire universe. But if we do this, we will lose much of our strength even before that decisive battle. The energy required to maintain this airspace is simply too immense. King Tenshi continued to voice his doubts. Most of the barrier's original power had long since been blasted into nothingness by the enemy. Its current stability could only be maintained through their side pouring energy into the barrier's formation without cease, barely sustaining a balance. Of course, entering the airspace also had its advantages. Since retreating within, their casualties had ceased, and many of the wounded had finally gained the chance to recover their strength. Has there been any sign from the sacred domain? After a moment of silence, the frail Grand Elder, clearly understanding the trade-offs involved, still voiced a single question. A question that might overturn the entire war and the sole hope that had sustained him until now. At the Grand Elder's renewed mention of the sacred domain, even King Tenshi could not help but knit his brows. As the king of a powerful and friendly race, he naturally understood what that name signified. It was a world forged of slaughter and blood, the burial ground of generations of Namekians, the place where countless outstanding clansmen had met their end in despair. That was why they called it the sacred domain. Yet no one knew the true essence at its core. Not even the living Grand Elder was aware of its deepest secrets. All they had were the legends passed down from one Grand Elder to the next at each succession. No matter the cost, the sacred domain must never be destroyed. If the era should ever come when the sacred domain is truly annihilated, then God will return once more. It was a legend akin to prophecy. All evidence that could have confirmed it had already been washed away by the relentless flow of history. Yes, Grand Elder. After Kadaz entered the sacred domain, it closed completely, and there has been no ripple of movement from within. A high-ranking, broad-shouldered Namekian took a step forward and bowed as he spoke. When he slowly straightened, his young and handsome features came into view. In truth, he was at the prime of Namekian youth. None present took offense at his boldness. Instead, they held him in the highest esteem. Whether among the Namekian elite, or even in the eyes of the seasoned, domineering King Tenshi, none dared look lightly upon this remarkable youth. He was not merely the grandson of the current Grand Elder. What truly commanded universal respect was his extraordinary, unparalleled gift. In this era of world-shaking prodigies, he was second only to the Grand Elder himself. Measured against the remote history of Namek, his innate talent would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 of all time. By virtue of this terrifying talent, he had long since been acknowledged as the next Grand Elder. If one were to look more closely and compare, one would be shocked to realize that he was precisely the future Grand Elder of Namek, 400 years later after the planet's rebirth. He would become, aside from Piccolo, the only true Namekian left alive, the Grand Elder of Namek in those days. At the mention of the name Kadaz, everyone present felt as if thunder exploded in their minds. They all knew that Kadaz was an even more formidable figure than the terrifyingly gifted young man before them. A Namekian warrior whose abilities were nearly omnipotent, blessed with a battle talent envied across the universe, and whose innate gift in different abilities was almost on par with that youth. To become the Grand Elder, one had to possess an exceptionally high aptitude for the power of the Divine Dragon, an unwritten clan rule on Namek that had endured for countless years. Kadaz had been passed over only because he lacked sensitivity to the Divine Dragon's power. The youth before them and Kadaz were kindred spirits, and their equally transcendent talents were the pride of the Namekian race. In this era brimming with gifted clansmen, they had firmly believed their people would rise to greatness once more, yet they never imagined this age was destined to be extraordinary. War had suddenly returned. Hearing his grandson's reply, the Grand Elder did not open his eyes, yet from the youth's anxious tone, he sensed a trace of danger. He naturally understood that the sacred domain had worsened as well. In his mind, he could not help recalling the distant legends of the sacred domain, and for the first time, he began to feel lost. A sudden thought arose. The frail Grand Elder seemed to struggle inwardly, yet still forced himself to use his different ability. His domineering spiritual sense did not sweep outward, but instead extended endlessly within his own mind, twisting and piercing through time itself, as though attempting to behold the realm of the future. In that brief instant, a shaft of white light appeared again within his spiritual sense. The moment it shone forth, the Grand Elder's vast consciousness was racked by indescribable pain. Though he resisted with all his might, he was still forced back by the overwhelming white radiance, his efforts only leaving him even more weakened. Already frail to the extreme, the old man's aura dimmed rapidly once more. Several large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his breathing suddenly turned rapid. Even the great prophecy art cannot glimpse the future. What is going on? Could it be that heaven truly intends to annihilate our race? The legends of the sacred domain, Whether true or false no longer matters. The future truly lies beyond reach. The Grand Elder thought silently, his aged body trembling faintly with weakness. Seeing the Grand Elder suddenly deteriorate again, everyone's hearts clenched even tighter, and the youth, as though sharing his pain, revealed immeasurable sorrow on his face. None of them spoke, for they all knew the reason behind this change. At the side, King Tenshi quietly closed his eyes and let out a deep breath, feeling a heartfelt respect for the Grand Elder's sacrifice. After slightly steadying his rapid breathing, the Grand Elder's tightly shut eyelids trembled. He drew in a deep breath and said, I understand. Asfa, go down and stabilize the energy of the spatial domain. Buy us time until Kadaz emerges. After a brief pause, the Grand Elder's tone became somewhat smoother, yet his words carried another layer of meaning. Just as everyone was about to voice their doubts, he cut them off and spoke his true intent. All Namekians, hear my command. From this moment on, Asfa is the Grand Elder of Namek. I hope you will all assist him together. The old man's prophecy carried majesty without anger. As one in the supreme position, he naturally exuded the pride of a ruler. Yet now his prophecy was no longer measured. He spoke swiftly from the depths of his heart. For a time, all battles within the spatial domain fell silent. They knew that this revered figure would soon depart from the world, and what struck them even more was that the war still raged on. The enemy's terrifying might filled their hearts with a chilling sense of despair. The Grand Elder's voice grew urgent again, his panting heavier and more labored. His exhausted eyes could no longer open, and the trembling of his pupils beneath his lids quickened. After several rough, heavy breaths, everything seemed to ease slightly, yet everyone could sense that the deathly aura enveloping him had suddenly thickened several-fold. King Tenshi, the battle to come. I leave it in your hands. I am tired now, From here on, I leave everything to you, our beloved and great warriors. Understanding the unspoken meaning in his words, all remained silent. As his hurried breath slowed, broke apart, and finally ceased entirely, many hearts gave a violent tremor. They all knew that this noble Grand Elder had quietly passed away. Time seemed to halt in that instant. Wind fell still, white clouds no longer drifted, and even their heartbeats sank into silence. Yes, Grand Elder. The young man named Asfa was already in tears. He stepped forward and bowed deeply, his entire body trembling with sobs. He could not bring himself to utter words of farewell to his grandfather. No matter how deeply he revered this outstanding elder in his heart, he could only accept the mission of Grand Elder as a successor. For he knew all too well that the war was far from over. As the Grand Elder's final words faded into silence, a streak of white light descended from the rainbowed sky, and 7 enormous crystalline-like objects fell before him. After a flash of golden light, they transformed into ordinary giant stone spheres. This scene tugged at everyone's hearts. With the death of Shenlong Balunga as well, everything was made clear. The pain in their hearts intensified, a suffocating sorrow pressing upon them. There was no time to waste. The power of the divine dragon was the primary force sustaining the spatial domain. This was something everyone knew. After their grief ebbed slightly, all turned confused and lost to the new Grand Elder, yet none could bring themselves to urge him aloud. Please grant me divine power, great God Balunga. I am willing to serve as the medium of the divine dragon's power to revive the 7 Dragon Balls at this moment. Asfa suppressed his grief, wiped away the twin tear tracks on his cheeks, and his hands shone with dazzling light. At the same time, the 7 massive stone spheres embedded in the ground flared with brilliant gold, rising into the air and transforming into 7 resplendent Dragon Balls. After a surge of immense golden radiance, a column of light a full zhang wide pierced the heavens, erupting from the 7 suspended Dragon Balls as its starting point, and flooding into that colossal protective barrier. In that moment, the previously trembling spatial domain grew still. Reborn with the power of the divine dragon, the domain's energy condensed once more to a high density enough to temporarily withstand the ferocious assaults from outside. King Tenshi finally opened his eyes. Though the grief for the departed lingered within his gaze, his forceful nature still revealed the bearing of a leader. Knowing time was short, he raised his resonant voice and shouted words that stirred the soul. In accordance with the words of the departed Grand Elder, our great warriors, let us go forth to battle together. We swear to defend our world to the death and fight on bravely. As long as we endure until the sacred domain opens, we shall claim the final victory. The final victory. Stirred by this soaring battle cry and fueled by grief for the Grand Elder's passing, everyone erupted with blazing fighting spirit. The resolve they had long suppressed surged forth anew, and an unshakable determination not to fail crystallized in their hearts as they awakened to a vow of battle to the death. A chorus of answering shouts thundered across heaven and earth, enough to shake mountains and move the very ground. In the next instant, every combatant present vanished from sight. Bearing a single belief, they stepped once more onto the battlefield. The only ones left behind were Asfa, guardian of the spatial domain, and the body of the recently departed Grand Elder, Kadaz. After gazing deeply at his grandfather, Asfa mustered all his will to dam the tears threatening to fall again. He turned to look toward a distant seat, hoping to sense the slightest fluctuation from that direction. Yet all remained still. The sacred domain showed no sign of change while the great battle outside finally began its last act. Far beyond Namek, at a place billions of light years away before a star system like a black hole, a figure wrapped in black clothing floated alone in the void. At this moment his gaze was fixed upon the position of Namek, as though he could see straight through to the battlefield billions of light years away. So he has finally passed. It seems the battle has at last reached the moment of decision. I truly wonder which side will prevail. Ha ha ha, how utterly foolish. Muttering to himself, the mysterious man finally burst into arrogant laughter. Transmit my order to the Demon King. I will enter seclusion for a time. No one is permitted to disturb me, otherwise they die. Calming his agitation, the mysterious man left this command with his formidable spiritual sense, then quietly stepped into the realm of the black hole. Once he entered, the black hole mysteriously healed, disappearing completely, as though it had never existed in that region of space. At the instant the black hole vanished, space trembled faintly, and a figure appeared. After voicing acknowledgement of the order, the figure turned and disappeared without a trace. The Strongest Era Part 3. Ha ha, I never expected it to be you who betrayed me. I was blind. I misjudged you. The desperate scream echoed through the skies outside Namek, the explosive sound also carrying a powerful aura, igniting a fierce counterattack amidst the struggle against death. Under this formidable pressure, many enemies were struck by the terrifying energy fluctuations, feeling a tightness in their chests. As they coughed up blood, yet blinded by rage, they remained cruelly fixated on the lonely figure of the fallen leader before them. Once the proud king of Tenshi, a solitary and proud figure swayed in the high skies, barely keeping aloft with the last remnants of his energy, his body stained with blood, presenting a terrifying visual akin to a blood-soaked specter. His battle armor had all but fallen away, his silver hair now drenched in crimson, the heavy scent mingled with the blood of countless souls, yet he knew at least half of it was his own. The king of Tenshi lifted his weary head and gazed at the throng of people not far away, the number reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Now utterly defeated, all of his elite warriors numbering in the millions lay slain. This meant that his entire clan had lost nearly 95% of their combat power, descending from a supreme race to a second-rate one in an instant. The cause of all this was none other than his former comrades who had turned against him in this final battle, becoming hunters of death behind their own ranks. The blood-soaked middle-aged man laughed maniacally, his blood-stained face no longer handsome, but twisted with resentment as he glared at the familiar figure 100 feet away, and under the other's mocking smile, he finally understood why the latter had only appeared at the last battle. The subordinates he had previously commanded were not elite warriors at all, and their death rate was particularly low. The traitor, he has long since betrayed the universe. This was the only conclusion he could reach in his heart. His body began to weaken, and despite trembling all over, the king of Tenshi refused to close his eyes, struggling in hopes of witnessing a miracle in his final moments. Blood surged up his throat, and unable to resist the severe injuries, he coughed up hot crimson blood, his right hand pressed against the significant bleeding from his lower left side, breathing rapidly, as he cruelly smiled again, wounded by betrayal. Surrender and face your demise, king of Tenshi. A commanding voice suddenly resounded, the simple words carrying an invisible pressure that struck heavily at everyone's hearts. Moments later, a burly middle-aged figure appeared several dozen feet away from the king of Tenshi. Since you have reached this point, you should know there is no need to resist. I promise if you obediently accept the sanctions, I will spare your clan otherwise. I do not mind slaughtering hundreds of billions of lives. The middle-aged man smiled, but in the eyes of the king of Tenshi, he saw only the hypocrisy and arrogance. The latter offered no reply, only shaking his head as he gathered his remaining strength. Seeing the stubborn demeanor of the middle-aged man, he laughed mockingly and coldly said, "Then your clan has no reason to live on. Perhaps you are right, but I can tell you that the Tenshi clan will not become the traitors of the universe. Even if we are exterminated, we shall never bow our heads, nor accept the pity of you demons." The king of Tenshi gathered more strength, his speech becoming smoother again, yet he knew his consciousness was beginning to blur and death was near. He disregarded the other's cold laughter, having seen through everything, and knew that from the moment he was ambushed, he could have escaped this battle solely relying on his own strength. But he could not do that, nor would he. He wanted to wait for the final miracle to appear. Otherwise, the entire universe would be destroyed. If you wish for my death, then let us go together, pay the price of tens of thousands of lives for me. The king of Tenshi clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably as he unleashed a fierce azure light, igniting his life to fuel his most powerful strike. He shouted word by word, "Together we shall go to the Yellow Springs." Upon witnessing such a seemingly mad act, the middle-aged man could not help but narrow his eyes, retreating instantly from his previous position. In that moment, he retreated 2,000 meters. A tremendous explosion erupted centered around the king of Tenshi. An indescribably powerful force surged forth, sweeping flames, engulfing everything in all directions. Despite the opponent's swift reaction, those within 100 feet of the king of Tenshi were instantly robbed of their lives. Watching the explosion expand terrifyingly, the middle-aged man, furious and embarrassed, waved his hand, radiating a faint blue light. As he waved his hand down, a massive energy barrier appeared at the site of the explosion, ruthlessly sealing off a kilometer of space, with an even more tyrannical force allowing the inner power to reach its final explosion. Damn it, I never expected that ants could bully an elephant. The middle-aged man was nearly furious. To avoid harming more of his subordinates, he had no choice but to contain a certain boundary, yet this final counterattack from the opponent cost him over 30,000 troops. Haha, worth it. Worth it. Next, it's up to you. Silence. Before his death, the king of Tenshi murmured his last hope, for at this moment, he had yet to see the miracle appear, his heart laden with endless sorrow. A generation's powerhouse, the king of Tenshi, fell just like that. Damn that antiquated fool. A curse erupted in anger. A figure broke through the sealed space, cursing the opponent's perverse strike as he appeared in a disheveled state, revealing himself as the despised traitor. His appearance bore an astonishing resemblance to someone with a purplish hue mixed with imperial shades, and his creamy white tail was now severed, his body riddled with bloody wounds. What frustrated him even more was that his clan members were among those in front, meaning that 90% of those who perished in that devastating strike were his kin. This made him furious, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged man who remained indifferent to him. Seeing the middle-aged man's disdainful gaze, the traitor was filled with rage, yet he had to endure. He understood that he could never be a match for this middle-aged man, and even after teaming up with the Tenshi clan against the Namekians, the victory was hardly more than a mere 20%, and it had to be a Pyrrhic victory. Disregarding these matters, the traitor's gaze fell upon the domain below, cold eyes shooting forth a vicious glare. Finally, the Tenshi clan has been exterminated. Both the Tenshi and Namekian clans will be erased from the universe, and those damned scions will soon find the universe belongs to us. I shall be the ruler of the cosmos. The traitor rejoiced inwardly. To please the middle-aged man, he deliberately sought to curry favor and transformed into a fleeting rainbow, appearing several feet away in the air. Gathering purple-black energy, he aimed to destroy the already weakened defenses in one fell swoop. However, just as the traitor was about to succeed in his scheme, a chilling statement echoed from Namek, sending a bone-chilling cold through everyone, abruptly transitioning their joy of imminent victory into a hellish chill. "You shall die." The icy voice exploded in everyone's ears. A domineering power suddenly surged forth. As the last word fell, the air suddenly tore open, a massive rift. A gigantic flaming hand fiercely lunged at the traitor, catching him unprepared as he paled in fear. With a final deafening crash, the explosion's might overwhelmed the traitor's last struggle. The intense explosion obliterated the entire airspace, annihilating the traitor along with tens of thousands of nearby enemies in an instant. At the moment the hand appeared, the middle-aged man was also startled, his heart racing. Originally intending to approach the airspace, he sensed the impending crisis and had already fled to 10,000 meters away by the time the hand broke through. This. Not only was the middle-aged man frightened, but all those enemies who survived were also shaken by the shocking scene, a wave of endless terror washing over their hearts. Suddenly, a green lightning bolt streaked across the sky, racing from the surface of Namek to the heights above. A violent and arrogant power recklessly attacked. In all directions, the green figure continued to unleash overwhelming strength, the white light gradually turning into golden light, ultimately evolving into black. Kadaz. The middle-aged man recognized the mysterious figure before him, his heart filled with indescribable shock, his body trembling involuntarily as he felt the power emanating from the other far exceeded his own, along with an overwhelming killing intent. Impossible. This can't be. How could your power have increased to such a degree? This is impossible. The middle-aged man nearly roared, screaming as if mad. For he knew very well that this figure, hailed as the most outstanding Namekian in history, had only trained for less than 100 years to stand among the strong. Even if he was a prodigy, he had still been inferior to the king of Tenshi back then and could never have been his opponent. Yet now, facing this furious power, he could easily be slain. "You all shall die." Kadaz seemed to speak these words with great pain. Slowly extending his right hand, he suddenly unleashed a massive energy blast towards the distant starry sky, bombarding the enigmatic cosmos at speeds exceeding light by several times. In an instant, severe spatial distortions appeared in the starry sky. The exploded area completely shattered. The enormous explosion devastated a region thousands of miles away, unleashing countless wails of despair. In that moment, the Namekian Kadaz, resembling Piccolo, annihilated those hidden figures from the demon realm miles away, instantly killing tens of thousands of demon realm warriors with overwhelming force. On the other side, as the starry sky twisted, the middle-aged man finally sensed something amiss there. Finally understanding the meaning of the mantis stalks, the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind his expression, changed as he realized he had failed to notice that the demon realm was trying to intervene in this battle. However, at this moment, Kadaz was in immense pain, his eyes wide open, shrouded in black energy that continued to emanate. His eyes dimmed, his soul weary, yet he resisted the collapsing body with his tenacious will. He was unwilling to declare the destruction of the universe after this battle. No one noticed his abnormality. Perhaps it was because Kadaz's terrifying strength instilled a fear of death in those present, leaving them oblivious to his condition. The greatest era 4. While Kadaz instantly slaughtered the traitor far beyond tens of thousands of light years from Namek, a figure shrouded in blinding white light streaked across the starry void. Asfa. Tears streamed down his face once more as he recalled his recent conversation with Kadaz. At the very moment when Tenshi sacrificed himself, the sanctuary emitted a mysterious ripple. Perhaps disturbed by the cataclysmic force of that self-destruction, Kadaz, who was undergoing inheritance within the sanctuary, was forcibly disrupted and compelled to emerge prematurely. With overwhelming tyrannical power, he tore through the sanctuary's seals and appeared beside Asfa. Sensing the colossal surge of energy, Asfa whirled around, and there stood his friend Kadaz, garments reduced to tattered shreds, his body crisscrossed with hundreds of deep, bleeding gashes. Before Asfa could utter a word, Kadaz spoke first. Asfa, I now know everything. The sanctuary has truly reached its hour of annihilation. The prophecy has begun. Every word is real. The final era has commenced. Those few simple words utterly stunned Asfa. He seemed unable to absorb the blow. Kadaz responded with a bitter smile. For even within the sanctuary, upon learning this secret, Kadaz himself had stood frozen in shock for a long while. Is it true? Was grandfather telling the truth? After a brief moment of reflection, Asfa still sought confirmation of the truth. Before entering the sanctuary to receive his inheritance, Kadaz had been entrusted, alongside Asfa, with the sanctuary's ancient legends by the Elder Master, who foresaw that the coming war would be too perilous to weather without such knowledge. In response, Asfa received only Kadaz's prolonged booming laughter. Ha 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 ha. It was all an illusion, Asfa. We've all been deceived. The netherworld, the divine realm, the entire cosmos. They've all been tricked by the demon realm. Ha 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 ha. Asfa stood speechless, his pupils contracting violently, as if sensing something profound. No wonder neither the divine realm nor the netherworld knew of this war. It was they who sealed off our entire star system, presenting a false facade to both realms. And behind them, the demon realm participated in the sealing, using a forbidden art to surreptitiously shift our entire star system into an alternate dimensional universe. No matter how deeply one probes, one only returns to the world as it existed before the seal, time itself twisted by dark forces. Kadaz gazed sorrowfully at Asfa, who now stood paralyzed with terror, his own heart hollow and drained. Without waiting for Asfa to regain his composure, Kadaz suppressed the volatile energy threatening to erupt, but coughed up a torrent of violet-black blood, his body trembling violently as he nearly collapsed. That sight jolted Asfa back to awareness. Don't concern yourself. Because I rushed forth prematurely, the sanctuary's backlash struck me during the most critical phase of inheritance. I am not long for this world. Kadaz stood upright with great effort, steadying his battered frame. Thank you, Asfa. Has Piccolo already been sent to Earth? At the mention of his son, even Kadaz's pained features strained into a faint, tender smile. Yes. According to the grand prophecy, Piccolo's arrival on Earth is essential to history itself. He departed before the war truly began. So, Piccolo has already fled this star system. A spark of renewed light flickered in Kadaz's dimming gaze. Sensing the shifting energy of the traitors, Kadaz knew time was exhausted. He turned calmly to Asfa and said, Asfa, I will remain behind to confront this war, and I shall rend this sealed space asunder, sending you far from here. Moreover, with my final strike, I shall channel my utmost energy to seal that gateway. The instant it ruptures, you must use the dragon's power to impose an absolute seal, cutting this universe off from it forever. Thighs this. This is the future foretold in prophecy. Kadaz roared, shattering Asfa's hesitation, then continued softly. Your dragon's power rivals that of the Elder Master. Sealing that gateway will pose no difficulty for you. And Asfa, According to the prophecy, once you escape this realm, you must employ the psychic power within your unique abilities to erase all memory of this war from the divine realm, the netherworld, and the cosmos, save only the Tenshi clan. Furthermore, both the divine realm and the netherworld must forget every surviving cultivator, including yourself. Hearing those words, Asfa trembled with awe. His lips quivered, desperate to ask why. Yet as his eyes met Kadaz's unwavering gaze, he saw absolute certainty reflected there. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he nodded solemnly. Blood stained the heavens anew, severed limbs drifted aimlessly downward, while oppressive energy pressed down like a crimson rain. A colossal violet-black claws card descended, fleeting as lightning, and the site where tens of thousands had gathered instantly became a blood-soaked hellscape, every soul exploding into crimson mist. A roar shook heaven and earth. Perish together. This is your finest end. Kadaz's choked voice reverberated through every soul present. Gazing upon him, now a demonic god incarnate, they felt their very faith collapse beneath his terrifying aura of slaughter. Kadaz showed no mercy toward these vile invaders and traitors. In mere heartbeats, he had annihilated half their forces single-handedly, gravely wounding the middle-aged man among them, though sustaining injuries of his own. Worse still, the sanctuary's retaliatory backlash racked his body with unbearable agony. The middle-aged man's eyes bulged wide in horror. For the first time, dread of death seized him. Madly he fled, yet still heard Kadaz's voice, cold and certain as the Grim Reaper's call. At that very instant, a devastating apocalyptic force engulfed the entire stellar region. A thunderous explosion obliterated every cry, though in the silent void of space no sound could carry. Only a maelstrom of residual catastrophic energy surged outward, reducing the sealed domain to cosmic dust. Simultaneously, a colossal beam of energy pierced the spatial seal, hurtling faster than light, shattering a colossal gate trillions of light-years away, plunging it into primordial chaos. Far away on a distant planet, Asfa could no longer sense the cataclysmic battle. Yet from the gate's destruction, he perceived the precise moment. The turning point had arrived. His mouth opened in anguish, a fragile, trembling whisper escaped his lips. As the incantation fell, a boundless radiance erupted from Asfa, flooding the entire cosmos in moments, encompassing the divine realm, the netherworld. Sayurin. Before oblivion claimed part of his memory, Asfa smiled, tears of sorrow streaming down his cheeks. The prophecy begins. A new era dawns. The past is no more, yet the wheel of history continues to turn. The fate of eternal life is equally bound by so-called destiny. Thus, while contending for the title of the strongest, generations of extraordinary warriors arose, and under the unfolding of history the universe continuously evolved, with the struggle for the Dragon Balls spreading across the entire cosmos. In the long river of history, rules must also change with the times. In the past battles, the higher-ups decreed that the power of the dragon could only be wielded by the pure-hearted Namekians. However, fate played a grand joke. After the Namekians suffered the calamity of heavenly change, a reborn genius Namekian once again manifested the power of the dragon on Earth. All of this seems like an abrupt and helpless change in the future, yet it also feels like a past that was destined in the dark. Perhaps from a fundamental perspective, it was like the ancient prophecy, a history had already been determined in the past, and all struggles are merely futile acts under the weight of destiny. Continuous battles have led the world to gradually acknowledge a fact: there exists a race in the universe that is fervently warlike, exceedingly brutal, yet possesses a terrifying latent power that instills fear in any other race. Thus they are crowned as the strongest fighting race, the Scions. The universe is boundless, and at the same time there are those who have confirmed the existence of different dimensional universes beyond it. Beneath the endless void, countless vast worlds equal to their own universe also exist. The story of the Dragon Balls has not ceased. Rather, it should be said that it has not yet reached its conclusion. After battle comes battle, and from evil springs forth the next generation of evil in endless cycle of replacement. Attributing the cause, the true root of the cosmic crisis has yet to be eradicated. Those who gaze upon the universe, including all dimensional universes, have finally unleashed their dark hands in this round of heavenly change, and a war to conquer the universe is about to begin. Once upon a time, Bulma said that the universe would never find peace due to Goku's existence, and the disappearance of the Dragon Balls and Goku would be the best conclusion, with all crises coming to a final halt with Goku's vanishing. Yet human thought remains too naive. Goku's history cannot represent the history of the universe. Through billions of years of evolution, the Scions have become the universally recognized strongest race, and the legendary Super Saiyan is revered as the unparalleled king that none can defeat. However, this ancient legend that has long instilled fear once lost its validation during the Frisia era, where the Scions faced near extinction and the so-called Super Scion was merely a wind that came out of nowhere. The lack of evidence is indeed lamentable. Yet the ancient legend has once again come to life as Carrot among the Scions transcended his limits and awakened as the legendary Super Scion. On the path of continuous strengthening, he defeated Frisia, battled Cell, vanquished Bu, killed Baby, annihilated Super 17, and eradicated the evil dragon. He ascended to Super Saiyan 4 and finally earned the universally acknowledged title of an O1. Now the dragon has taken Goku from everyone's sight, and it was once thought that such a cost would bring peace to the universe with the battles of evil forces stopping forever. However, this was merely their wishful thinking. Dark hands were seizing the opportunity, and after the righteous side lost their great protector son, Wukong, the spread of evil surged like a raging tide, engulfing everything around. They are steadily achieving their goal of dominance, and darkness rapidly spreads across the universe. Just as predicted, a new era has arrived. The turmoil of the universe has officially begun to unfold. The signal for battle has finally sounded. Time is the force that drives change. Under destiny, the power of bare hands is so insignificant. In the midst of Goku's fierce battle with Baby years ago in the center of the universe, within a sealed space, the silver scenery displayed how dense and tough these super alloys were, yet what terrified onlookers was the visible pits and signs of melting on the walls and floor. The sealed space was not silent. A series of heavy breathing broke the tranquility within, and from the rapid inhalations it was clear that the person was exhausted. Suddenly a heavy punch struck fiercely against the ground, and in an instant a powerful pressure radiated from the point of impact, shaking the entire alloy space. The unwilling fist embedded deeply into the ground by several centimeters, with the surrounding area also caved in. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, hi. That figure swayed within the gravity chamber. As his voice fluctuated, the power he emitted caused another disturbance within the chamber, the sounds of shaking continuing, awaiting the arrival of stillness. His oiled black hair was already damp with sweat, the needle-like ends pointing towards his back, some even clinging tightly to his strong neck. From the side view, it was evident he was a young man. Sweat had also firmly adhered his tight combat suit to his body, accentuating his muscular physique, and the sound of heavy breathing could still be heard softly. Pausing for a moment, the young man stared at the fist deeply embedded in the floor, tightly clenching his fist, a flash of unwillingness crossing his eyes, slowly extending his fist, while muttering to himself, still stuck here. The difficulty of training has clearly risen to such a level. Why is there still no feeling of surpassing my physical limits? Damn it. His eyes reflected confusion and distress. As silence followed his questions, everything returned to calm. And just as calm settled in, a slightly urgent voice came from outside the gravity chamber. Report, young master. The king requests your immediate presence in the detective room. Please respond to the instructions. Upon hearing this, the young man, who had intended to continue training, was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowing. He knew full well that his father would never interrupt his cultivation. Today, however, he was making an exception to summon him. Is it something interesting? The young man pondered, a smile appearing on his face. As the ancient adage goes, after prolonged unity comes division, and after prolonged division comes unity. Change is eternal. Peace too conceals latent crises that once unleashed herald an era of turmoil. Yet from such chaos a figure of overwhelming power inevitably emerges to restore order. Thus peace returns only to recede again. So unfolds the cosmic cycle of history. On Earth, however, this day dawned clear and serene. Tranquility reigned, and people savored its quiet blessings. Only then did they truly grasp the wisdom behind the saying, rainbows bloom only after the storm. With the evil dragon vanquished by Son Goku and months of relentless restoration underway, Earth's physical scars had healed by some 70 or 80%. Yet the wounds upon the heart remained unhealed, though all hoped inwardly to erase that lingering sorrow. Seizing the festive spirit of the day, the Dragon Ball warriors gathered for a joyous banquet in Bulma's garden. As the world says, sometimes joy becomes a veil over pain, and time in its gentle passage helps us forget even the deepest grievances. Beneath the shimmering glow of lanterns, the garden within the house overflowed with mirth and warmth. The dazzling spectacle of lights and wine intoxicated the senses. Master Roshi and Mr. Satan seized the microphone like sovereigns, belting out off-key songs that sent waves of laughter rippling through the crowd. Yet amid the revelry sat one with emerald skin, his brow deeply furrowed, his expression somber and distant, a solitary figure lost in silent anguish. Tien Shinhan, there's no need for such sorrow. Today is a day for joy. Let us embrace it fully. Some things lie beyond our control, yet we bear responsibility nonetheless, do we not? Gohan had noticed Tien Shinhan's despondent gaze and understood his grief. He approached gently to offer comfort. For deep in his own heart, Gohan already knew the truth of that fateful day Son Goku would vanish alongside the eternal dragon. Oh, it's you, Gohan. Tien Shinhan jerked his head up at the voice, startled, only to meet Gohan's gentle smile. His shoulders slumped again as he lowered his gaze, his brow tightening, his voice barely a whisper. Even so, I still feel I've failed everyone. It was my creation of the Dragon Balls that birthed the evil dragon. This calamity brought suffering to all, and Uncle Goku. Tien Shinhan clenched his fist in quiet fury. Gohan watched silently, his pupils first constricting with concern softened slowly as he stepped closer. Though bowed low, Tien Shinhan's acute hearing caught every subtle shift in Gohan's approach. His heart in turn fluttered with unease. In truth, it is not your fault. We misused the Dragon Balls. That is the root of all this. Kami, the burden rests not upon you, but upon us. Goten, perceptive and quick, voiced the same truth before Gohan could speak. At Goten's words, the tension in Tien Shinhan's brow eased, but then thoughts of his own role in the catastrophe returned and inner torment settled once more. Enough. However it may be, let us find joy today, for Father would surely rejoice to see us thus. Gohan placed a hand on Tien Shinhan's shoulder and closed his eyes with a tender smile. Oh, yes, perhaps you're right. Hesitant at first, Tien Shinhan lifted his gaze, and as he met the forgiving smiles of both Gohan and Goten, something stirred softly within him, his brow gradually unfurled. Honestly, those two mic monopolists sing terribly, not just a little, but dreadfully. It's agony. Bra covered her ears, laughing and scolding in equal measure. Haha, absolutely. By the way, Bra, how have you been? Been shopping at XX Mall lately? Marin chuckled, licking ice cream from her spoon. Oh, of course I have. Haha. And what about you? Off again with Aunt 18. Bra struck a pose of proud certainty, convinced as only she could be that women were born solely for the sacred pursuit of shopping, and tossed the question back at Marin. Yes, we travel together often, Marin replied, smiling brightly. Really? I envy you both. Bra's voice carried a wistful lilt, admiration tinged with quiet resignation. You could go with your family too. Marin answered gently. Sigh, who'd accompany me? Dad trains daily without fail. Mom and brother manage the company. Grandpa and grandma have vanished on some unknown vacation. I'm usually alone at home. Bra sighed, voicing her quiet loneliness. Haha. Marin offered a sympathetic, helpless chuckle. Hey, Trunks, have you seen your father? Bulma, stepping in from outside, scanned the room. Oh, he's probably still training in the gravity chamber. Even the usually reserved Trunks had surrendered to the feast before him, head bent, diligently devouring his meal beside Goten, the two still playfully competing as in childhood to see who could eat more. Is that so? Vegeta is remarkably diligent, Krillin laughed, twirling his chopsticks. His eyes locked on a platter of delicacies which he snatched away from Master Roshi with the speed of a diving hawk. Roshi shot Krillin a look of profound disdain, silent, incredulous seething, while Krillin, utterly indifferent, chewed contentedly and flashed a cheeky grin. He hasn't changed a bit. Aunt 18 savored her food thoughtfully, adding her quiet remark, then cast a pointed glance at Krillin, a silent plea to cease teasing Roshi. Krillin, chastened, offered an awkward, sheepish laugh. Exactly. Doesn't he ever spare a thought for this old man? I watched that brat grow up. I'd love nothing more than to wrap that bald dome like I used to. Roshi swelled with pride, emboldened by Aunt 18's support. Haha, absolutely. Bulma joined in the laughter while Chi-Chi smiled softly beside her. Laughter rippled through the gathering. Trunks, glancing idly toward the doorway, noticed little Pan, gazing skyward, her small robot companion Jiru standing loyally at her side. A quiet understanding passed over him. He rose slowly. Pan paused, then strode quietly toward the door. Gazing upward at the azure sky where cotton-soft clouds drifted lazily, Xiao Fong stood in quiet reverie. To her eyes, those billowing clouds seemed to mirror the joyous adventures she and Wukong had shared across the cosmos over the past year. Moments both bitter and sweet, sour and fiery. At that moment, a voice from behind drew Xiao Fong back to reality. What is it, Xiao Fong? Still thinking of Uncle Wukong? Trunks murmured, his heart sighing inwardly, his expression softened into melancholy, as if touched by her sorrow. Xiao Fong nodded silently, her sorrowful gaze meeting Trunks's with quiet longing. Yes, I'm certain of it. I believe Uncle Wukong will return. So long as we protect Earth with all our strength, he will one day come back to us alongside the Dragon Balls. Trunks's heart trembled, but after speaking he lowered his head in silence, knowing full well the truth he dared not utter, an answer no one truly knew. Unaware of this weight, Xiao Fong smiled and nodded, reassured by his certainty. Her spirit instantly lightened, radiant once more. Then let's go inside. Everyone's already celebrating with joy. Trunks gestured toward the festive scene within, turning to see guests raising their glasses in mirthful toasts. Wait, no, something's wrong. In that very instant, Trunks' cheerful countenance shattered. He whirled around in alarm, his pupils contracting sharply as his eyes widened in shock. What? How can this be? His trembling gaze locked onto the eastern sky, filled with profound awe. Startled by Trunks' sudden shift, Xiaofang instinctively turned eastward and immediately recoiled in horror. Beyond the star-strewn heavens, several overwhelming presences were descending upon Earth. Huh. In that same heartbeat, Gohan, Goten, and Ub, still laughing moments before, froze mid-mirth. A flash of intuition struck their minds like lightning. Gravity vanished from their expressions as solemnity took hold. Without hesitation, they rose and sprinted outside. Danger! Danger! Xiaofang is in danger. Not only Gohan and Trunks sensed the threat. The small robot Jiru echoed the warning incessantly, its tiny frame vibrating as it stared unblinkingly toward the east. Inside the gravity chamber, a blinding flash tore through the air, igniting violently compressed atmosphere. Shockwaves rippled outward, shuddering the entire room. Jagged shards of metal littered the floor in chaotic disarray. The deafening roar gradually faded, leaving only heavy, labored breaths. Huff, 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 punctuating the returning stillness. A familiar silhouette slowly coalesced from the haze. Vegeta, drenched in sweat from relentless training. Damn it, Kakarot, you've vanished. No, where are you? Damn it. All this time I've pursued you as my ultimate benchmark. Yet after the battle against the evil dragons, you simply disappeared. That's unacceptable. You are the one I must surpass. You cannot vanish. Huh, what is this? Such overwhelming ki. Who is it? Having caught his breath, Vegeta sensed it too. In that exact instant, his ki perception confirmed the abrupt, violent shift unfolding beyond the chamber walls. Without hesitation, Vegeta's figure vanished in a blur. Moments later, every warrior stood motionless, eyes fixed on the same distant horizon, tense, vigilant, united in silent anticipation. We're going. Vegeta spoke first, his voice low and weighted with urgency, overwhelmed by the oppressive, terrifying energy radiating from the east. A quiet chorus of agreement followed. No words needed. Xiaofang, stay here. Inform everyone and safeguard them. Gohan turned sharply, his face stern with grim resolve. Yes. For the first time, Xiaofang saw such fierce gravity in her father's eyes and understood without doubt that a brutal battle loomed ahead. Just as Gohan and the others prepared to depart, Tenshi's urgent voice rang out, Gohan, catch. He tossed several small objects skyward. Gohan caught them deftly, and recognizing their nature, offered Tenshi a warm, grateful nod. No further words were exchanged. Time was scarce. Vegeta and the four others knew victory demanded speed and precision. In unison, they shot eastward across the sky, leaving only unanswered questions in their wake. These overwhelming auras, are they enemies? But this energy, it's far too immense, Goten murmured, his face paling as they sped forward. With every mile, the enemy's terrifying presence intensified, pressing down like a physical force. Vegeta gave a terse nod. Perhaps. So we proceed with caution. His mind raced, assessing their opponent's peak power, calculating odds, weighing every variable. Gohan and the others acknowledged his words in solemn silence, fully grasping the perilous balance now hanging in the air. Meanwhile, aboard a starship hovering near Earth's orbit, figures moved briskly through corridors. On a vast main screen, data scrolled rapidly. Earth's globe rotated slowly, overlaid with detailed maps of its great cities. A lone youth sat poised in a high-backed chair, cerulean eyes fixed on the live feed of Earth. A calm, enigmatic smile played upon his lips, the very picture of serene composure. Reporting, young master. We are moments from landing. Sensors also detect 5 powerful life signatures converging at extreme velocity toward our vessel. Calculations confirm they are heading directly for our descent coordinates. The youth remained silent for a beat longer, then his smile deepened. Oh, they intend to confront us. Shall we test them first with laser fire? No, I suspect they are our honored guests. Never imagined our welcome would arrive so swiftly. The young man spoke lightly. Oh, is it truly the Science? A rich, resonant laugh echoed as the observation chamber doors slid open, revealing another cloaked figure stepping forth. Young master, grant me the honor of engaging them in combat. I long to test the legendary might of the Science. Such exhilarating battle has been absent far too long. Permit me this duel. He knelt, eyes blazing with bloodthirsty fervor. Very well. If you do fight, remember, preserve harmony above all. Ha ha ha, agreed. His laughter boomed, and then he was gone, vanishing in a ripple of space. Deep inside, he thrilled, not merely to witness mythic Scion strength, but to stand at the threshold of tomorrow. Legends belong to the past. He would forge what came next. Oh, you show no interest. The youth turned his gaze toward the doorway, where another young man leaned quietly. Equally regal, yet even more striking in visage, his beauty almost otherworldly. Yet he remained utterly unmoved, aloof eyes, closed arms folded serenely across his chest, exuding sovereign stillness. At the question, the proud youth opened his eyes, and in that instant crushing pressure surged outward. Waves of raw, staggering power rivaled even the leader's own. The latter offered a wry, resigned smile before the youth spoke, voice cool and measured, "No." Then he closed his eyes again, as if speech itself had become unworthy of his attention. "Ah, you remain unchanged." The youth sighed softly, shaking his head. He knew better than to press further. After all, he knew full well this silent warrior wielded power as profound and impenetrable as his own. In this world, strength alone conferred the right to exist, and the dignity that commanded reverence. Still, he was certain the first warrior's challenge would suffice to deliver a spectacle worthy of legend. No need to summon the second. So this is Earth. A pleasant enough world, but its gravity is pathetically weak. A ripple distorted the air, and suddenly an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar figure materialized upon the land. With a careless shrug, he shed his dark cloak, revealing a towering cobalt-hued body, muscles coiled like ancient steel. His eyes glowed with eerie emerald light, a sinister grin curled as he cracked his neck, then vanished in a streak of sapphire brilliance. "They've landed." Trunks' brow furrowed. "We must hurry." "Right?" Up began accelerating, when Gohan's sharp cry cut through the air. "Wait! Look out!" A colossal surge of ki hurtled toward them. Gohan's acute sensory instincts registered the shift instantly. He warned them just in time. Now all felt that the foe bore down upon them with terrifying speed. Instantly they halted, poised, centered, ready. "Humph! So much for diplomacy." Vegeta growled, then a flicker in his brow. "Here they come." As his words fell, a bolt of cobalt lightning split the heavens, slamming into place before them with earth-shaking force. The blue figure hovered high above, gazing down with arrogant condescension, as though his mere presence declared supremacy. "So, they're extraterrestrial." Trunks' expression hardened, gravity settling over his features like stone. "Ah, so it is you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lek. I've come unannounced to this little blue planet, not to conquer, but to spar, merely to loosen these battle-weary limbs." He bowed with theatrical grace, yet beneath the polished veneer burned unbridled arrogance. His gaze swept contemptuously over them before he added, voice dripping with challenge, "Who among you shall step forward first, honored Science?" "What? How do you know we're Science?" Vegeta and Gohan exchanged stunned glances, shock warring with disbelief. "Oh, surely that's no secret, nor has it been for some time. The entire cosmos knows the legendary Super Saiyan has risen. I have come today to test the greatest legend of Saiyan might, the apex of their strength." Lek glanced idly at his hands, then clenched his fists. Raw energy crackled between his knuckles, arcing like lightning. Above him, storm clouds roiled into being, churning the very air into turbulent vortexes. "Arrogant fool." Goten snapped, fury flaring. "So we are forced to fight." Even as he spoke, golden light began to shimmer around him, soft at first, then intensifying like dawn breaking over mountains. Lek said nothing, only hovered, palms still radiating ominous dark energy, peering down with cold, disdainful amusement, his smirk a blade of pure contempt. At that moment, a single thought ignited in every heart, unforgivable. Their collective rage surged as they felt his malevolent energy mounting, a deliberate, brazen provocation. All steeled themselves for battle. And thus, war reignited. The tales of the Saiyan Wars have long spread throughout the universe, and Goku's achievements have once again reinforced the belief in the authenticity of that ancient legend. Everything he has experienced could very well become legendary stories in the future. In this new era, the Saiyan monarch has once again made a divine appearance. However, how many people truly know the Saiyan's real identity? Now the sudden emergence of a mysterious figure has uttered astonishing words hinting at the existence of even more unknown truths behind it. How did the Saiyans become universally recognized as the strongest? This question should have been long answered by history. But when did that actually happen? Where lies the origin of the invincible legend? After many years of development, the Dragon Balls have long existed in the world, their history predating the new era. Perhaps they are even myths from ancient legends, because the battles have never completely detached from the struggle for the Dragon Balls. After all, by obtaining the title of the strongest, they also proclaimed themselves as the rulers of the Dragon Balls to the entire universe. The omnipotent God. The appearance of this mysterious figure finally reveals the unknown truths behind the scenes. Now Gohan and the others are faced with the battle against the mysterious person. This battle has reached a moment that cannot be obstructed. Xiao Fang, where did Gohan and the others go? Why are they in such a hurry? Bulma furrowed her brows, asking in confusion. Shishi looked at Xiao Fang with equal puzzlement and asked, is something else happening? Ah, yes, that's right. Startled, Xiao Fang regained her senses, realizing the situation could no longer be concealed, though she hesitated slightly. Just as she pondered how to answer, everyone Bra who stood aside also understood the issue, so she stepped up to help Xiaofang out. Bra smiled and said dad and brother sensed a few powerful unknown forces from afar and wanted to take a look. But it seems the other party has no malicious intent. They might be friends and will return shortly. Her cheerful demeanor eased everyone's anxious hearts a bit. Xiaofang looked at Bra, expressing her gratitude with a smile, saying, yes, that's it. Oh, so it's just that. That's not a big problem. Let's continue to be happy. With no sense of danger, Satan turned his previously gloomy face bright, casually, saying, while holding the microphone. Bulma and Shishi were also half convinced by Xiaofang and Bra's words, but their tense hearts calmed down. Only Master Roshi Biddy Krillin Android 18 and Tien Shinhan did not relax their divine senses, as they could feel the aura and understood the true situation behind it. Above a desolate yellow earth, a few figures floated in midair, facing off against each other. The silence was mixed with an air of destruction as the occasional wind swept through, stirring the hair of those present. The stillness before the great battle only increased the pressure. The sudden appearance of the mysterious person has issued a challenge, showing no fear of the Scion Monarch's title. What drives one to challenge? Could it just be sheer arrogance? A battle? No, that's not it. I just really want to witness the strength of you Scions. So how about it? You can come at me one by one, or all together if you prefer. As he manipulated the lightning between his hands, his arrogant tone remained haughty. As he finished speaking, he slowly opened his arms. In an instant, the negative energy in the world was once again stirred up, and the dark clouds above rapidly gathered, expanding to a 100-mile radius, unleashing a fierce wind that obscured the sun. This power far surpasses that of General Lurd and shows no signs of stopping. Damn it, how dare you underestimate us? The equally proud Goten could not tolerate such provocation. Gathering all his strength, he instantly released a chilling aura accompanied by a strong killing intent. As soon as his words fell, Goten's figure transformed into a streak of light. Having become a Super Saiyan, he traced a brilliant arc of golden light in midair, rushing towards his opponent 100 feet away, while his right hand had already condensed into the shape of a ki blast. Oh, the mysterious person seemed intrigued as he looked at his furious opponent, raising an eyebrow, while a playful smile displayed his confidence. This movement alerted Vegeta and Gohan, both of whom sensed something was off, and quietly raised their power in preparation for the upcoming battle. Here it comes, Spiral Blast. Seeing the mocking expression on the mysterious person's face, Goten's inner fury was reignited. He immediately unleashed the ki blast in his hand, a new technique he had recently created, making its debut in battle today. The mysterious figure laughed as he moved like the wind, leaving countless afterimages in the sky. Just as Goten's spiral blast reached the spot where he had just floated, a tremendous thunderclap suddenly reverberated. A blue lightning bolt had already been unleashed from the dark clouds, seeming poised to strike the tiny spiral blast, controlling the power of thunder. This sudden turn of events left everyone present astonished, as it was the first time Vegeta and the others had seen someone effortlessly wield negative energy. Goten, momentarily shocked, also revealed a smile. Just as the blue lightning was about to strike the spiral blast, the blast underwent a sudden transformation, spinning rapidly, and it expanded into a golden ring. After the thunder passed through, the ring fractured and shrank back into a ki blast, hurtling towards the enemy at full speed. Witnessing this scene, everyone, including the mysterious figure, was astonished, although the latter still seemed relaxed. He halted his movement and pointed at the blue lightning that was about to hit the ground. With a flick of his finger, the lightning turned like a sentient being, pursuing the spiral blast from behind. Experiencing such a change again, Goten's expression darkened. Because this technique was newly created, he could only control its rotational transformation once. Initially, he thought he could catch the opponent off guard, but upon realizing that the opponent could control the lightning, he understood that this surprise attack wouldn't succeed. In that instant, Goten accelerated, aiming to settle the score in close combat. As everyone had anticipated, the lightning quickly caught up to the spiral blast, effortlessly extinguishing its power, as if it were swallowing it. Damn it! Seeing this sudden change, the mysterious figure finally took it seriously. However, he remained calm and composed, pointing his finger to release several small blue lightning strikes at an incredible speed, wanting to eliminate Goten before he could close in. But Goten was not to be underestimated. While attacking with the thunder earlier, he had already understood the power of these lightning bolts formed from negative energy. Utilizing his current speed advantage, he deftly dodged the opponent's interference and continued to close in. 30 zhong, 20 zhong, 10 zhong, 5 zhong. Wu Tian felt a surge of excitement, but as he was about to approach Lake, he noticed his opponent wearing a mysterious smile. At that moment, Ubu, Trunks, Vegeta, and Gohan felt a chill run down their spines. They had fallen into a trap. "You little brat, you are too arrogant." A familiar yet strange voice echoed in Wushan's ears. Before he could see his opponent's movements clearly, he only caught a glimpse of a heavy fist striking toward his abdomen like a bolt of lightning. In the brief pause of his mind, Wushin's instincts kicked in just in time. He crossed his arms, managing to block the overwhelming counterattack at the last moment, but his body was blasted away like a cannonball. Boom! Rumble, rumble. The powerful impact struck the ground, causing the violent energy to compress severely, creating deep chasms that spread across the land like a spider web with tremors that lingered for a long time. Inside the spacecraft, report young master. Lake and the others have already engaged in battle. Should we analyze the combat data? The surface skin shows their combat power at 10 trillion, and they are not yet using their full strength. How that shake was quite intense. It seems Lake has gotten interested. He truly doesn't know his limits. No need to probe further. After all, they will be our esteemed guests. There's no need to dig into their backgrounds. The young man waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to withdraw, his face still wearing a relaxed smile. The young man spoke, his gaze lingering on the unmoving figure beside him. Upon noticing the slight twitch of the opponent's brow, he couldn't help but chuckle. Are you really unaffected? I think that person should be quite captivating to you. After all, you two are somewhat alike, the young man mused to himself, ignoring the indifferent stranger. Having landed a hit, Lake did not cease his advance. After suppressing Wutian, his figure vanished in an instant, the sound of rushing wind cutting the air. Just as he was about to strike again, a blue energy blast accurately struck him. Forced to give way, Lake covered his eyes and ceased his assault until things calmed down, beginning to search for the attacker. When he discovered that the attacker was none other than the same little brat, Trunks' arrogance only grew and he laughed maniacally. Wutian, what's wrong? Trunks had already arrived at Wushin's side, observing the latter's defeated appearance as he emerged from the rubble. Naturally, Trunks understood that Wutian had sustained moderate internal injuries. Ignoring his tattered clothes, Wutian maintained his Super Saiyan form, wiping away the blood that had just begun to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Even after hearing his friend's concerned voice, Wushin's expression remained grave as he said, "This is troublesome. This guy is not simple, he's very strong." "Yeah, I know." Trunks also turned, the two of them standing side by side, gazing at each other. In that moment, Trunks unleashed his powerful energy, raising his strength to a certain level, bursting forth in golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Just two arrogant little brats. Lake sensed that his opponents could similarly boost their power in an instant, his brow furrowing tightly. He knew all too well that he couldn't rely solely on instinct to gauge their strength changes. However, judging by Wushin's explosive transformation just now, even a fool would realize they were capable of instant power enhancement through transformation, and their explosive power was particularly strong. Thunder domain. Lake uttered softly. Instantly, a chain reaction occurred directly above Trunks, and Wutian high-intensity blue lightning radiated, densely influenced by the ominous clouds above, and after his words it descended like a net. "Wutian!" Trunks shouted, both of them instinctively reacting to each other. Both unleashed a torrent of white, ghostly forms, a comical, deadly move created by Wutian, which wasted minimal energy, while generating massive destructive power. In an instant, hundreds of ghostly forms surged upward beneath the thunder domain, triggering violent explosions upon contact. Due to the high-density concentrated assault, a massive hole was blasted in the thunder net, and seizing the moment, Wutian and Trunks had already made their escape. Lake's heart trembled involuntarily, having noticed two golden lights soaring out from the destroyed thunder net. Just as he was about to retaliate, Trunks' mischievous voice rang in his ears. "Uncle, I'm still here." In that instant, Lake finally realized the impending danger, but he still couldn't evade it. A powerful energy blast struck him accurately once again, and in an instant a tremendous explosion resounded through heaven and earth, while the ominous clouds above finally ceased their expansion. At that moment, the ominous clouds had nearly reached a radius of 300 li. Seeing this scene, Ubu, Vegeta, and Gohan all smiled, as they could accurately perceive the energy fluctuations. They understood the strategy. The moment the thunder net was destroyed, only Wutian and a shadow clone of his burst forth. Wutian had utilized the four-body fist to create a brief clone, deliberately drawing Lake's attention. Meanwhile, Trunks had unexpectedly launched a powerful energy blast from beneath the thunder net. Clearly, this plan had succeeded flawlessly. However, everyone present knew that their side could not laugh until the end. They understood that such an attack alone could not defeat the cosmic being before them. And indeed, in the moment of the explosion, a blue flash enveloped the center of the blast. Lake used it to avoid being caught off guard by his opponent, immediately activating his shield to defend against any potential energy blasts. The dense flames slowly contracted under the blue light, revealing the opponent's blue figure after a brief moment. Not bad, you actually calculated this well. Lake was not angry or embarrassed. He examined the injuries on his body caused by the blast, speaking in a tone of satisfaction. As Lake spoke, the blue light on his body shimmered. After his brief debacle, he did not wish to suffer another setback. In just a second or two, everyone present was astonished as the previously injured areas healed instantly, and terrifyingly, it seemed that the opponent's strength had not diminished in the slightest. Wu Tian and Trunks fell silent, especially the latter. Upon learning that the opponent could endure a heavy blow from him and still appear unscathed, it was clear to see the vast disparity in strength between the two. It seems I must show some real skills. But let me ask, is this what they call the Super Saiyan state? Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. Laika became arrogant once more, his expression, one of disdain, instantly reigniting the anger and fighting spirit of everyone present. As passionate youths, Wu Tian and Trunks found it hard to endure such ridicule. Despite not fully understanding the former glory of the Saiyans, they could not tolerate being looked down upon in such a manner, lest they admit to being cowards. As they sensed Laika's power increasing, Trunks and Wu Tian also unleashed all their strength in a fit of rage. At that moment, the world seemed to change color. Fierce winds ravaged the earth and skies, subtly threatening to destroy the dark clouds above. However, being cautious, Trunks and Wu Tian ensured their power did not affect the ground to prevent unnecessary panic from shaking the entire earth. After all, having experienced the incident with the evil dragon, the people of Earth had become somewhat skittish. Likewise, Laika had no intention of impacting the Earth, only focusing on enhancing his own power. Once they fully released their strength, Wu Tian and Trunks blurred their figures and swiftly moved toward Laika, aiming to disrupt him while he was ramping up his power, ensuring he couldn't unleash even more formidable energy. Foolish creatures. Laika sneered at Wu Tian and Trunks' sneak attack, coldly clenching his fist. Under his guidance, a massive blue fist emerged above the dark clouds, crackling with surrounding lightning, bewildering onlookers with its agile manipulation of heavenly thunder. The enormous fist, showcasing its extraordinary nature, rapidly smashed down toward the two diminutive figures below. Feeling an intense sense of danger, Wu Tian and Trunks darted in opposite directions, only to discover that their retreat was blocked by numerous circular bolts of lightning beneath the fist, forcing them to take the formidable punch heat in. Damn it! Wu Tian and Trunks shouted in unison, their auras igniting fiercely as they released tremendous power while conjuring a robust shield to defend against the impending attack. Bang! Another deafening explosion echoed as the entire blue fist shattered. Yet the two figures were violently propelled away. Wu Tian and Trunks felt their internal organs being damaged, a mouthful of blood erupting forth. Their clothes were nearly torn to shreds, and their wounds were gushing blood, turning gruesome. However, despite such injuries, Wu Tian and Trunks could still endure. Thanks to their Saiyan physiology, they remained resilient. With every battle, a Saiyans' power would continually rise, and even now wounded as they were, they could recover swiftly due to their extraordinary vitality. It's not over yet. Just as Trunks and Wu Tian landed, they heard this chilling remark. Their brows furrowed, unable to withstand Laika's second wave of counterattack. Two bolts of blue lightning rained down once more upon Wu Tian and Trunks, sending them flying again, with another mouthful of blood spewing forth, their injuries worsening. Having learned from their initial setback, Wu Tian and Trunks refused to be caught off guard again. As they were bombarded, they quickly adjusted their positions, vanishing before the subsequent bolts of lightning. At that moment, countless afterimages flickered across the ground, and the familiar steps they took were exactly the posture they were about to fuse into. In this brief clash, Wu Tian and Trunks finally understood the vast gap between their strengths. They were no longer as impulsive as in their youth, distinctly sensing that behind this mysterious figure lay two even more formidable entities. Thus, at this moment, they decided to fuse, wishing to re-emerge onto the battlefield as the mighty Wu Tian Gex. The peak warrior Wu Tian Gex, who had been dormant for years, was about to awaken once more. In this battle, Wu Tian and Trunks truly grasped how crucial power was. Having endured numerous fierce battles, they had both grown significantly. Simultaneously, they realized that their current predicament was a result of their own lack of effort. Reflecting on the past, regretting what was lost, they knew they could not return. During the baby incident, the two had seen minimal growth in strength due to years of neglect. Hence, even if they successfully fused during that time, they would still have been incapable of matching Baby in his complete form. However, times had changed. Following the events with Baby Super 17 and the evil dragon, their powers had multiplied more than tenfold. In other words, once they successfully fused, now the new being Wu Tian Gex, while not yet comparable to the perfect Super 17, possessed the power to annihilate Baby in his great ape form. This was the strongest power left to the Dragon Ball warriors, sufficient to defeat the cosmic beings of the present. The story of Dragon Ball has not yet come to an end. After defeating the evil dragon, Goku must now face an even more formidable dark force. Although the beginning of Dragon Ball Legend of the Emperor may seem somewhat confusing, those who persevere will discover a tale filled with passionate battles, suspenseful plots, and vivid character portrayals. If the vast community of Dragon Ball fans finds the story appealing, please lend your support. Your gestures of collecting and recommending are the greatest motivation for my writing. Thank you all for your support. However, unexpectedly, a single remark from Lake shattered their ideals. Oh, so you wish to merge? Unfortunately, I won't let you succeed. His tone was calm, yet it carried a hint of chill. Vegeta and Gohan could no longer contain themselves at that moment. They fully realized that their side had too many secrets grasped by the opponent. In an instant, Gohan unleashed a fierce killing intent. Thunder Prison. Lake unleashed a new technique. As his voice fell, the negative energy in the world surged violently. The ominous clouds above continued to swirl into a gigantic vortex, while countless blue lightning bolts struck down, shaking the very ground. In an instant, they obliterated the hundreds of afterimages of Goten and Trunks. Even their real bodies were severely struck as they danced. Thunder Path. Seeing the real bodies of Goten and Trunks, Lake revealed a sinister smile. Guided by his divine sense, a terrifying electric strike descended, aiming to thoroughly injure Goten and Trunks this time. At that moment, the latter two were already in a daze as they felt their bodies had been bound by the lightning on the ground, unable to move, forced to endure this heavy blow. However, just as the two fought desperately at the moment Lake thought victory was assured, a golden flash appeared before Goten and Trunks. As it landed, the figure shouted, "Break!" Immediately, a powerful aura erupted from his body, sweeping through like a tempest, nullifying all the surrounding ground lightning. At the same time, the heavens underwent a fierce transformation, causing the earth to tremble in fear. In a brief moment of contact, the electric strike of Thunder Path was crushed by the invisible giant hand emitted from the golden figure, and the shattered lightning power completely vanished under the overwhelming aura. Lake felt a strong pressure and had to move his figure to a height of 1,000 meters, watching coldly from above. His eyes narrowed slightly, but a combative smile emerged on his lips. Since that's the case, I'll take over now. Goten, Trunks, you two step back. You've done well this time. Here, take this Ascension bean. Gohan, who had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, spoke with a colder tone, his voice hinting at an endless killing intent as he tossed the Senzu bean from his hand. This was what Tiandi had just given to Gohan. Feeling a strong sense of unease, Tiandi had immediately tossed several Senzu beans to Gohan for emergencies, and at this moment, they finally came in handy. Because they had Senzu beans on hand, Gohan, Obi, and Vegeta chose to temporarily observe the battle. After all, such a fierce battle was rare to encounter, even though the battered Goten and Trunks had not yet met the training requirements. However, Gohan clearly sensed the opponent's dominance from the previous strike. If he didn't act in time, Goten and Trunks, though not fatal, would be severely injured. Thus, Lake's actions triggered the long-hidden killing intent within Gohan. Oh, is it your turn to take the stage now? Lake looked at Gohan, who was staring back at him, but his tone dripped with disdain. Gohan did not respond to Lake's words. The corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. Sensing that Goten and Trunks' auras had completely recovered and even slightly improved, Gohan's smile grew wider as he extended his right index finger, pointing towards the sky. With an indifferent tone, he uttered a single word: annihilate. In an instant, an unprecedentedly powerful aura surged forth, causing Lake's smile to freeze and his pupils to constrict. For he felt an invisible pressure sweeping past him, directly facing the ominous clouds above. Lake's mind still lingered on Gohan's mysterious smile as he slowly turned his head backward, feeling an anxious emotion emerge for the first time. However, as he saw the changes above, his expression changed dramatically. His pupils, which had constricted, instinctively widened, and even his blue face paled for a moment. His mouth twitched involuntarily. For he saw clearly that at the center of the vortex of ominous clouds, a golden energy sphere had appeared without him noticing. At the moment of his astonishment, the energy sphere exploded with a fierce intensity. There were no flames of explosion, but it devoured the surrounding ominous clouds within a radius of over 300 miles, as if it were a golden mouth completely purifying them. Son Gohan, his power is truly formidable. While Gohan and others were battling on Earth in another space, everything was covered in a vast white expanse. A massive figure sat upon a crystal throne as large as a mountain, both the person and the seat floating in this mysterious space. The massive figure appeared incredibly old, with deep wrinkles etched by the passage of time. His eyes were somewhat closed, and he exhaled a heavy breath. Unbeknownst to others, this figure possessed nearly endless vitality, meaning that this aged elder was not at the end of life. What is it, Jeffy? Have you really felt it? A raspy voice suddenly rang out. Yes, my lord, I have indeed sensed it. Moreover, the black crystal has emitted a red light. Although it was only for a brief moment, something has indeed occurred. The one referred to as Jeffy floated in midair in a half-kneeling position. His body seemed to be only a fraction of the size of the massive figure, but the power he exuded was enough to shake the heavens. Is that so? It seems the time has truly come. In that case, Jeffy, issue your commands to completely eliminate all enemies in this world. And you must continue to strengthen that barrier. The elder's voice was calm and gentle, commanding the incredibly powerful new figure. Jeffy. Understood, my lord. May I ask if this matter should be conveyed to the other two lords? After all, a great battle is about to unfold. No, not for now. They will know what to do. We only need to do our part. We cannot involve ourselves in other matters. You may withdraw for now. The elder never opened his eyes, speaking with a steady and benevolent tone. Yes, my lord, I will take my leave. Jeffy replied, then stood straight, his figure instantly vanishing. Only his handsome, youthful face remained in the space, with delicate silver strands flowing in the wind. Haha, I never expected things would develop this way. But I'm uncertain, old man. What will you do? Will everything unfold as foretold in the prophecy? Haha, does fate truly exist? Black Star Dragon Balls. The elder muttered to himself, finally opening his golden eyes, shaking his head with a bitter smile. The battle is about to begin. The formidable Lake, who still appeared ignorant, surprisingly had a thorough understanding of the Dragon Ball warriors, which made both Gohan and Vegeta, with their sharp combat instincts, feel that something was amiss. The confrontation has finally reached a fever pitch. To think, a single move could obliterate the thundercloud. Lake muttered, though the brilliance in his eyes only grew brighter as he focused on Gohan, a powerful foe he felt a nauseating desire to devour. Vegeta furrowed his brow. He was the most familiar with Gohan among those present. In their previous battles, Vegeta knew that this peace-loving guy could unleash terrifying power once he lost his rationality. What puzzled Vegeta was that not long ago Gohan's power wasn't this formidable. Why had he made such dramatic progress in just 6 months? Hey, mister. Gohan has grown significantly. Ubu chuckled, feeling Gohan's astonishing aura and expressing his deep admiration. Nearby Trunks and Goten were equally astonished. They never expected the once troublesome evil cloud to be so easily vanquished by Gohan, and in that instant both young warriors felt a sense of helplessness coupled with a latent unwillingness that was awakened within. I believe your true strength is not reliant on this thundercloud, so shall we proceed to a real battle? What do you say? Gohan also retracted his smile, his expression turning serious. Being experienced in combat, he could guess that Lake's apparent nonchalance concealed a far greater strength. You're much stronger than those two little brats earlier, a great feeling. It seems Scions are indeed formidable warriors. Lake remained disdainful, perhaps due to his confidence in his own power, still looking down on his opponent, who could easily eliminate the thundercloud. However, everyone present was unaware of one terrible fact. On board the spaceship, have we arrived at Son Gohan's location? It seems this time Lake will be in for some trouble. What do you think? The young man, observing through the satellite recorder, watched the battlefield unfold clearly on the screen. The aloof figure remained unmoved, as if in a deep slumber, yet the young man understood that the other simply did not wish to acknowledge this battle, or perhaps did not want to engage with him. But the young man wasn't annoyed by the other's arrogance, knowing the figure's past. He, despite being a prince, would not easily offend him. Because in this world strength is key, the other's fists were larger than his own, a truth his father had explicitly advised him. It is best not to provoke him. The young man did not take out his frustration on the aloof figure. He smiled and said, You haven't changed at all, still so taciturn. But honestly, this Son Gohan should pique your interest. The young man spoke to himself, but loud enough for the other to hear. Boring, the handsome, mysterious figure stepped away from the wall, straightening up and slowly opening his eyes. After uttering this line, he turned and exited the surveillance room. Hey, really? The young man watched the aloof figures retreating back, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Gohan continued to release a powerful aura. The surging golden light crackled through the air, and under the immense pressure, fist-sized debris floated in midair, while the ground beneath had already sunk and warped, the cracks resembling the withered lines on an old witch's hand, bizarre and sinister. Seeing the opponent's overbearing demeanor, Gohan's smile deepened, indicating that his killing intent had intensified. Slightly shifting his stance, Gohan retracted his hands to the edge of his lower abdomen and shouted, Came. Hey. Huh. Just as the words left his mouth, a brilliant white beam shot forth from Gohan's hands, the immense energy surging directly towards the enemy. Lake's brow twitched. He hadn't expected his opponent to initiate combat in such an old-fashioned manner. His disdain remained, but he dived down at high speed, saying, Boring tricks. Having seen through the opponent's technique, Lake suddenly waved his hand in midair, using sheer force to knock away the incoming energy attack into the sky. At the same time, his right hand flickered with blue and white electric light, gathering a more powerful strike to return to his foe. Is that so? Gohan's voice suddenly exploded in Lake's ear. Immediately, he saw a figure flash into view, followed by a powerful fist descending rapidly. Is it not? Unexpectedly clear, Gohan's fist completely passed through, revealing that the earlier figure was merely an afterimage. At that moment, the real Lake was parallel to his left side, his left palm erupting with a terrifying blue-white electric strike. However, what happened next left Lake dumbfounded. He had thought he saw everything clearly in his mind. He imagined his lightning piercing through his opponent's body, yet he witnessed his own energy attack completely passing through the figure of Gohan only without a single trace of blood. Realizing something was off, sensing a severe crisis, the faint sound of wind allowed Lake to timely capture Gohan's real presence. His right hand quickly crossed above his head just in time to block Gohan's spinning body, followed by a sweeping kick from Gohan's right leg. Just before Lake was struck to the ground, he heard Gohan's mocking voice filled with a smile. "I don't think so." Even though he had managed to defend in time, this hasty precaution could not neutralize the deliberate blow Gohan had been storing up. Lake felt a wave of numbness in his right arm, and in the midst of the rapid bombardment, he adjusted his body, but just as he landed, he unleashed an even more powerful counterforce. He immediately surged toward Gohan, who was in midair aiming to chase him down. "Fool!" Gohan scolded, yet upon seeing Lake's agile combat instinct, he was secretly astonished. However, noticing his opponent's casual charge, Gohan still intended to teach him a lesson. A fierce wave of energy surged from Gohan's right palm, and after the energy interference, a large blue radioactive energy attack shot downward, enveloping Lake, who was ascending. However, to Gohan's surprise, his energy attacks could not hinder Rake's approach. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to brace himself with his palm against the opponent's reckless charge. Rake came barreling in headfirst, and in the moment of impact, Gohan felt a stinging pain coursing through him. At the same time, he noticed the blue flames that seemed to engulf Rake's entire body, causing a burning sting in Gohan's right hand. Gohan felt a sharp pain in his nerves and kicked out fiercely, but he missed and only swiped through Rake's afterimage. At this moment, the opponent had already retreated a considerable distance, and they locked eyes. "Not bad, your strength is indeed quite formidable," Rake remarked, waving his right arm, which was still aching. He looked at his opponent not far in front of him, a satisfied smile breaking across his face for the first time. "You're quite impressive too. I didn't expect you could control fire as well," Gohan said, staring at the palm of his right hand, which was still flickering with remnants of blue flames and lightning. Under Gohan's gaze, an invisible power emanated from Rake. As their eyes met, Gohan used his energy to dispel the lingering power left on his hand. "Oh, you've discovered my secret. I'm glad to meet someone of your caliber. But what a shame can you withstand 1/3 of my strength?" Rake spread his arms wide, a sinister grin on his face as he began to amplify his power. Without responding, Gohan left a solitary skeptical smile just before disappearing again. Rake realized he had spoken too much and vanished, and the battle continued. Deafening booms echoed across the land with shockwaves of energy shaking the earth. Loose stones fell from elevated ground, and the thunderous sounds were relentless. In a matter of seconds, hundreds of energy waves had already manifested in the air, creating an unbearable cacophony. "Ha ha ha, exhilarating." Rake laughed triumphantly, meeting Gohan once more. Their knees collided, and after separating into two arcs, Gohan accelerated, appearing almost simultaneously at the opposite position, closing in on Rake. In that moment, Rake remained calm. He had already anticipated Gohan's calculations. Suddenly, he unleashed a suppressed aura, launching a powerful wind pressure that forcefully struck Gohan. At the instant Gohan hesitated, Rake aimed to deliver his second wave of attack. Gohan sensed the intense energy fluctuations. After adjusting his own aura, he found Rake had already launched a counterattack. It seemed to align perfectly with Gohan's intentions. Just as Rake's attack approached, Gohan released the energy he had been accumulating in his left hand, forming a massive gust of wind that unexpectedly blasted Rake away. Rake hadn't anticipated Gohan's overwhelming force. He abruptly turned, seeing his pursuing opponent. With both hands outstretched, he absorbed the tremendous gust of wind, muttering, "Thunder step." In an instant, the sky transformed again, enveloping Rake in a shroud of dim blue light. After flickering twice, dozens of lightning serpents surged forth, resembling ancient ferocious beasts opening their blue maws to devour. Gohan did not let his guard down. However, upon seeing Rake's rapid defense, he grew wary. His figure flickered, and just as he thought he had evaded all the lightning serpents, a gigantic blue lightning fist struck forward mere meters away. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as Gohan took the full brunt of the blow, stumbling backward. Although he skidded 100 meters away, in an instant a white light penetrated the massive fist, and in a critical moment Gohan used his energy to detonate the terrifying lightning power. Seeing that his power could not harm his opponent, Rake finally fell silent and began to regard his adversary seriously. During a battle between experts, although victory or defeat could be determined in an instant, both combatants understood that making a reckless move without grasping their opponent's abilities would often result in a devastating counterattack. After a moment of relative stillness, Rake's voice broke the silence. "I'm honored. that you can witness my transformation. I despise drawn-out battles, and it seems I must unleash my true strength now." Rake did not want to mince words, so he straightforwardly expressed his intentions. However, upon hearing this, Gohan seemed unfazed. In his years of combat, he had encountered many combat races capable of transforming, and as a scion himself, he also possessed transformation techniques. Yet, just as Gohan dismissed the notion, a dangerous signal flashed in his mind. He finally took Rake seriously, watching intently as Rake's power escalated, feeling a sense of unease emanating from this soon-to-be transformed figure. Blue lights burst forth from Rake, the surging power detonating with such intensity that it shook the ground and changed the sky. In the spot high above where Gohan had just obliterated Rake's dark clouds, a massive thundercloud reformed, expanding at a speed several times faster than before. In just a short period, it had grown to nearly 100 miles in diameter, with its expansion rate accelerating. The sunlight was once again obscured, and the surroundings grew dim, pressing down on the heart like the night. A violent whirlwind surged, sweeping up debris and sending it flying in all directions. Thunder and lightning crackled in the sky as if calamity had returned. Feeling the overwhelming power, Gohan's expression turned grave. As Rake amplified his strength, Gohan also began to gather his full aura, his own power rapidly escalating in a short period. Boom! A destructive roar erupted. Surrounded by countless blue lightning bolts and flames, Rake surged forward, his figure slicing through the sky with terrifying speed as he targeted his opponent. The oppressive momentum engulfed Gohan, who could hardly focus on whether he had released all his power. He widened his eyes and looked up, but could not capture Rake's trajectory. Internally astonished, Gohan could not have imagined that this kind of transformation-induced power surge could exceed his own speed at this moment. Gohan's figure vanished, and the image left on the ground had yet to dissipate when a blue lightning bolt streaked across the heavens, only to disappear again after passing through. Too slow. The figure of Gohan appeared almost simultaneously at an altitude of 10,000 meters, just as he was about to disperse the opponent's thundercloud once more. At this moment, a cold voice entered his mind. A step faster than the speed of lightning swept towards him. Originally intending to attack, Rake realized he was a step late and immediately accelerated to catch up with the fleeing Gohan, his angular knee sweeping out forcefully. The sound of breaking wind was even faster than the sensation of his own breath. The newly appeared Gohan had no choice but to enter a defensive state. Still gathering energy, he was not suited to counterattack with a ki blast. In such circumstances, he twisted his body and seized Rake's right foot. Just when he thought the crisis had passed, Gohan discovered that the angles on Rake's knee had unexpectedly elongated, aiming to pierce his left arm. Under pressure, Gohan's right hand quickly grasped the angles of his opponent. In a bid to gain the upper hand after securing Rake's right leg, Gohan immediately flipped over, intending to throw Rake away. Naive. Rake seemed to have anticipated this. As Gohan swung him, Rake's left hand had already gathered a blue lightning ball, which accurately bombarded in front of Gohan. Following the immense impact, the energy sphere violently exploded 100 meters away. Whoosh! Gohan's figure escaped the instant the explosion occurred. Although he managed to avoid the worst damage with a protective shield, his shirt had already been torn to shreds by the blast. Not good. Gohan felt something was off subconsciously. Relying on his keen instincts, just as he was about to verify, a massive lightning bolt covering over 100 square meters suddenly fell from the sky and struck Gohan. Boom! The ground shook for miles around, and Vegeta and the others were caught off guard by this change. The previous attacks had all been completed in a matter of moments, and by the time everyone regained their senses, Gohan had already been blasted deep into the ground. What puzzled Vegeta and the others was that the terrifying lightning did not seem to intend to destroy the Earth. After pushing Gohan down, it vanished without a trace. This person, Vegeta's gaze fixed on the enemy, suspended a kilometer above. By judging the aura, he realized that the opponent's strength was not far from his own. At that moment, Vegeta's heart was filled with complexity. Goten, Trunks, and Ub anxiously watched the terrifying gaping hole. Due to the fear of the earlier thundercloud returning and triggering static electricity, everyone floated at a low altitude, gazing down at the explosion site hundreds of meters away. Unable to sense Gohan's aura for a moment, they all grew anxious. I believe your power is not limited to this. You are Son Gohan, right? In the past, did you not possess incredible explosive power? Where has that might gone? Do I need to resort to slaughter to get your attention again? Rake's voice was not loud, but with the aid of his aura, it was enough to reach thousands of meters away. No one was surprised that the opponent knew the secrets of the Science. They were no longer astonished that this mysterious person was aware of Gohan's name and past experiences. However, upon hearing this statement, Vegeta's heart also stirred with doubt, accompanied by a rare feeling of shock. It felt as if everything was in the opponent's eyes. This was Vegeta's most conflicted thought. He indeed, such a battle excites me greatly. Gohan's cold laughter echoed from deep underground, followed by a surge of golden light erupting from that massive hole, shaking the very ground beneath. However, I must tell you, those who threaten me will face my endless fury. After a moment of realization, Gohan's voice became even more piercingly cold. His words, devoid of any warmth, sent shivers down Goten's spine. As if influenced by Gohan's energy, the atmosphere instantly turned chilly, and the suppressed winds were driven into massive hurricanes. The powerful winds affected by the thunderclouds violently tore apart the gathering storm. Gohan's figure slowly rose, his burning aura shimmering with electricity as if drawing the thunderclouds. The storm that had always been under Lake's control began to rage wildly, seemingly intent on destroying Gohan, yet also prepared to turn against its master in this moment. Everyone felt Gohan's transformation. Though Lake could not ascertain the extent of the increase in Gohan's power, he could read the determination and confidence in Gohan's eyes. The chaotic storm also provided him with a clear indication. However, the arrogant Lake was unwilling to concede defeat, bursting into laughter like a wealthy landlord mocking a few impoverished upstarts. In the face of this opponent's arrogance, Gohan surprisingly revealed a mysterious smile, the upward curve of his lips, making Vegeta feel something was off. This was because Vegeta had seen how terrifying Gohan was during his explosive moments in the past. Likewise, the ruthlessness that resembled a cold-blooded killer made this once murderous Saiyan prince feel a chill. At that moment, the smile was all too familiar. Not just that golden light. Vegeta sensed Gohan's terrifying violent aura. Under the probing of Gohan's energy, his power was rapidly increasing, and what shocked Vegeta most was that Gohan's strength had surpassed his at that moment. Vegeta bitterly smiled within. After the battle against the evil dragon, although he still could not transform into Super Saiyan stage, for that battle significantly enhanced his power. Even against Baby in his great ape form, he had the strength to fight back, even able to defeat the him of that time. Yet in this moment, the newly erupted Gohan had actually surpassed him, as if the heavens were toying with him. However, Vegeta would not give up, let alone feel too much frustration. Among those present, only he understood how terrifying Gohan could be when he lost his reason, but he also knew that this terrifying version of Gohan would not last long. Nevertheless, the observant Vegeta noticed the mysterious golden light surrounding Gohan. The energy was no longer dissipating around him as before, but rather the surging power seemed to have a hint of retraction. Vegeta had only seen this change in Super Saiyan 4 Goku before. He thought it was specific to Goku and did not delve deeper. But now seeing this subtle change in Gohan, Vegeta could no longer remain calm, his heart swirling with turmoil as he pondered the mysterious golden light. Ha 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 ha. Bluffing. Rake's maniacal laughter choked off mid-sentence as Gohan suddenly appeared before him, a broad right hand clamping over his mouth before hurling him skyward with explosive force, straight up thousands of meters into the stratosphere. Is it fear? Gohan's voice echoed once more beside his ear. Terrified Rake could not even trace Gohan's movement. In that instant, his heartbeat seemed to freeze. His pupils contracted in utter disbelief, his face draining of all color, struck dumb by sheer, overwhelming dread. A devastating fist, glowing faintly gold, slammed into Rake's still rising form. It shattered every bolt of lightning shielding him, sending the azure body hurtling backward once more. Above, Gohan spiraled upward in a blur, only catching sight of blue blood erupting from Rake's agonized mouth. Lightning. Rake had already begun reassessing his opponent after the first blast. Now streaking headlong into the thunderclouds, he roared aloud, commanding the heavens to strike again. But before the word left his lips, a key blast materialized inches from his face, sparking unprecedented terror in Rake, his crimson eyes widening grotesquely. Boom! A deafening detonation, hundreds of decibels strong, shattered the edge of the atmosphere. Violent golden energy flared and vanished in the instant of annihilation, then searing flames erupted outward like devouring spirits, obliterating the malevolent clouds across a radius of nearly 1,000 li. Gohan, renewed radiant, smirked playfully, yet his glacial gaze betrayed an unyielding, bone-deep lethality. He did not rush into battle. Relying on his refined ki sense, he had already gauged his opponent's combat capacity, and knew full well that his earlier assault had left Rake grievously wounded. Perhaps the fight was already over. Hovering high above, Gohan watched Rake's azure blood-soaked body plummet in freefall from that dizzying height, and his smile deepened. The outcome was decided. At that moment, every witness drew the same conclusion. Yet heaven's will is fickle. Just as Gohan shimmered into position beside Vegeta and the others, a laugh, arrogant beyond measure, drifted eerily through the air, followed by a roar that shook heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. To reach this level, you are truly formidable, son Gohan. You leave me no choice but to break my seal. As if sensing something ominous, Gohan instantly whirled around, eyes locking onto Rake's still plummeting form thousands of meters above, and his brows knotted in sharp instinctive alarm. Even Goten and the others, who had assumed victory was assured, felt the terrifying reality-warping aura erupt without warning. Amidst exultant fervor, Rake spat torrents of blood, yet showed no sign of defeat. Instead, his spirit burned with boundless, ravenous battle lust. Laughing wildly, Rake drove 2 fingers of his right hand deep into his own brow, his face contorting in agony as crimson lightning and flame flickered forth from that point. Simultaneously, his entire body pulsed with eerie luminescence. The azure-white aura surrounding him bled steadily into scarlet as he wrenched at his brow. "Open!" A command thundered through the void laced with absolute dominion. Ignoring the searing pain, Rake wrenched viciously, whereupon the latent fire and lightning at his brow erupted violently, as if a long-sealed gate had been torn asunder. A crimson beam, thick as a bowl, blasted forth wreathed in violet lightning. His aura surged, his power surging exponentially. Instantly, a cataclysmic energy storm ravaged the heavens. Though no clouds obscured the sky, the sun's light itself was repelled, banished by the sheer intensity of his presence. The world's hues shifted violently, cycling through surreal chromatic distortions before settling into a sickly blue-brown hush. And as Rake's might swelled unchecked, his laughter rose ever more frenzied, ever more defiant. His wounds sealed before the eye, knit whole in mere seconds. He halted, his freefall hovering instead, unchanged in form, yet radiating a power so vastly transcendent that he was no longer the same being who had fallen. Gohan, recovering from his shock, only smiled wider. Seemingly disappointed by his opponent's earlier frailty, he now felt his own inner wildfire rekindle, ignited anew by this astonishing resurgence. The dimmed golden aura blazed forth again, fiercer than before. Up close, Vegeta noticed Gohan's golden light now drawing inward more intensely, and puzzlingly caught the faintest glimmer of gold flickering within Gohan's eyes, visible only in profile. "Vegeta, Goten, Trunks sub, you all withdraw 10 kilometers from here. This battle ends soon." Without turning, Gohan's gaze, once detached and cold, now burned with fierce focused heat upon the transformed Rake, his tone bearing no reverence whatsoever, addressing Vegeta by name without hesitation. Vegeta, well acquainted with Gohan's volatile temperament, gave no sign of offense. With a curt nod, he led the 3 others swiftly away from the battlefield. Rake paid them no mind. After their clash, his sole obsession was Gohan, the only worthy vessel for his battle rapture. Though unable to gauge power differences through ki alone, Rake remained utterly certain, with his seal broken, he possessed more than enough strength to dominate this pitiful earth. Suddenly, Rake locked eyes with Gohan far in the distance, and in that very instant a pillar of lightning fire, 3 meters wide, materialized directly before Gohan thousands of meters away. Gohan showed no surprise. Merely widening his eyes, he unleashed a vortex of devastating energy, a spatial rupture, that annihilated Rake's proud technique in the blink of an eye. Yet what startled Gohan slightly was Rake's sudden reappearance, just 1 zhang away, standing before him as the fiery blast dissipated. Gohan grinned and delivered a crushing blow. Their fists collided with perfect, shattering symmetry, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of cosmic energy. The ground beneath Gohan's feet cracked and splintered violently, fissures racing outward in both directions, plunging into unfathomable depths. After that single exchange, Gohan seemed satisfied with the evolution of Rake's power. Instantly, both vanished from sight, leaving only the warping heavens where countless pillars of lightning fire erupted and scattered golden light clashed and canceled out waves of dark energy. The sonic booms of their movements could never keep pace. Ripples of raw energy cascaded from the heavens down to the trembling earth, shaking it more violently with each passing second. Then, a blinding flash. As their shock waves detonated, golden and blood-crimson light flooded the sky and land alike. Mountains quaked, continents groaned, and every witness stood paralyzed, awestruck beyond speech, as if witnessing the birth or death of gods. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Excellent. This is true combat. My blood burns with exhilaration. Rake had leapt clear, hundreds of meters away, before the explosion hit. Repelled by the concussive force, he staggered back several paces before regaining his footing, wiped blue blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, and laughed heartily. Across a kilometer, Gohan steadied himself and gazed at Rake, smiling. Indeed, only such combat brings true satisfaction. You are formidable. Though Gohan bore no internal injuries or bleeding, his left forearm had been seared by Rake's lightning fire, numbing pain rendering his left arm nearly useless. Scion, I eagerly await your next move. That so-called legendary strongest. I intend to erase it utterly from history beneath my hand. Rake sneered then, having stabilized his frame. unleashed an even more ferocious torrent of blazing energy. Is that so? Legends are never forged by one man alone. I doubt you possess the strength to shake it. Gohan continued smiling, his fists tightening as he gathered a denser, more potent aura. For now, having fully measured each other's limits, the final reckoning had arrived. Both sides measured each other's limits of strength, fully aware that there could only be one victor. As both parties formed an energy field around themselves, even if Gohan possessed the ability to sense energy, he could not distinguish the superiority or inferiority of his opponent compared to himself. After sharing a smile, Gohan and Lake unleashed their residual shadows towards each other, and in a tremendous clash, they both vanished amidst the thunderous roar. Inside the spaceship, the young man touched the tip of his nose and remarked this aura along with such data. During the past 6 months, the young man did not come directly from headquarters to Earth, but first visited those powerful fighters. In the northern galaxy, he had placed his journey to Earth last, as he understood that the Scion royal identity could not be disrespected. However, this arrangement caused him to miss out on the significant events that had occurred on Earth over the past 6 months, and he was also unaware of his opponent's latest strength. The young man smiled as he looked at the combat statistics displayed on the computer, feeling a sense of surprise. Was the outside world changing too rapidly? It seemed like the young man denied it, yet nodded affirmatively as the information he had gathered over the 6 months was indeed drastically different. If he was shocked by Goku's 1,000,000 trillion combat power, it was only because he could not believe that such formidable warriors still existed in the declining universe. However, what truly astonished him was that the character he focused on had seen such rapid growth in their data within a short period. In less than half a year, the opponent's power had actually increased by several hundred times. During the Evil Dragon incident, the overwhelming negative energy had prevented them from knowing the details of the battle, yet now upon seeing Gohan's combat statistics, the young man gasped in disbelief, awed by the terrifying combat talent of the Scions. Combat statistics: 180 million trillion. In the blue-brown expanse, a crimson beam of light descended with dazzling brilliance, carving a clear rift in the void beneath the 10th centimeter sky. At the same moment, a blinding golden light shot upwards, nearly matching the speed of the crimson beam, and at several thousand meters in the air, their fists collided once again, unleashing a torrent of energy that ravaged in all directions, the explosive, destructive force resonating at over 1,000 decibels, which with just a slight pressure flattened the ground beneath them. The battle appeared evenly matched at first glance, but the level of injury on both sides was enough to reveal Gohan's clear advantage. A slight pain throbbed in Lake's right fist, and he no longer maintained his arrogant demeanor, instead appearing somewhat disheveled as he desperately defended against the terrifying attacks. He had initially thought that breaking his seal would allow him to end this war with overwhelming force, but Lake never expected the data he possessed to be so flawed. Believing himself to possess combat power exceeding 1,000,000 trillion, he thought he could look down upon Gohan, who was only in the second state of Super Saiyan, especially since not long ago that legendary Super Saiyan's combat value was still beneath his own, while Gohan was already in the fourth state of Super Saiyan. However, the harshness of reality contradicted his ideal data. At this moment, Lake felt an intense urge to curse the head of the reconnaissance team for failing to ascertain his opponent's current strength, leaving him, who had always been arrogant, feeling this sense of suffocation for the first time. Lake could not care to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Lacking the ability to gauge energy, he could only rely on his external senses to capture his opponent's latest movements. But a sudden gust of wind took him by surprise, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Gohan's power continued to increase, and his speed was also escalating at that moment. Before Lake could defend, he saw Gohan's large hand extend like a ghost of death, grasping the sharp horn atop Lake's head, and with a swift pull easily flung Lake several thousand meters away. In a panic, Lake adjusted his body, but saw Gohan, who had been flying towards him from 100 meters away, suddenly blur, followed by a flash of golden light, striking his abdomen with tremendous force, propelling him over 10,000 meters into the sky. During this rapid ascent, Lake felt a sharp pain in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Having been knocked away twice, Lake was already at the edge of the atmosphere at a speed of several dozen kilometers per second. His body began to feel the intense heat generated by the friction with the atmosphere. This minor pain was enough to momentarily clear his mind. Yet within, he began to fear his opponent's terrifying capabilities, lamenting that his first battle would be against such a freak, while also seething with anger at the damned reconnaissance officer. Lake reignited a fierce flame of power within him, the high temperature radiating from him rivaling that of 10,000 degrees, so while enhancing his strength, he paid no mind to the slight effects of the heat. Muttering curses under his breath, Lake pierced through the atmospheric interference like a streak of light, flashing across the sky, rapidly approaching his opponent, the ever-smiling Gohan. Gohan did not rush to attack. Instead, he cunningly plotted watching Lake approach and swiftly retreated his speed, increasing continuously. Seeing Gohan retreat, Lake was even more infuriated, abruptly accelerating in an attempt to catch up with Gohan's movements. Suddenly, a realization hit him, and sensing something was amiss, he hastily tried to stop, only to find that his opponent had leaped into the air, delivering a sweeping kick to his chest that once again sent the careless Lake flying into the sky. "It's over," Gohan's cold voice echoed in Lake's ears as he ascended, feeling the warmth behind him. Before he could react, Gohan's right hand, glowing with gold, struck down on him, sending Lake crashing to the ground, where a massive imprint resembling a palm appeared amidst the dust. In the center of that imprint lay the battered Lake, who now crawled like a wounded creature, feeling dazed from the attacks, coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, and his gaze began to blur. Stepping into a new era, Gohan exhaled a breath of stale air, relaxing his body. But at this moment his temperament had changed, and he found himself enjoying the thrill of killing. After a moment of hesitation, his floating body dove down again, wanting to deliver a final blow to his opponent at this moment. In that instant, a change occurred once more as Gohan was about to unleash the gathered light in his fist. A white shadow pierced through from Gohan's right rear, moving with a speed beyond Gohan's perception, swiftly taking away the severely injured Krillin. Gohan frowned, a surge of murderous intent rising in his gaze. No longer concerned about his opponent's identity, he swung his fist, unleashing the most powerful strike of the battle thus far. The forceful ki blast shot forth, catching up with the white shadow in a mere moment. Boring. The figure of the white shadow seemed to sense something, and the once swiftly moving individual hovered in the air. Turning around, the mysterious person slowly raised their right index finger and pointed at Gohan's incoming attack. A ripple appeared at the tip of the mysterious person's finger, which then vibrated and disrupted Gohan's strike, leading to a shocking scene for Gohan. The opponent had actually neutralized his terrifying ki blast without causing an explosion, leaving only wisps of smoke dissipating into the air. Gohan gazed at the mysterious figure's appearance, halting his pursuit, his eyes fixed on the opponent, while his clenched fist trembled slightly, seemingly exhilarated by the strength of his adversary. "Let's end the battle, son Gohan. The outcome is decided, and you have won." The mysterious person coldly regarded Gohan, who was staring at him from 100 feet away, unperturbed, a figure feared even by the mysterious youth. At this moment, Krillin was gripped by the mysterious person's left hand on his shoulder. After stabilizing, Krillin's eyes narrowed as he recognized the figure, his expression shifting dramatically before quickly recovering. He smiled and said, "Hee, I didn't expect you to come, Jake, but you really lack awareness of your situation." Hearing Krillin's words, Gohan fell silent, yet his inner fighting spirit surged even more. Upon hearing his companion's words, the one called Jake glanced at Krillin in his grasp, emanating white beams of light from his palm. As he infused power, Krillin's injuries visibly healed at a rate perceptible to the naked eye. Without much debate, he released his left hand, coldly stating, "You should understand the situation." Upon hearing this, Krillin ceased to argue. Now possessing some energy, his healed body was able to float, hovering behind Jake. In a brief moment of silence, 4 beams of light flashed from the distance as Vegeta and his companions arrived at Gohan's side. Sensing the shift in battle, they rushed over, and upon seeing another mysterious figure, their expressions turned grim. The aura of the strikingly handsome youth far surpassed that of Krillin. At the moment, both sides were at a stalemate. A bright laughter echoed from the distant sky. A white beam flashed and appeared before Jake and Krillin, intensifying the tension on Gohan and others' faces as they sensed the presence of a third figure freezing the atmosphere. However, the mysterious youth seemed unbothered by the cold reception. With a cheerful expression, he spoke, "Hee, I apologize for the trouble caused. I would like to extend my apologies to everyone here." Amid the group's confusion, the youth bowed slightly, his somewhat sinister smile paired with a gentleman's demeanor. Gesturing to the 2 individuals beside him, he said softly, "My name is Jinri. These 2 are Jake and Krillin. We come from a distant part of the universe. What Krillin's earlier offensive action was merely a dialectic for a qualification match. Please forgive us." Qualification. Vegeta's face paled slightly at hearing this sharp remark, veiling his immense anger, but reason suppressed him, naturally aware that there were other implications behind the words. Gohan Ob and the others frowned, sensing that there was an underlying truth to this battle. With a glance at the change in the expressions of the others, Jinri's smile broadened, and he enunciated, "Universe Martial Arts Conference." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a great wave rising in their hearts, their minds repeating the phrase from the individual that was enough to stir the entire universe's martial world. Different regions, astonishing powers. The martial competition is divided into different levels, some being national, while others are global. Of course, some fighting-based planets also host interstellar martial competitions, but could there really be a universe martial conference? Is this an enormous lie, or is it an existence forgotten through the course of cosmic history? Unable to ascertain whether the universe martial conference truly exists for Vegeta, who has fought for nearly half a century, he too had never heard of such a martial event in the universe. However, from this suddenly appearing mysterious individual, they heard of such a martial gathering, whether it is true or not lies in their acceptance of it. Perhaps they all knew the answer, for the combative Scion's fear of battle was non-existent in their dictionary, only the thrill of combat remained. Scions are hailed as the strongest race in the universe, and at the same time their other moniker is battle maniacs. In the evolution of cosmic history, the origins of the Scion's strength are no longer verifiable, but one thing is certain: they are a warrior race that grows stronger with every battle. The fierce battle had come to a halt, yet the shock from earlier could not be subdued. The Dragon Ball fighters, sensing the appearance of more mysterious beings after the astonishing battle ceased, wore questioning expressions. Ugh, has the battle truly ended? The originally seated Master Roshi approached with a serious expression, questioning Tan, who was not far away. Having learned to sense energy, Master Roshi could genuinely feel the shock from the earlier fierce battle, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. It seems it really has come to a stop. But that power was... Tian's face also betrayed a hint of unease, as they still could not ascertain whether they were facing dangerous evil invaders from Earth, and Jake's effortless counter earlier made Tian's expression grow serious. True. Their power has already exceeded what we can detect. Master Roshi shook his head in disappointment, naturally recalling that 50 years ago Earth was still under his rule. Truly, time does not spare anyone, and changes are unpredictable. Beside them, Chi-Chi, Bulma, Krillin, and Android 18 also relaxed their breaths. Although they felt Gohan's power had increased significantly, everyone sensed the dread brought by the mysterious second figure, their expressions somewhat grim. Stepping into a new era 3. Still in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan asked directly, his confidence as unshaken as his overwhelming power. With no hesitation, he stood tall, fully aware that he was the sovereign guardian of Earth. Yes, we have come to invite you to the Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament. As the undisputed sovereigns of this world, you unquestionably qualify. Your strength has already been proven in battle against Kale. Jinyari gazed steadily at Gohan, his smile fading as he spoke with solemn sincerity. What exactly is the Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament? Vegeta felt a faint chill ripple through him at the sheer implausibility of it all. Yet an even deeper unease emanated from the mysterious, formidable youth standing before him. And why have I never heard of this before? Vegeta retorted, his proud brows knitted low, his piercing gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the stranger. All present voiced the same question in unison, and beneath the youth's palpable aura a collective shiver ran through them. All except Gohan transformed and hyper-focused. His attention was locked solely on Kale, a silent, enigmatic warrior who had effortlessly shattered Gohan's most devastating ki blast. Jinyari showed no surprise at their reactions. Calm and composed, he replied, naturally, the Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament is held once every 10 million years. It is the ultimate contest to crown the supreme sovereign of the cosmos, drawing every legendary warrior across the infinite expanse of the universe. A tournament held once every 10 million years. Goten, Trunks, and Ub exclaimed in astonishment. The timescale itself seemed unfathomably distant, its truth nearly indistinguishable from myth. So it truly gathers every mighty warrior across the cosmos. Vegeta appeared outwardly impassive, yet concealed beneath his stoicism surged fierce excitement. At the mere mention of such a blood-stirring contest, his Saiyan blood roared anew, his earlier tension melting away like mist under dawn light. During their brief exchange, Vegeta studied the stranger's demeanor closely. Kale stood apart, eyes closed in detached serenity. Kale's scarred companion, Kale, stood respectfully behind Jinyari, and the young speaker himself responded with unfailing courtesy. Vegeta inwardly weighed their expressions. They are likely no enemies. Their power is undeniable. There is no need for deception. In such a grand tournament, Gohan and Vegeta exchanged glances, each silently parsing the implications. After a thoughtful pause, they both returned to their usual composure, though Gohan's reply faltered mid-sentence. Jinyari, sensing the unspoken reservation, smiled gently. No problem. You may bring your families. However, there is one additional condition: Earth's most authoritative sovereign must also be invited to attend. Agreed, we'll handle that. Goten answered without hesitation. Naive and unversed in worldly cunning, he accepted the words at face value, his trust as pure as morning dew. His immediate assent startled the others. After all, securing royal endorsement was no trivial matter. Strange questioning glances flickered across the room. A faint awkwardness settled, but Goten merely smiled, already devising his plan. May I participate too? Ub lowered his head, hesitant. His name had not been mentioned, and he felt a quiet embarrassment rising as he spoke. Oh, Master Ub is certainly welcome. You are Earth's strongest warrior, and among the rare elite whose strength resonates across the cosmos. Recalling his father's instructions, Jinyari regarded Ub with gentle curiosity, a seemingly ordinary yet profoundly powerful earthling, before offering a serene, knowing smile. Really? That's incredible. Ub burst into joyful cheers, his earlier doubt dissolving like frost beneath sunlight. After the brief exchange, the visitors were invited to Vegeta's residence. As they sped toward it, Gohan glanced thoughtfully at the aloof, solitary Kale. Daddy. Little Pan came dashing forward, her small frame a blur of eager motion. Yet halfway there she froze, her eyes widening at the three unfamiliar figures behind Gohan. Though she had journeyed across the stars, Kale's unearthly presence captivated and unsettled her. What truly chilled her was the terrifying magnitude of their power. Their guests, Pan, Gohan said softly, catching her alarm. He turned toward Jinyari and his companions, adding warmly, all of them. Returned to his normal state, Gohan had shed his earlier ferocity, reverting to his gentle, scholarly calm. He smiled easily. The others emerging just behind heard his reassurance, but remained silent for now. Jinyari offered a wry, self-deprecating smile, acknowledging how his sudden arrival had rattled them all. Once introductions were made, the tension eased, and Bulma gracefully ushered everyone inside. The confrontation appeared to have ended, yet true conflict never ceases so simply. Across billions of years of cosmic evolution, how many beings have risen to dominate all? History itself stands as testimony. Nothing is absolute. So long as the will to fight endures, battle shall continue without end. Ever greater combat forges ever greater strength, and ever greater strength inevitably invites ever greater combat. Each feeds the other in an eternal cycle with no discernible origin or finality. After hours of playful chaos, even the robot Jiru began to feel a faint weariness. Bulma's household robots, long since subdued by this mischievous little tyrant, had surrendered to his superior intellect and charm. Despite his diminutive size, Jiru had ascended as undisputed commander of the entire robotic legion. Jiru possessed something rare among machines: genuine sentience, independent thought, and even whimsy. He sighed inwardly, forever the underdog in Pan's presence, so recruiting subordinates to vent his frustrations felt only natural. And oh, how satisfying it was to issue commands. Power, after all, carried its own intoxicating allure. Lost in thought, Jiru occasionally broke into a sly, mischievous chuckle. Just then, having finished reprimanding several underlings, he hovered contentedly in midair, drifting idly, still searching for something worthy of his attention. Jiru, come here. I need to speak with you. A voice materialized beside him, calm, familiar, yet resonant with gravity in the empty corridor. Jiru didn't flinch. Recognizing the timbre instantly, he spun around, and there stood Gohan, close and steady. Master Gohan. Without hesitation, Jiru floated over, tiny hands scratching his head in habitual nervousness. Jiru, I have a request. Something vital. I need your help. Gohan's expression was grave, yet his eyes crinkled faintly, struggling to suppress a smile at the irrepressible little robot before him. Yes, sir. Sensing the weight of the moment, Jiru straightened, his tone resolute. What secret task did Gohan entrust to Jiru? That remains between them alone. Yet this very secret would shape the fate of Earth. Stepping into a new era. Time flowed on. Night had fallen. Sensing an overwhelming aura, Vegeta ignited a fierce battle spirit. Proud and aloof, he held no interest in idle amusement. Upon his return, he immediately re-entered the gravity chamber, resuming training under ever more grueling conditions. After witnessing Gohan's performance today, Vegeta vaguely sensed that Gohan might have already surpassed him, yet he refused to admit it. To this day, only one being had ever earned his acknowledgement as truly superior. Father, do you truly trust them? Trunks stepped quietly into the gravity chamber, gazing at his father's weary, relentless figure. Absorbed in training, Vegeta had failed to sense his son's approaching ki, so when he finally noticed, he lifted his head with mild surprise and replied coolly, Yes, Trunks. I suppose the answer is yes. After all, given their status and strength, there would be no reason for them to resort to deception. If they harbored ill intent, their power alone would be more than sufficient to obliterate us. He imagined Jiren effortlessly shattering Gohan's most devastating strike. That may be true, but could there really be a universal martial arts tournament? Trunks pressed the question, tense with lingering doubt. Though still young and inexperienced, having endured countless cataclysmic battles, he could now detect something profoundly unnatural in the air. I cannot say for certain. A flicker of helplessness crossed Vegeta's eyes, his expression dimming. No one could fathom Vegeta's inner turmoil. Yet those few words stirred dormant shadows buried deep within his subconscious. The fact that such a grand tournament was utterly unknown to him pointed to a single grim possibility: his entire race must have suffered near total annihilation, erasing its history from his memory forever. Then why? Trunks began poised to continue. But Vegeta, now fully alert, cut him off. No, we need only remain vigilant. That is our sole, indispensable duty, for now. Now then, we should go welcome them. With that, Vegeta drew a deep breath and strode calmly out of the gravity chamber. Father. Trunks watched his father's retreating silhouette. At the edge of a window, Granola stood holding a glass of red wine, sauntering toward Gohan, who gazed serenely at the moon. After a delicate sip, Granola too raised his eyes to the silver orb above. The two stood in silence, until Granola broke it. Forgive my boldness, Mr. Gohan, but where precisely is your father at present? Though spoken softly, Granola's voice carried clearly to Gohan beside him. Startled, Gohan turned, and met Granola's own expression of quiet bewilderment. Granola knew son Goku's identity well, especially that legendary battle etched indelibly into his mind. Though he recalled Goku's power level at that time as merely 1,000,000 trillion, the fact that Goku had attained the 4th Super Saiyan transformation delivered a shockwave none of Gohan's generation could comprehend. Now Granola felt a pang of regret. He had journeyed across the cosmos with but one burning hope, to behold the true visage of that sovereign warrior. Yet before his arrival, Earth had birthed the evil dragon during preparations to host other universal warriors. And in the aftermath of that war, all trace of the sovereign vanished, as though erased from existence itself. Of course, arriving 6 months after the evil dragon incident, the very reason behind that delay, now stirred in Granola an infinite icy wave of murderous intent shimmering beneath his placid divine aura. I don't know, Gohan replied, glancing at Granola's face before turning away again, unaware of the fleeting flash of lethal resolve that crossed Granola's gaze. I understand. To gather intelligence on you, we've long deployed surveillance devices monitoring Earth, but solely due to the tournament. Please accept our apologies. Hearing Gohan's terse reply, Granola assumed it stemmed from disdain, and thus offered his own explanation. I understand your position, but regarding my father, I truly do not know. Not even the Dragon Balls or Shenron hold answers. Gohan, recognizing Granola's implication, chose candor over concealment, no longer believing the Dragon Ball's secret could remain hidden. Noting the sincerity in Gohan's eyes, Granola accepted the truth without protest. He gently swirled the wine in his glass, leaned comfortably against the wall, and closed his eyes in quiet contemplation. Gohan had no wish to elaborate further. His mind briefly replayed his earlier conversation with Kuru. Then, lifting his gaze to the full moon hanging like a flawless jade disc in the heavens, a subtle smile touched his lips. Without another word, he turned and rejoined the others in cheerful banter. 10 meters away, Jiren leaned alone against the wall, his usual expression one of detached indifference. Yet this time, unusually, he glanced toward Gohan, who laughed and played among the crowd. Even his normally impenetrable, forbidding gaze seemed to soften, lingering on Pan, Marin, and Bra. Do you still hate me? Jiren shook his head sharply, leaning back against the wall once more. A faint wry smile traced his stern features, while in his mind flashed a petite, fragile silhouette and her soft, trembling voice calling his name. As hosts Vegeta and Trunks stepped forward to greet their guests, Vegeta observed Granola closely, yet could not fathom the depth of calculation concealed behind that calm, youthful facade. Mid-conversation, Granola paused, a faint look of curiosity crossing his face. By the way, how did you persuade your king to accept our invitation? That depends on Mr. Satan, Trunks replied, having grasped Goten's intention, whereupon all eyes turned to the middle-aged man. Me? Huh, Mr. Satan blinked, pointing incredulously at himself, beads of sweat rolling down his temple as his expression froze in utter bewilderment. Everyone nodded knowingly in unison. Still baffled, Mr. Satan scratched the back of his head, lost in earnest, puzzled thought. Granola and Kale exchanged a glance, beginning for the first time to regard this seemingly unimpressive man with genuine attention. Yet they remained clueless as to why, mistaking his demeanor for mere harmless eccentricity. Inside the royal palace, Your Majesty, Mr. Satan requests an audience, announced a guard kneeling respectfully before the throne. Moi. The elderly, bespectacled Cat King frowned, adjusting his slipping spectacles. After brief reflection, he granted the request with quiet composure. Very well, show him in. Hey, Mr. Satan, what brings you here today? The benevolent monarch asked politely, without a trace of condescension. Though he held little esteem for this boastful world martial arts champion, the king deeply respected him as Earth's savior. Had it not been for Mr. Satan's warning, 6 months prior, that Earth faced imminent annihilation, humanity would have perished in that calamity. That debt of gratitude earned him enduring reverence. Yet the king harbored quiet doubts in the infamous Cell Games. The true victor might not have been the man standing before him. Your Majesty, I come bearing an invitation from noble emissaries hailing from distant galaxies. They wish to extend to you the honor of a cosmic voyage. Mr. Satan cut straight to the point. No pretense, no subterfuge. Upon grasping the request, the king's expression darkened instantly. After all, his presence symbolized Earth's very stability. Outrageous. Are you attempting to kidnap the king with such absurd pretexts? Barked a guard, stepping forward with imposing authority. Mr. Satan remained unfazed, his earthly prowess unmatched by any mortal. He mused confidently, though admittedly he still couldn't deflect bullets. No, last time it was Mr. Satan's forewarning of Earth's impending explosion that allowed us to evacuate in time and avert total catastrophe. Recalling that event, the king's hesitation dissolved entirely. But your majesty, this request is simply too preposterous. Even if it is Mr. Satan, please do not consent. Your safety remains Earth's paramount concern, pleaded the guard, flustered. Mr. Satan dismissed the remark without rancor. He had dealt with far more influential figures than this narrow-minded guard, and considered it beneath his dignity to engage. No, I believe there is sound reasoning behind this. Am I correct, Mr. Satan? The kind monarch smiled warmly once more. Indeed, your majesty. A universal martial arts tournament will soon be held across the cosmos. Since Earth has qualified representatives, protocol dictates that Earth's sovereign ruler attend as official witness. Oh, then who represents Earth? Is it you, Mr. Satan? Captivated by the stirring term, the king leaned forward eagerly. No, merely several of my disciples, replied Mr. Satan, concealing the scion's identities and indulging as ever in embellished self-praise. Ah, splendid. This is Earth's great honor. I accept their invitation. When shall we depart? The king spoke with easy, confident assent. At dawn the day after tomorrow, at Dr. Bulma's backyard. Mr. Satan bowed respectfully, inwardly elated at having fulfilled his task. Very well, see you then. The king smiled, adjusting his spectacles as he watched Mr. Satan depart. As Mr. Satan walked steadily away, the guard whispered anxiously, Your Majesty, truly you will grant his request. His gaze never left Mr. Satan's retreating form. Yes, for he is our greatest hero. The king's eyes held unwavering conviction, but his thoughts drifted to another hero entirely. That boy who once saved the world. Has the agreement been secured? Mr. Satan. Pan rushed forward as he entered, bursting with impatience. How did it go, Mr. Satan? Everyone gathered around him while Vegeta stood apart, leaning coolly against the wall. Of course. My title isn't earned in vain. Nothing on this earth can thwart me. I am the world martial arts champion, Mr. Satan himself. Even kings bow slightly in my presence. A flush of pride warmed his cheeks. He reveled in the prestige of his role. Wonderful. Cheers erupted from the group, and even Vegeta's lingering skepticism melted away with the news. Day 3. Dad, have you seen Kuru anywhere these past 2 days? Pan scanned the area, brow furrowed in frustration. Still no sign of the mischievous robot. Ah, Kuru. I haven't seen him either. Gohan replied hesitantly, a fleeting shadow crossing his features, clearly unwilling to reveal Kuru's whereabouts. Where could he possibly be? He knows full well we leave today, yet he's off wandering somewhere. Pan complained. Is that so? Well, we've no choice. We're about to depart, and there's no time to search for him. Gohan gently stroked Pan's hair. I suppose he sensed danger, and backed out. Pan sighed reluctantly, nodding. A dark thought flickered through her mind. Just wait till I get back. I'll make that wretched Kuru pay. With a dejected step, she boarded the starship. Is anyone still missing from the vessel? Granola called out from aboard his ship. Then, we depart. Wait. Don't forget old Master Roshi. A booming voice rang out. Master Roshi waved frantically with his left hand, dragging a massive suitcase, with his right sprinting toward the ship with surprising speed. Oh, all eyes turned to the jovial elder. Cough, cough, cough. Made it just in time. Roshi gasped, drawing a long, relieved breath. Master Roshi, will you be joining us too? Gohan asked, surprised. Naturally. A universal martial arts tournament comes but once in a lifetime. I wouldn't miss it for the world. His sunglasses gleamed oddly in the light. Is that so? Or are you hoping to catch a glimpse of some cosmic beauties, eh? Pan teased, cocking an eyebrow and drawing out her words with playful sarcasm. What? You saw through me. Roshi blushed crimson, flustered beyond measure. Everyone burst into laughter. All right, launch. Granola commanded. Affirmative, destination base. Engaging propulsion. The starship vanished, faster than light. At last, Gohan and his companions soared beyond Earth into the boundless cosmos. What trials and encounters awaited them in that vast, uncharted expanse. At the dawn of this new age, uncertainty still veils the horizon. One truth stands clear: adventure and battle have begun anew. The saga of Dragon Ball continues, officially. Looking at the vastness of the universe, even though traveling at superluminal speeds, it was merely a slow turtle in the cosmos. Such a scene testifies to the grandeur of the universe. Are the Scions truly the absolute rulers? Perhaps this is a perplexing thought. After organizing their belongings on the spaceship, everyone gathered in the spacious command hall chatting and laughing in anticipation of the upcoming cosmic adventure. It feels pretty good. It seems we really should go out and explore the outside world sometime. Beulah leaned over the hatch gazing out at the colorful nebulae, and at that moment the beauty of a woman's nature was once again revealed in her slightly dazed eyes. The outside world is so much more fun. Xiao Fang also leaned against the hatch, her head resting on the windowsill. However, her initially cheerful mood suddenly dimmed as she caught a glimpse of Goku's smiling face from the outside world, recalling the adventures of the past year, leaving her with mixed emotions. Sensitive to Xiao Fang's sudden melancholy, Beulah knew vaguely about Goku's situation. Her dreamy gaze softened as she gently stroked Xiao Fang's hair, smiling as she said, "Don't forget Marin asked us to take many photos for her. It's her fault. They already grouped together to travel to Country M, and Uncle Clint had to apply for this opportunity for nearly half a year. It's quite the dilemma. Indeed, that really puts Marin in a tough spot. The way she looked like she wanted to cry was so cute. I really wanted to pinch her back then. You're so reckless." Seeing Xiao Fang brighten up, Beulah raised her hand and lightly tapped Xiao Fang on the head, prompting the latter to stick out her tongue in protest. Xiaoku unusually opened his eyes. Hearing the playful banter between Xiao Fang and Beulah, he felt no disgust, but instead focused on their antics, while the graceful figure in his mind became even clearer. If only you could be like them. Xiaoku thought to himself, revealing a smile for the first time, though the slight upward curve of his lips went unnoticed. He had not laughed for a long time, and in this moment he felt a stranger to the sensation of smiling. As for Laiku, he had suffered serious injuries. Although Xiaoku had used his power to heal him considerably, it was merely a superficial recovery. Even though he had treated his internal injuries through machinery these days, he still needed to rest alone for a while. After 2 or 3 days of interaction, Gohan and the others had changed their attitude towards Genelai significantly. From the gentlemanly demeanor of the other party, they sensed his apology for the previous offense, leading to a more harmonious relationship. "Genelai, may I ask how long it will take us to reach the competition site?" After organizing his things, Gohan also entered the command hall, only to realize he was the last to arrive due to the numerous books he had to deal with. He chuckled at his bookworm habits. However, he still formally asked Genelai, who was seated at the front, "Oh." Genelai glanced at Gohan as he walked and nodded, and then pondered for a moment as he had visited several other planets along the way to welcome other competitors before smiling and responding, "It will take about 3 months to get from here to the base. If you find the journey tedious and want to train a bit, you can go to the gravity chamber." Gravity chamber? Gohan was somewhat surprised by this answer. He turned to look at the familiar towering figure and secretly chuckled at Vegeta's severe inclination for self-inflicted suffering, though he dared not voice it. "Is there a gravity chamber here?" Vegeta, who had been pondering against the wall, calmly opened his eyes and spoke in a slightly indifferent tone. "Yes, it can be adjusted to about 1.0 times Earth's gravity," Genelai replied, clearly surprised by Vegeta's attitude, yet familiar with the proud and combative nature of the warrior. He indeed admired Vegeta. A warrior doesn't solely win everything with superior strength. Truly great warriors also require a certain demeanor. Vegeta's aloof and proud character reveals his extraordinary qualities. Does that mean we would have to endure a weight of 1.000 tons? Trunks exclaimed, glancing nervously at his father, internally praying to Buddha to spare him from such a prison sentence. After all, in his family's gravity chamber, the maximum load was only 5.0 tons, and he could only handle such a monstrous weight after transforming into Super Saiyan 1. If it weren't for Vegeta's insistence, Trunks would never have taken on training under such extreme conditions. But that was already years ago. Haha, that's truly an extreme training regimen. Goten began to complain. "Yes, so we can train together." OOB surprisingly replied with some excitement, perhaps influenced by Goku over the years. Hearing this rebellious suggestion, Goten and Trunks shot OOB a fierce glare, their murderous looks making OOB feel uneasy, though he was clueless as to what he had said wrong. But Beulah, on the other hand, was somewhat indifferent, simply sighing softly. Another single-celled person has emerged. As Trunks' sister, Beulah was well aware that her playful older brother could not endure hardship, and both she and Goten possessed a terrifying talent that made others envious, yet they couldn't advance to a higher level due to their inability to endure hardship. However, it cannot be denied that over the years this golden duo had improved significantly through their playful antics. That said, Beulah was also uninterested in the excessive training, as she was used to her father's harsh training conditions. Xiao Fang nodded like a chick pecking at rice in agreement. "Moi." OOB caught a whisper from Dula, feeling a bit shy as he lowered his head. Vegeta was slightly surprised, but still bore a satisfied smile as he asked, "Where is the gravity chamber?" His cold demeanor remained relatively unchanged, and Vegeta, who was accustomed to solitude and training, was not good at communication. His expression devoid of waves looked at Genelai as he asked somewhat rudely. "It's just down on that level." Genelai smiled politely in response. However, one of his attendants clearly showed disdain for Vegeta's proud nature, expressing dissatisfaction in his heart and even in his expression, while Siaka remained motionless, meditating quietly at the side. "The Cosmic Warrior assaults the Scions too." "Thanks. I won't hold back," Vegeta replied, turning on his heel and striding away from the command chamber with a mere flick of his hand. As Vegeta's retreating figure faded into the distance, the air grew heavy and still. What then does power truly signify? The king sat nearby, one hand holding a delicate saucer, the other suspended midair with a teacup. Yet he forgot entirely to sip the steaming brew upon hearing Vegeta's haughty words. His gaze remained fixed upon that departing silhouette. Faintly, almost imperceptibly, it overlapped in his mind with that of a mysterious figure who had appeared during the Cell Games. Could it be them? The king raised his cup, savoring the subtle, fragrant notes of the tea, while his peripheral vision discreetly scanned those around him. "What an arrogant fool. He's your disciple, Mr. Satan." A standing guard, unable to tolerate Vegeta's demeanor, scoffed inwardly. After all, though Vegeta stood nearly 2 meters tall, to this towering sentinel, over 2 meters himself, the Scion Prince seemed no taller than a child. Sensing the guard's contemptuous stare, the narrow-minded disdain of a frog at the bottom of a well, Mr. Satan's temper flared. Inwardly he snarled, "Were you not the king's guard, I'd teach you a lesson you'd never forget. This dog who judges men by their stature." Yet for now Mr. Satan dared not speak aloud. Years spent alongside Goku and his companions had taught him well their senses were preternaturally acute. Only after Vegeta had vanished through the automatic doors, and they sealed shut behind him, did Mr. Satan finally break the silence with practiced bravado. "He's not technically my disciple. Not really. His strength rivals that of my eldest student, but he takes no orders from me. One careless word, and you might find yourself flattened before you even realize what happened." He then took a refined sip of tea beside the king, feigning aristocratic composure as he delivered his commentary. Stung by Mr. Satan's veiled mockery, the guard bristled, ready to retort, until the king's sharp glance silenced him. Swallowing his indignation, he simmered in silent resentment. Foolish beyond reckoning. Many in the room shared that unspoken thought regarding the burly, thick-witted guard with icy detachment. "Oh dear, that was rather rude of Vegeta. Please forgive him, Lord Genii," Bulma interjected swiftly, offering a warm, courteous apology with practiced grace. No harm done. Scions are by nature fiercely devoted to battle. As hosts, we must treat our guests with utmost respect." Lord Genii smiled warmly in reply. Well informed as he was, he knew full well that this woman before him ranked among Earth's most brilliant scientists and inventors. The previously frosty atmosphere softened, then settled once more into tranquil calm. Walking alone down the empty corridor, Vegeta's brow remained furrowed. To one ever vigilant, nothing here could yet be declared peaceful. Their origins remained unknown, their identities deliberately concealed. Yet instinct whispered they bore no ill intent. If they were invaders, their power would have crushed the Scions effortlessly. But was reality truly so simple? Vegeta pondered this question deeply. Then unbidden, Goku's face flashed across his thoughts. "Kakarot, how would you read this situation?" Almost instantly he shook his head with a wry self-mocking smile. "Have I truly begun relying on him now? How absurd, I the proud Scion Prince. Perhaps power is everything after all." Unaware, guided by a trembling attendant, Vegeta reached the corridor's end, where a single door awaited. "Is this the gravity chamber?" He glanced at the engraved plaque above the door, then pressed the activation panel. With a soft hiss, the door slid open, and he stepped inside. The attendant behind him exhaled in profound relief. Bearing the oppressive aura of a tyrant like Vegeta was no trivial burden. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, he hurried off to report. Vegeta paused, mildly astonished by the machinery before him. Though he'd seen advanced technology at home, these devices matched, or even surpassed, them in sophistication, their stark monolithic forms radiating an almost palpable weight. This central apparatus must regulate and manipulate gravity. Drawing on logic, he approached and declared, "Very well, let's begin at 10,000 times standard gravity." Beyond the orbit of a colossal planet, space itself tore open, a jagged vortex of obsidian light flaring into existence. From its depths emerged a lone figure wreathed in coiling black mist, flanked by 2 rows of over a dozen robed figures clad in utter darkness. Something urgent." His eerie snow-white eyes swept over the kneeling subordinates, and with a pulse of divine sense, he voiced his query, curious yet detached. "Lord Xiaoyuo, Lord Meluo requests your immediate return to the demon realm. intoned a foremost black-robed figure bowing low voice trembling with reverence and fear. Oh, and what precisely did Meluo say? Xiaoyuo's brow tightened, his tone betraying genuine interest in his peer's summons. According to Lord Meluo's own words, the sovereign of demons has awakened. The messenger faltered further under Xiaoyuo's chilling aura, his body quaking uncontrollably. The sovereign of demons. Xiaoyuo's expression transformed, shock surging beneath his shifting visage, revealing raw exhilaration and absolute reverent awe for that godlike sovereign. Ha ha ha. Meluo, you spoke true. 400 years ago you forcibly roused me from slumber. You told me then of the sovereign's imminent return. I dismissed it as folly. Yet now it unfolds before me. Indeed, you, my comrade, proved far more perceptive than I ever imagined. Xiaoyuo's divine sense surged outward, carrying those words directly into the minds of every demon present. Their faces paled in unison. Before they could beg for mercy, Xiaoyuo flicked his right hand, and a razor-thin blade of pure void cleaved through each of them, cutting them down where they knelt. Even in death their eyes remained wide with disbelief. The ancient truth echoed anew, serving a sovereign is like treading beside a tiger. They had paid the ultimate price for knowing too much. Yes, those who learn the truth must die. Isn't that so, Meluo? Ah, Meluo, let me calculate. Millions of years have passed since my last return. These self-proclaimed demon kings, each more incompetent than the last, truly are pathetic. No wonder the demon realm has decayed into such a hollow shell. Their puppet monarchs deserve only my contempt. Now that the sovereign of demons has awakened, the game shall at last begin in earnest. With a single downward gesture, Xiaoyuo rent the void before him, a jagged rift tearing open in the fabric of space. Then without hesitation he stepped through and vanished from that realm forever. A string of data flickered across the vast computer screen, a luminous blip on the radar steadily approached the center. Report, young master, our sensors have detected Captain Nita's vessel from the Y Galaxy approaching our position, a subordinate announced. Oh, so they've completed their mission precisely on schedule, Janirai murmured softly, his tone devoid of arrogance, yet his smile held an unsettling, enigmatic quality. Prepare the reception gate and welcome them aboard. After all, guests are always to be honored, Janirai commanded, his smile deepening. Yes, sir. The subordinate bowed and withdrew, then proceeded to carry out the order at his station. Stubborn temperament. Yet I despise such men, a gruff, commanding voice declared with unmistakable disdain. Damn you. What is your true intent? A man knelt on the floor, his voice raw with fury and bitter regret. Blood-splattered corpses lay nearby, whose own body bore grievous wounds. Only now did he realize, too late, that he had invited wolves into his den. Ha ha ha. Nothing at all. You merely mentioned your headquarters was preparing to receive the Scionts. And since the Scionts are the sovereigns of the cosmos, we simply wished to behold their majesty firsthand. A man sat calmly in the central seat, chin resting lightly in his palm, gazing down with cold contempt upon the defeated warrior before him. The one who had spoken earlier stood to his left. Humph, spare your empty words. Your scheme runs far deeper than this. What exactly do you intend to do to the young master, you wretches? The warrior, still on his knees, spat the words out, trembling with rage as he strained to rise. But the futile effort drew only a faint frown from the man seated at the center. With a single finger lowered, an overwhelming aura descended, crushing the warrior back onto the floor with a thunderous hollow thud. In that instant, the kneeling man's face paled. Humiliated beyond endurance, he glared upward, teeth clenched, eyes burning with a hunger to tear his tormentor limb from limb. He's got a sharp mind, doesn't he? Brother, this feeble creature isn't worth our cruelty. Let us unveil our grand design instead. Let these insignificant beings tremble at its magnitude, lest they remain forever trapped in their shallow wells. Another figure, standing to the right, sneered at the broken warrior. A plan? What plan? The kneeling man's eyes widened in sudden alarm, and he blurted out the question, breathless and desperate. Indeed, it's no great secret. Ancient texts revealed a hidden link between the Scionts and the cosmic martial arts tournament. As cosmic sovereigns, the Scionts must guard profound secrets. If we eradicate them first, the Lee Sands shall ascend as the new rulers of the universe and claim all the power that entails. Wouldn't you agree? Respected Captain Nita, the middle-aged man seated at the center smiled faintly, then produced a tattered ancient scroll from nowhere, igniting it instantly with a burst of flame until it crumbled into ash. He crushed the ashes in his palm and let them scatter silently onto the floor. What a... You actually harbored such madness. You're utterly insane. Captain Nita stared in disbelief at the three figures before him. The moment the scroll appeared, his heart had surged with shock, but as the last ember faded, he snapped back to reality and roared in fury. Enough talk, or I won't hesitate to end you first. The man on the left spoke with casual menace, his gaze sharp and predatory, a silent promise that silence would be the only path to tomorrow's dawn. Leader, urgent signal from the distant flagship. They request rendezvous and the reception gate has been opened. Oh, really? The man blinked, then burst into hearty laughter. Fortune favors us. Proceed immediately. Energized, he sprang upright. Disaster. Young master. The kneeling man shuddered, recalling the trio's malevolence, and whispered a silent, desperate prayer. Hiss, the hatch slid open. First to appear were the welcoming attendants. The middle-aged man walked beside Captain Nita, flanked by his two companions, his gaze icy, dismissive, sweeping over the reception party with undisguised contempt. Greetings, Captain Nita. The attendant bowed deeply. No tricks, warned the listen, pressing a cold finger against Nita's lower back, a quiet, lethal reminder of imminent death. Yes, nothing concerns you further. Where is the young master? I wish to present these guests to him, Nita replied, bowing his head in reluctant submission. The young master awaits in the reception chamber. Very well, let us go. The four figures moved forward together, stepping toward the same destination. As they entered the reception chamber, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed instinctively. An acrid scent of danger prickled his senses. His eyes swept the opulent interior where several figures sat composed and still. At the precise moment his gaze locked with Gohan's, a blade-sharp wave of killing intent pierced his being. He smiled faintly, already briefed by Nita about the host's allies, and now recognizing the stranger before him as a scion. Gohan too sensed their arrival, their brazen, probing aura sweeping the room like a storm front. Its simmering brutality kindled his ire, and he met it heat-in with unyielding resolve. Gotenub and Trunks instantly perceived the shift. They broke off their conversation with Jinairai and turned, eyes locking onto the imposing figure at the threshold. Ah, host and guests alike are assembled. How convenient. Greetings, we are the Lee Sins you invited. I am Kelly, the one on my left is Sa, the one on my righty. Kelly unleashed a surge of power, shattering Gohan's oppressive aura without preamble or pretense. What does this mean? One of Jinairai's attendants standing behind him stepped forward angrily. What is the meaning of this? Merely a greeting and an introduction, Kelly replied coolly. Stand down. Unless you wish to die here and now, the attendant snarled, lunging forward, only to be halted by Jinairai's raised hand. Do you truly possess such strengths? Sa taunted. You. The man flushed with humiliation. Meanwhile, the third Lee Sin, Zeke, remained aloof, indifferent. Enough, Fim, do not act rashly. Still, I must ask, Kelly, what does this demonstration signify? As guest you bear expectations, so what precisely brings you here? Jinairai extended his right hand, once more gently restraining Fim. There is nothing much. Oh, we just want to meet the Scions, right, Sa-e? Kelly sneered. What? The expressions of Goten, Obi, and Trunks changed in surprise, while Gohan merely looked on with indifference. Or are you three also Scions? Kelly observed their reactions, and upon seeing Gohan's indifference felt a sudden jolt in his heart. What is your purpose? Do you intend to fight the Scions? Neri asked casually, though the tea in his cup rippled from the fluctuations in the air. No, it's nothing much. I was just thinking. If we could take down the Scions first, we would become the new rulers, and then we could quickly advance to the finals, right, Prince Neri? Neri. Gohan's expression changed at Kelly's words, fixing his gaze directly on the man, his tone hinting at anger and a desire for a satisfactory answer. Goten and the others also looked at Neri with barely concealed anger. Neri's smile faded as he sensed Gohan's chill. He could only nod in acknowledgement, explaining, This isn't much of a secret, and my father was supposed to discuss this with you personally, since I don't know much about the fighting tournament. Gohan did not comment on such a response. Goten and the others also chose not to pursue it further and continued to lock eyes with Kelly and the others. Are we starting the battle now? Goten and Trunks both gazed intently at their opponents, speaking in deep, hushed tones. Yes, Prince Neri, this can be considered the elimination round, indicating that it is merely a battle between us. So please do not interfere, Kelly said with a wicked smile. Neri understood that the battle was unavoidable and sighed, saying, However, you cannot fight here. You can go to the gravity chamber to battle instead. It is made of super alloy and can withstand powerful attacks. All right, whatever. Both sides agreed, and in an instant the fighting spirit surged. Cough, cough. Vegeta was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. After a long period of training, he was now lying on the ground, staring up at the ceiling of the gravity chamber, reflecting on the events of the past few days. Yet at this moment his brow furrowed again, muttering to himself, Oh, what a troublesome and boring matter. Vegeta sensed the fighting spirit from both sides, even at a distance of 10 zhang from Gohan and the others, and naturally figured out the general situation. Propping himself up, slightly fatigued, he waited with interest. Just then the door opened automatically, and several figures stepped inside. Neri walked in front, not making eye contact with Vegeta in the room, and turned back to the seven behind him, saying, "This is it." Kelly initially thought the room was empty, but when he glanced in, his mind jolted as he made contact with Vegeta's eyes, which flashed like lightning, feeling a sense of oppression. However, he laughed and shook his head, dispelling the overwhelming aura somewhat. Sa and E, who were behind Kelly, also felt a tremendous pressure upon seeing Vegeta's not-so-tall figure. They halted their disdainful taunts and looked at the towering figure in fear. Vegeta did not speak directly. After Kelly easily dispelled his oppressive aura, he slightly furrowed his brow, but a hint of satisfaction appeared at the corner of his mouth, seemingly pleased with the opponent's strength. "Dad," Trunks was about to remind Vegeta about the circumstances. But Vegeta waved his hand, indicating that he had already guessed the intentions of the opponent, and he indeed knew from Gohan's expression who they were. A seasoned warrior like himself was naturally aware of unnecessary troubles. "You are also a scion, right? We are Listens, and we are here to challenge you." Kelly suddenly raised his aura, directly breaking through the energy field created by Vegeta's presence, launching several wind blades forward. Vegeta made little movement, merely chuckling at Kelly's self-display as if watching a clown. Even though the opponent provoked him with the wind blades, Vegeta remained calm. Trunks, Goten, and OOB all felt the overwhelming pressure, unable to bear it instantly, due to the suddenness of the opponent's action, causing them to involuntarily retreat slightly to stabilize their footing. Gohan also found the opponent's antics silly, letting out a light sigh as he dissipated the pressure in front of him. Neri and the evil Jack behind him were equally dismissive, a trace of energy emanating from their bodies completely unfazed. However, FIM beside them struggled to withstand the pressure, while the remaining subordinates fared somewhat poorly under the assault of that power. That guy, seeing Vegeta's disdainful gaze, refused to bear such contempt, and after cursing loudly, he prepared to attack. Just as he was about to unleash his attack, a large hand covered his mouth, and a pair of cold eyes appeared before him. As fear began to rise in his heart, he heard an emotionless voice in his ear. "Sleep now." Boom! A loud bang suddenly erupted in the gravity chamber. Luckily, Vegeta had adjusted the gravity here to 30,000 times, preventing the first strike from piercing the spaceship. However, the immense impact still slammed SAS' head forcefully into the ground, creating a dent in the surrounding area, and blood flowed from S's nostrils as he fell into a state of unconsciousness. Kelly's eyes widened. He only saw a dark shadow flash past him. Realizing something was off, he turned to see the truth, only to find Vegeta half squatting on the ground, his hand resting near Ace's mouth, yet the latter's eyes were even colder and more ruthless. A strong sense of life and death crisis surged through Kelly's heart. He completely disregarded his comrade's life and death, and his figure darted several meters away. E, reacting more slowly, also noticed the shocking scene at this moment, his scalp tingling in fear. However, before he could devise a countermeasure, Vegeta's figure vanished again. E's face turned pale with horror. His figure blurred as he attempted to escape immediately, but he suddenly reappeared in place, feeling warmth at the back of his head, and before he could react, he was pressed down by Vegeta's large hand from behind. After flipping 90 degrees, he kissed the ground intimately. His head crashed into the surface, sustaining injuries on par with his friend Sa. The two loud bangs shook the spaceship, and the frequency of the tremors happened within the same second. Such two attacks could be deemed true instant kills. Goten, Trunks, and OOB were astonished by Vegeta's rapid surge in power, staring dumbfounded at the formidable Vegeta. Gohan cleverly grasped the fleeting changes in Vegeta's aura, smiling knowingly as he relaxed his brow. Neri silently contemplated watching Vegeta's might, while the indifferent Jack behind him remained aloof, exuding an air of indifference. Witnessing his companion being explosively taken down once again, Kelly felt cold and terrified. He swiftly retreated from his opponent. And his own power finally burst forth, shaking the entire gravity chamber with a sudden release of azure energy. Boring. Kelly still tried to struggle, but as those words fell from his lips, Vegeta also increased the power and speed of his attacks. A heavy elbow strike landed in Kelly's abdomen, the transmitted force instantly spreading throughout his body, shattering all of Kelly's defenses. A single strike determined the outcome. The blurred figure remained vividly clear in his mind, and though not tall, it felt immense in his spiritual sense. No. Impossible. No. Kelly embraced his abdomen with both arms, saliva mixed with blood trickling from his mouth. In disbelief, he looked up at Vegeta, who was already turning away. Fury was accompanied by endless fear, and without much thought, the next moment his vision darkened and he collapsed to the floor. Arrogant fool. As Vegeta stepped out of the gravity chamber, he coldly uttered a shocking remark, disregarding the people present and leaving alone. The three of them, still in shock, reminisced about the three scenes from earlier, particularly struck by Vegeta's words. They had not even seen Vegeta's figure move during the battle. Such an overwhelming victory was completely beyond their expectations. After all, they all knew that while Kelly's strength wasn't particularly formidable, defeating them would indeed require Goten and Trunks to transform into Super Saiyans. Gohan was equally taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Vegeta's transformation over the past 6 months. However, remembering Vegeta's self-torturous training methods, Gohan smiled wryly in understanding. Neri also chuckled bitterly, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to handle the situation, his gaze lingering on the departing figure, his original smile revealing a more peculiar expression. Jack finally opened his eyes, watching Vegeta's figure disappear after turning around. He shook his head, lost in his thoughts. Thus, a farcical scene ended with a sense of amusement. New Battle 1. In a world bathed in holy light and vibrant colors, a massive crystal throne floated in this spacious realm, upon which sat a frail old man teetering on the brink of death. Though his vitality still lingered, the old man was acutely aware that due to a certain incident his life had to be sharply reduced, and the days remaining to him were few. With his eyes half closed, the deeply wrinkled and worn face of the old man appeared weary. After expelling a heavy breath, he murmured inaudibly to outsiders, "I can't find it. Will the prophecy truly come to pass? Ancestors, the riddles you left behind are too many. But which one truly reflects your intent?" The old man sighed deeply, only to be interrupted by a violent cough that shook his frail body. In this world, he was the sole entity. Amidst the torment, he slowly regained his composure and solemnly uttered 3 words, "Sigh." Yen. Now this novel's view count exceeds 100, yet only 50 collections have been made. The disparity seems unusual, thus verification is needed. Former TL friends need not assist in inflating the data or comment for now, as I urgently require genuine statistics. If you believe I am deceiving you, feel free to remove this book from your shelves on Monday. I wish to verify the authentic data of this book over the next 3 days, and also to confirm a troubling suspicion in my heart. The lush green earth under the embrace of life nourished all things to grow. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a gentle breeze brought a tranquil sense of comfort. The sunlight wasn't blinding, but radiated a soft warmth. The sound of babbling brooks filled the air as tiny droplets danced playfully, composing a serene melody. A faint breeze stirred, and a massive azure-green dragon moved gracefully through the air, its wooden-colored horns framing eyes that occasionally shone with a red glow. Its long whiskers swayed with the wind, exuding an aura of silent majesty. It was the dragon that had been missing for half a year. It seems things are much more complicated. Did I make a mistake? The dragon bowed its head, lost in self-reflection. My memories are merely fragments. I don't know where that guy has gone. It's truly a headache. Has the prophecy really arrived? Then I have no choice but to proceed. The awakened dragon seemed to curse someone under its breath. Having made a decision, it began to validate the prophecy's accuracy, even if it meant gambling with its ultimate fate. With determination, the dragon's eyes flashed a red light, and then space several feet ahead began to twist in a spiral. After the red light vanished, a petite figure stepped out from the shattered void. That familiar form, that playful and charming face, that signature action. "Goku, moi." Goku called forth by the dragon smiled as he rubbed his spiky hair, his youthful face reflecting his simple-minded intelligence. His bare torso was adorned with tattered blue clothing wrapped around his waist. Little Goku used his index finger to wipe his nose, ignoring his dusty appearance, and instead asked, "Dragon, is there something important? Why did you call me back so urgently?" It turned out that since Goku had come to this unknown mystical space with the dragon, he had grown restless with loneliness and had persuaded the dragon to allow him to train in other dimensional universes. Although the universes he reached didn't have many formidable opponents, Goku still enjoyed challenging the emperors of those realms in a normal manner. Goku also felt that due to the influence of the Black Star Dragon Balls, the powers and physical abilities he had once lost were gradually recovering through the past 6 months of training. Even though his body remained that of a child, Goku knew that his current strength far surpassed that of 6 months ago. The dragon did not respond directly. Sensing Goku's renewed strength, a conclusion formed in its mind, yet it still did not understand why that guy would act in such a manner considering Goku's identity. As the dragon paused its speculation, it took a deep breath, looking silently at the sky. Seeing the dragon lost in thought, Goku realized the complexity of the situation, but as someone who typically avoided probing into issues, still asked, "Dragon, what's wrong? Why are you staring at the sky in a daze?" I have a bad premonition." "Goku." The dragon turned its head to look at the freshly trained Goku, sighing in response. "What are you talking about? Is there a new enemy?" "But Gohan, Vegeta, and the others will protect the universe. Haha, you can rest easy," Goku said innocently, hands clasped behind his head, eyes closed, swaying leisurely. "No, this catastrophe is not so easily resolved. The opponent's power is far beyond that of the evil dragons." The dragon spoke gravely, its already melancholic tone deepening the somber atmosphere. No way. Goku opened his eyes, halting his swaying body, half believing, glancing sideways with a hint of regret, thinking what a pity, I won't get to fight him. Really? Goku, I've thought about it for a long time. Now you must return to the universe. I believe you are the only one who can avert this calamity. The dragon raised its head, contemplating the sky, remembering the chaotic fragments of memories that contained several versions of the prophecy. Is that true? Goku's eyes lit up with excitement as he gazed eagerly at the dragon, seemingly afraid it would suddenly change its mind again. His eyes were filled with uncontainable excitement, and after receiving the dragon's second affirmation, the enthusiastic Goku began to leap for joy. There's one more thing. Your body has shrunk due to the Black Star Dragon Balls, which is disadvantageous for you, especially since your strength is also suppressed. Now let me restore you to your former self, so you will have a greater chance of success. The dragon turned to look at little Goku, who was circling around him. Really? That's fantastic. Thank you, dragon, haha. Goku hopped around the dragon again in delight. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon's eyes emitted a red light that illuminated the proud Goku. Then Goku's body began to change, his muscles rippled, and his bones crackled, as he gradually grew taller. After enduring a bit of pain, the petite figure finally regained its former tall stature, and the robust Goku reappeared before us. While restoring Goku's body, the dragon also reclaimed Goku's clothes, greatly enhancing their durability. In an instant, Goku's sturdy form released a fierce aura, and the disturbance in the energy field shocked the dragon. Haha, this is truly wonderful. I've finally returned to an adult form. With his body restored, Goku's voice also changed. He looked at his physique, running his hands over his firm chest muscles, feeling quite satisfied. Thank you, dragon. Then let's set off now. The dragon concealed its inner shock, knowing time was of the essence, and said no more. Its eyes emitted red light again, and as it reflected off Goku, the robust figure vanished in an instant, sending Goku on his way. The formal verification of the prophecy begins. But the dragon continued to gaze gloomily at the empty sky, falling into deep thought, pondering, can he stop this calamity? However, he is, after all, a Scion, the legendary Super Scion. A new battle. Part 2. The perspective shifts to the King of Worlds realm. It remains as serene as ever, for this realm is undoubtedly one of the few places in the universe where no one, including the gods of the mortal world, can reach. The environment is no less than that of Earth, truly a land of abundance in the universe. Having followed Wukong to the King of Worlds realm, and with no home to return to, the father and son of Shuolang, the two universe beings encountered when Wukong fell into the skeleton space, also known as the game space. They still live in the King of Worlds realm. Moreover, having become familiar with the King of Worlds, they freely traverse and play in this realm without restraint, occasionally provoking the old King of Worlds crystal ball to observe the environment outside the universe, laughing and joking, while the old King of Worlds and the King of Worlds sit on a large rock, leisurely fishing, their eyes closed in a serene expression, isolated from the world. Beneath the facade of justice often lies a stinky and ugly truth. At this moment, they appear to be gentlemen, yet unbeknownst to others they harbor hidden motives, as these two have made a wager due to their excessive leisure. Whichever side wins can choose 3 issues from the opponent's collection of beautiful women magazines. Truly, the world is in decline. Even King Axion has been corrupted by the lecherous old King of Worlds. As the saying goes, one is influenced by their surroundings. However, Shuolang and his son's evaluation is birds of a feather flock together. A gentle breeze swept by, ruffling their hair, and silence, symbolizing the world, enveloped them even in the gray underground world. A ripple transmitted to the old King of Worlds' hand. Half closing his eyes, he reflexively opened them, gazing at the increasingly trembling fishing line. Yet he restrained his excitement, waiting for the fish in the water to truly bite. But just as the fishing hook reached its maximum frequency, a shout erupted, startling not only the fish in the water, but also leaving the old King of Worlds, who was about to reap the fruits of victory, utterly stunned. What? This energy, isn't it son Wukong? How did he return again? The King of Worlds exclaimed in surprise, his wide eyes reflecting immense excitement. The old King of Worlds was about to erupt in a furious tirade, thinking his junior was just unable to accept defeat, but upon hearing the name son Wukong, his angry expression instantly changed to one of astonishment as he asked in surprise. What did you say? Wukong has returned. Did he not disappear forever with the dragon god? Are you mistaken? No, it can't be. Could it be? Another new crisis. The old King of Worlds said thoughtfully, then muttered, no, it cannot be. Indeed, that is Wukong's energy ancestor. The King of Worlds blushed as he explained, but quickly regained his composure upon seeing the old King of Worlds deep in thought, repeatedly asking. Shuolang and his son were also startled by the old King of Worlds' tremendous reaction, staring blankly at the old King of Worlds, who was lost in thought. What could it be? Could it be? Indeed, it has been a million years after all, the old king of worlds said deeply, without paying attention to the others, his profound gaze no longer clouded by desire. He set down his fishing rod and began to ponder in silence. The once puzzled king of worlds suddenly recalled something at that moment. After a moment of astonishment, he also said, could it be that matter? What should be done about that situation? The old king of worlds raised his head, looking at the high blue sky and white clouds as if searching for an answer. The king of worlds lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought, while Shualang and his son helplessly scratched their heads, exchanging glances. The scene shifts to another planet. Haha, this is a real hassle. I haven't even asked the dragon god about Gohan and the others' whereabouts and situation before being sent to this planet. Wukong chuckled as he touched the back of his head, looking at the desolate place before him. Forget it, there's no other way. I can only use instant transmission to track their location. So Wukong prepared for instant transmission, but after a moment he released his fingers, his expression suddenly changing, followed by a muffled sound, and Wukong relaxed his brow. He explained with a self-deprecating laugh, haha, it seems I should fill my stomach first. After moving around, I'm hungry. No wonder. The muffled sound was the sound of Wukong's stomach growling. After training for half a day, he had forgotten about his hunger when suddenly called by the dragon god. Now at the moment of his stomach protesting, this simple-minded fellow finally woke up. Food is paramount for the people, especially for Science. Besides being battle-crazed, their big appetites are another characteristic. Wukong, carefree, thought no more of it and used instant transmission to leap to a planet teeming with life. After a wild storm of replenishing food, Wukong patted his slightly bulging stomach. Inside him, Shishi says I should eat just 7 parts full. Well, I'll stop here for this meal. However, this simple statement left everyone in the restaurant dumbfounded. The waiter standing behind Wukong stared blankly at the mountain of dishes, speechless. What struck them as most bizarre was that this big eater claimed that the meal equivalent to 20 people's worth was merely his 7 parts full, yet his stomach only slightly protruded. This completely violated the law of conservation of mass, everyone thought. Buddy, it's time to settle the bill. Wukong wiped his mouth with a napkin and then pulled a glass ball from his cloth bag. This scene once again astonished everyone present. Many were left petrified, especially the waiter, who had originally smiled and extended his hands, but upon seeing the glass ball in his hands, he completely collapsed after being petrified. He then shouted, what are you doing? Do you want to dine and dash? Kid, you're quite arrogant. The middle-aged waiter looked at Wukong's youthful face, and at that moment he no longer maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and directly began to curse. After all, he knew that if this guy actually dined and dashed, his salary for the month would definitely go down the drain, not to mention any bonuses, as Wukong had consumed far too much. Wukong, after a moment of astonishment, understood and smiled awkwardly, patting the back of his head. It turned out that in his travels to other dimensions, the planet Wukong recently visited was particularly lacking in glass, so this glass ball was worth a fortune in that world. Different worlds often have different currencies. Even Wukong, no matter how simple-minded, understood this matter. Many people in the restaurant were whispering, but Wukong paid no mind to the incessant threats from the waiter next to him and reached into his cloth bag to pull out another small item, placing it on the table. In an instant, the entire restaurant fell silent and many people gasped in shock. The waiter was also stunned, his eyes shining with a green light, looking like a drooling pig. For what Wukong pulled out was actually a Tinkerat diamond. A new battle, part 3. Surely this is enough. I'll be off now. The waiter stood utterly stunned, only hearing Sun Wukong's familiar voice in his ear. Instinctively he nodded, unaware that Sun Wukong had already vanished without a trace. A cacophony of noise filled the streets while vehicles streaked across the airspace above the roads, a testament to the planet's advanced technological civilization. A familiar figure strolled along the avenue, beneath crescent-shaped eyebrows gleamed 2 bright, observant eyes scanning the surroundings. Sun Wukong patted his toned abdomen through his clothes, still savoring the memory of the feast just concluded. This place isn't half bad, but Earth remains incomparably superior, Sun Wukong remarked, surveying the scene around him. Yet at the mere mention of Earth, even his ever-cheerful disposition rippled with a subtle shadow of melancholy. After all, he still recalled with crystalline clarity the dragon god's solemn words, only by departing this mortal realm shall true peace arrive. A gentle sorrow rose within him and memories of his childhood surfaced, warm, tender moments flickering vividly in his mind, gradually restoring his spirit to calm and brightness. At that very instant, a raucous, mocking voice pierced Sun Wukong's ears. His attention seized, he turned toward the sound, and as he glimpsed the crowd ahead, an eerie aura of death brushed against his senses. His crescent brows instantly knotted in sharp concern. Oh, what's this? If it isn't His Majesty the former king, how pitiful, reduced to begging on the street. A flamboyantly dressed thug kicked an elderly man aside with contemptuous force. Passers-by recoiled, instantly shrinking back in fear and trembling awe, watching both the tyrant and the groaning elder with wide-eyed dread. "Why, your majesty, are you unharmed?" Another burly man rushed forward to support the elder. Seeing the bruises marring the old man's face, he glared murderously at the aggressor and snarled, "You wretched traitor! How dare you lay hands upon his majesty?" King. He's nothing more than a rotting corpse now, isn't he?" The arrogant brute sneered, tilting his head sideways to leer playfully at the soldiers flanking him, then laughed aloud, posing the question, "Damn you, I'll kill you." Enraged by the soldiers' mocking laughter behind him, the man roared in fury and lunged forward with explosive speed. You." The haughty thug merely tilted his head aside, effortlessly evading the blow, then bent his left leg and drove his knee hard into the attacker's abdomen. The tremendous impact hurled him backward, sending him tumbling several meters before he came to rest, spitting crimson blood from his mouth. "Wait!" The elder staggered upright and hurried over to help the wounded Wei rise. Sun Wukong did not intervene immediately. With his keen spiritual perception locked onto the scene, his gaze seemed to pierce through the soldiers' veils, thin sinister threads of black chi spiraling upward from their crown chakras. Most unnerving of all, every thread pointed unerringly toward the same direction, the resplendent palace thousands of meters behind them. In that moment, Sun Wukong's mind flashed back to his battle against the fully awakened baby. A chilling parallel emerged. These black threads mirrored baby's method of absorbing human malice and negative emotions to amplify his power. Oh, how closely entwined they are. But His Majesty has already issued the decree. You two no longer serve any purpose alive. I may end you whenever I wish, and judging by the hour, now seems most fitting. Allow me to erase you both in one stroke." With those words, he gathered energy into his palm and unleashed a devastating ki blast straight toward them. Even as the brutish man uttered those words, Sun Wukong's overwhelming divine sense had already enveloped the entire area, allowing him to clearly see the black filament above the thug's skull suddenly thickened threefold. A crimson gleam ignited in the man's eyes, and simultaneously a glowing ki sphere materialized in his hand, as if summoned by unseen will. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed. In that split second of transformation, he darted forward, snatching the scarlet ki sphere midair and effortlessly dissipating its lethal force. Stunned by Sun Wukong's sheer power, the thug faltered, then forced composure, demanding, "Who are you, daring to oppose me?" "I am from Earth," Sun Wukong replied, gazing steadily at him. Ignoring the collective astonishment around him, Sun Wukong turned his right hand over, studying a faint tendril of black chi coiling upon it. During the blast's detonation, he briefly sealed a trace of that darkness within his own ki. To his shock, its malevolent purity surpassed even that of the evil dragon. "Earthling, Brad, have you grown weary of living?" Jin exhaled in relief as his troops encircled Sun Wukong and bellowed threateningly. He then brought his fist down towards Sun Wukong's head, but Sun Wukong made no move to evade. Instead, he offered a cold, knowing smile. Sensing something uncanny, the thug leapt backward, then hurled a ki blast at Sun Wukong with desperate force. Sun Wukong merely flicked his wrist. The blast reversed course, accelerating back toward its source with terrifying velocity. Jin recoiled in horror, black filaments surging once more from his crown as his power surged anew. Then his right hand, suddenly darkened as if poisoned, clamped onto the returning ki sphere and grotesquely reabsorbed it into his body. Sun Wukong observed every shift with unwavering clarity and understood it was less a matter of reabsorption and more accurate to say the black chi possessed the ability to devour energy itself. As the inky corruption spread relentlessly across Jin's flesh, his features contorted in agonized bestial torment, his expression twisting into something monstrous and grotesque. Sun Wukong lifted lightly onto his toes, leaving only a phantom afterimage, then appeared instantly beside Jin. With one broad palm pressed firmly upon the thug's crown, he unleashed a searing white radiance, obliterating the corrupting black chi utterly. Jin gasped as if released from a nightmare. As Sun Wukong's pure white energy flooded his veins, his blackened flesh reverted instantly to its natural hue. Yet overwhelmed by the violent clash of opposing forces within, he spat a mouthful of black blood and collapsed unconscious. The dozens of surrounding soldiers stared in abject terror at this impossibly powerful stranger. Before they could even blink, let alone flee, Sun Wukong completed his movements. Each soldier's crown was cleansed of its black filament, each struck down into deep, dreamless slumber. This overwhelming, lightning-swift skirmish left every onlooker paralyzed with awe. None had seen Sun Wukong move, yet all bore witness to his astonishing victory over 30 foes in under 3 seconds. Silence fell absolute and profound. Sun Wukong paid no heed to their stunned gazes. Instead, he strode deliberately toward the elder addressed as king, for he sought the truth behind this calamity, and the sovereign of this world stood as its most authoritative witness. The king and Wei bowed deeply before the unfamiliar warrior. Thank you for your aid. To repay you, what may we offer? We shall do our utmost. Sun Wukong smiled warmly as he helped the elder rise, then asked directly, I wish to know the secret behind these men. Hearing his request, the king and Wei exchanged uneasy glances, hesitating visibly. They knew full well the terror wielded by that hidden power. Even this formidable stranger might not prevail against it. I will resolve this matter for you, so please speak freely and truthfully, Sun Wukong said, gently reading their apprehension in their eyes. For he sensed it clearly, the faint creeping pulse of dark energy emanating from the distant palace. And this elder hailed as king. Even Sun Wukong's straightforward intuition grasped the deeper significance woven into that title. What troubled him most was the black chi's shifting convergence, sometimes flowing toward three figures, sometimes drawn solely to one. Though less overwhelming than the Ultra Super Saiyan dragons might, its malevolence ran deeper, more insidious, more absolute. Could the dragon god's prophecy of cosmic calamity refer precisely to this? Sun Wukong pondered inwardly, for after countless wars he no longer faced each new conflict with singular focus, but with the seasoned wisdom of one who sees patterns in chaos. In the opulent palace, three tall figures sat regally on their thrones, their faces almost identical, sharply outlining a countenance of dominance and authority. Beneath their brows were eyes filled with a grim intensity, yet the one in the center bore a black, lightning mark on his forehead. The middle-aged man in the center was gathering a sphere of lightning in his hands, countless fine bolts of electricity crisscrossing, yet no one could imagine that this fist-sized sphere could obliterate the land for thousands of miles. At this moment, the middle-aged man furrowed his brows, his deep-set eyes staring blankly ahead. Elder brother, you must have sensed it too. Someone has forcefully erased our mark. A figure sitting to the left could no longer contain himself and spoke up. The middle-aged man with the lightning mark did not respond. Instead, the man to his right answered, Yes, third brother, and you can sense it as well. This person's aura feels somewhat familiar. Upon hearing his second brother's response, the third sibling's expression darkened as he realized that he too had felt the fluctuation of that aura at the moment. Wukong's hands emitted a white glow reminiscent of an informal meeting that occurred over half a year ago. Regardless of who he is, we must eliminate him. The eldest among them finally spoke. He was wary that the opponent's aura could vanish entirely after erupting in an instant. Since the moment his black energy was cut off, he had been searching for the opponent's location, only to find that the person seemed to have vanished into thin air, no longer present on this planet. However, one thing was clear to him: the opponent had not left. Are you saying that over half a year ago another star system near yours suddenly faced destruction, and after that destruction a massive energy field emerged? The one who usurped your throne came from that star system. Wukong, after hearing the explanation from the elder, and Wei reiterated the gist of it. What truly shocked Wukong was that upon learning of the massive energy field in the neighboring star system, when he attempted to sense it with his aura, he found that the space had long since twisted into illusion. The aura's divine sense could not uncover its secrets, but one thing was confirmed: there were no signs of life whatsoever. Yes, the situation is roughly as follows. Ever since they arrived here, they took control of most of the soldiers and warriors overnight. Naturally, over 90% of those who resisted their rule were slaughtered, and as the king, I possess an identity that he does not wish to see extinguished so quickly. The elder's eyes were somewhat murky. Having encountered such a tragic situation late in life, his spirit inevitably dulled. Indeed, without his power infusion, these soldiers would not be this formidable. Previously, Jin was not my opponent, yet now I cannot contend with him. Wei also added that although he could not discern the specifics of the black energy, he had once secretly witnessed Jin emitting black light from his hands, which then infused into an officer's head, causing that officer's strength to surge unprecedentedly. Things are not that simple. That black energy. Wukong paused here. After all, such matters were too far-fetched for them to comprehend. Only he understood that the black energy was indeed nurturing the soldiers, but he also noticed that the life force of the opponent was rapidly depleting as tendrils of black energy continuously siphoned their essence, while the figure behind it was inexplicably growing stronger. Upon hearing Wukong's summary, Wei and the elder were taken aback, but they were overjoyed by Wukong's next statement. After taking a deep breath, Wukong solemnly declared, I will resolve this incident. After a brief pause, the showdown finally approached. Report. My lord, someone has intruded. Captain Jin has already been defeated. It was the former king's faction, and a particularly powerful, mysterious figure is aiding them. A soldier rushed in to report. Oh, have they finally come? The second brother awakened from his silence. Slightly opening his eyes, he looked at the trembling subordinate, feeling a surge of disgust. In an instant, a wave of pressure erupted from him, crushing this insignificant subordinate to death. Waste. The second brother coldly remarked, glancing at his elder brother only to find his expression was not good. Elder brother. The third brother also noticed the grim look on his elder brother's face. Being reckless and impetuous, he and the aggressive second brother lacked the depth of thought that their elder brother possessed. Moreover, an unknown secret they were not aware of was that they were not three independent individuals. The aura has consistently remained around 5,000. The middle-aged man with the black lightning mark clenched his fists tightly. He had already noticed the fighting outside early on, but upon locking onto the aura, he found that the opponent's power remained stable at merely 5,000, an impossible feat considering that even the soldiers had strengths above tens of thousands. Even more crucial was whether the opponent's origin was connected to someone who had shared the same identity over half a year ago. Their auras were quite similar, yet the disparity was too great. Far too weak. Upon hearing the subordinate's report, the middle-aged man finally confirmed that the invader was indeed the mysterious figure who had forcefully erased his mark earlier. What shocked him was that the opponent's power could be controlled so skillfully. Don't panic, no one can defeat us. After a moment of dazedness, the middle-aged man slowly responded to what he called his second and third brothers. Just at that instant, a beam of white light surged into the palace, intending to initiate their first confrontation via bombardment. Devour. The middle-aged man shouted coldly, a breath of black flame releasing from behind him. With a scoff, the violent black energy collided with the white energy attack, absorbing this sudden first strike without detonating it. It seems the situation is indeed as such, that mysterious black energy is not simple at all. A familiar voice echoed in the hall. After the figure moved, Wukong's voice resonated throughout the space. Suddenly subjected to Wukong's attack, the second and third brothers were taken aback, realizing just how terrifying their opponent was. Stripped of their arrogance, they now scrutinized their adversary with grave seriousness. Even the middle-aged man with the lightning mark remained silent, knowing that while the black energy devoured the opponent's attack, that attack also annihilated much of the black energy's power. Comparatively, the energy expended was less than what was absorbed. But we can only know the outcome after the battle. Wukong stood proudly before his opponent, feeling the dense malevolent energy in close proximity, devoid of any need for mercy. After experiencing the evil dragon incident, Wukong now fully comprehended the terrifying existence of negative energy. Looking at the many vanquished figures lying prostrate on the ground, the elder and Wei remained trembling with fear. Who is that person? How can they possess such formidable power, able to subdue 1,000 soldiers in an instant, while the soldiers' combat power exceeds 5,000? The king recalled Wukong's battle. Yes, the speed. It was overwhelmingly fast, a truly decisive victory. Wei reminisced about Wukong's battle. Perhaps he really can help us. Wei, this is truly wonderful. The elder gazed at the main hall not far away, his spirit still surging admiringly, hoping Wukong would achieve complete victory. Yes, your majesty. Wei was also awed by Wukong's might, responding reflexively. At that moment, a vortex of aura appeared above the main hall, churning black energy, shimmering with ghostly light winds howling as several powerful forces surged upward, causing the entire capital to tremble. The great battle was about to commence. For powerful auras surged into the sky, enveloping the entire capital. A black vortex appeared in the sky, intermittently flashing with purplish-red lightning. Although it did not bombard the ground, the oppressive pressure it emanated still instilled great fear in the fighters. Wei realized the terrifying nature of this battle, and upon sensing the chilling battle intent, he swiftly carried the king to a location over 10 miles away. At this moment, both of them gazed at the distant battlefield. Although they were far away, the battlefield was too vast. Even though Goku had led the fight to the outskirts of the capital, where there were few people, the flames of war still affected the capital. With Weiss' support, the king floated over 100 meters in the air, perfectly positioned to witness the distant clash. At the onset of the battle, Goku had already used his power to disperse the black mist vortex formed by negative energy. Just as he destroyed the vortex charged with lightning, Goku sensed a powerful suction, as if it could devour his very strength. Thus, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan form, his golden aura clashing against the three black mists. They are simply too strong. This level of combat. Wei felt the intensity of the battle. Being at a distance, they had no idea what the true situation inside was like. However, at present, he was barely able to withstand the air currents generated by their fierce battle thanks to the protective barrier he had deployed. If they were back on the ground, the impact of these fluctuations would be much less, but there was no guarantee that the earth wouldn't suddenly crack open like they had just witnessed. After a fierce exchange, a figure slowly landed on a massive rock. Goku, recalling the middle-aged man with the lightning mark, possessed unfathomable strength and his gaze also subtly noted the two other figures beside him. Having already locked onto their presence through their auras, which were eerily similar, Goku was not too surprised upon seeing the three of them resembling one being. His thoughts, however, deepened. Oh, you really are strong. If it weren't for, otherwise I truly wouldn't stand a chance against you. Your power surpasses that of over 6 months ago. The middle-aged man with the lightning mark observed Goku, paying particular attention to his golden hair. Upon hearing this, Goku's mind shifted, though he did not show it outwardly. He judged that the other party could not have met him before, yet the questions in his heart grew stronger. Hello, I almost forgot to introduce myself. You can call me Leisha, or the Thunder God, a deity from a nearby star system. The two beside me are Haisha II and Luosha. Startled, Goku widened his eyes in surprise, quickly furrowing his brow as his expression tightened. After a brief moment of astonishment, Goku still attempted to ask, since you are a deity from another planet, why come to conquer another's planet? The Thunder God did not respond immediately. After a moment of silence, he managed a wry smile and said, survival of the fittest. Goku's expression shifted slightly. He had never anticipated such an answer, and upon hearing it, a hint of resentment stirred within him. The Thunder God ceased speaking, instantly appearing before Goku and delivering a punch to his abdomen. Goku reacted quickly, pushing the attack away with his hand and countering with his own fist toward the Thunder God's face. However, with a swift movement, the Thunder God vanished 100 meters away, conjuring an energy sphere in his hand. Before Goku could neutralize the first attack, he sensed another presence approaching from behind. The energy was about to strike him from the back, forcing Goku to abandon his defense against the Thunder God. Spinning around, he landed a heavy punch against his opponent's fist. Due to Goku's superior strength, Haisha was knocked back, stifling the blood that threatened to erupt from his mouth. With a wave of his hand, the Thunder God sent a blue energy projectile arcing through the air, positioning it in front of Goku as he pursued Haisha. The latter, left with no choice, halted his movements and extended his right hand, unleashing a burst of golden light to obliterate the incoming attack. With a moment's respite, Haisha broke free from his restraints, attempting to dart into the heart of the explosion for a surprise attack. However, as he reached the flames of the explosion, a hand shrouded in golden light emerged. Haisha's eyes widened, but he could not respond in time. Goku emerged from the flames, grasping Haisha's head with one hand, while delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen with the other. In the moment of striking Haisha, Goku's left hand released its grip on Haisha's head. Not wishing to kill, Goku only aimed to incapacitate him and thwart this invasion. Locking onto the Thunder God's aura, Goku's eyes flashed coldly. After dodging over a dozen energy strikes, he was taken aback to find that the opponent was merely an afterimage. The Thunder God had already appeared beside the injured Haisha, the mysterious black mist seeping into Haisha's body, rapidly healing his wounds. The figure of Goku instantly vanished, yet he sensed that the Thunder God had already locked onto his presence. Thus he took the initiative to appear before the Rakshasa, grabbing the opponent's forehead and then directly blasting them into the ground, raising a towering wave of dust. At that very moment, the Thunder God swung his right hand, and the energy he released bizarrely transformed into a lightning whip, several hundred zhang long, striking towards the distant Goku as it cut through the void. Goku felt the terrifying force of the lightning, but he did not panic. His figure darted forward, creating 3 or 4 afterimages in midair before closing in on the Thunder God, landing a circular chi slash that severed the source of the lightning whip as the latter hurriedly countered. The Thunder God was slightly surprised, but what shocked him more was that Goku's large hand had already come to rest before his eyes. Before he could respond, a powerful gust of pressure sent him flying far away. The dark energy within the Thunder God erupted, instantly devouring Goku's gust of force like a fierce tiger. However, even during the clash, the Thunder God still sustained some injuries, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet Goku did not spare his attacking opponent. The injured Haisha faced yet another crisis. As he finally caught his breath, Goku appeared beside him after consecutively damaging the Rakshasa and the Thunder God. The opponent seized his arm and with a mighty swing hurled himself towards the Rakshasa's position, launching a golden energy blast that once again severely injured the Rakshasa, who had just regained his footing, and the Haisha, who was sprawled and coughing blood. This scene left the Thunder God dumbfounded. He never expected that the opponent would suddenly unleash overwhelming power in a fit of rage. As he met Goku's cold gaze, he felt a hint of fear for the first time. You. The Thunder God did not understand why the opponent was so enraged, but under the overwhelming aura emanating from him, he sensed a chilling taste of death. Perhaps Goku himself did not know why he suddenly felt such a strong desire to eliminate his opponent. Indeed, a shift in his thoughts had occurred, and in this moment of enlightenment, Goku realized that his emotions had undergone a slight change. Violent. Goku first thought of this question. Even when he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he had never felt such a bloodthirsty impulse. Just as the seven-star dragon had said, whenever Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 4, his emotions would change and feelings that could be suppressed would become excessively bloodthirsty in this state. Yet no matter how one looked at it, he had never possessed such a bloodthirsty thought as he did now. During his recent travels, he had rarely encountered battles that necessitated transformation, but once transformed, a primal instinct for slaughter would arise. As the transformation level increased, that subconscious wildness seemed to rub against his original consciousness more intensely. Is it because the Dragon Balls have entered my body? The only unconventional answer Goku arrived at was this, yet such a notion was hard to believe. Leave this planet. If you do these things again, I will kill you. Goku suppressed his inner impulses, gradually retracting the fiery aura surrounding him. He looked down at the defeated and disheveled Thunder God, preparing to deliver his final decree. As if struck by a blow to his dignity, the Thunder God ceased to be afraid. He gritted his teeth, a trace of blood seeping from his lips. As the saying goes, a soldier may be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Now, having been so thoroughly insulted, the Thunder God still carried a noble dignity deep within him. His eyes suddenly revealed a sinister glint, and dark energy surged from his crown, enveloping him entirely. At the same time, a terrifying power began to rise. Sensing the fluctuations of this dark energy, Goku felt an intense anger surge within him. The murderous intent that had not yet subsided was reignited as he darted through the air like a phantom, intent on delivering a crushing blow to his opponent. However, just as Goku was about to close in on the Thunder God, the latter suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. The dark energy transformed into a shadowy figure tinged with pale white, pointing a finger at Goku, unleashing a fearsome destructive energy blast. Goku was taken aback, and at the moment the figure appeared, a sudden jolt of unprecedented danger enveloped his heart. In an instant he summoned his strength, but as he braced himself against the domineering energy blast, he realized that this attack possessed such monstrous power that it sent him crashing into the distant mountains. Amidst the immense destruction, Goku was relentlessly pushed into the massive mountain range by the energy blast, and the still intact energy blast obliterated the entire range, reducing a stretch of mountains spanning 1,000 miles to mere dust in the blink of an eye. This fierce clash, seemingly prolonged, occurred in an instant. Just as a massive explosion was about to happen, a resounding roar of a great ape echoed deafeningly loud. Roar! In the wake of the obliteration of the mountain range, a golden aura coalesced into a gigantic ape, its dark red eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the figure from 100 miles away, baring its fangs and letting out an even more earth-shattering roar. The giant ape grasped the energy blast, which was no larger than chopsticks, and with a powerful squeeze, it shattered the dreadful attack, purifying the strands of dark energy with its golden light. Goku was astonished, bewildered, unsure of what exactly had transpired. A moment earlier, just as Goku predicted, the energy blast was about to explode and prepared to increase his power for another transformation, an immensely powerful force suddenly surged within him, and as his aura escalated, a golden giant ape manifested. Since he did not know the reason behind it, Goku decided not to probe further. Sensing the Thunder God's explosive aura, he knew he had no choice but to escalate his power. At that moment, as both sides ascended in rank, the energies of heaven and earth erupted, causing the entire planet to tremble as if it were a living being in the face of their immense strength. A tremendous explosion reverberated within 100 miles, and the vast power surged forth. The area where Goku stood experienced a cataclysmic collapse as the previously scattered mountain fragments were reduced to powder by the cascading waves of energy. Beyond Super Saiyan 3, a familiar golden figure stood proudly upon the earth. Though he could not see his opponent 100 miles away, Goku sensed the subtle shifts in aura, and thus perceived the transformation unfolding. As Goku had surmised, Raijin and his two companions were in truth a single unified entity. Once the dark miasma fully engulfed Raijin, both Haisha and Rasha were likewise swallowed by swirling black vapors, then merged seamlessly into Raijin's being. Even the residual dark energy lingering within the fallen guards' bodies was drawn back, converging entirely into Raijin's aura. His eyebrows vanished, his pale blue eyes narrowed with quiet intensity. His spiky waist-length golden hair streamed behind him as turbulent golden aura roared around him, searing the air with sharp, crackling bursts. Blue-white lightning surged upward from his heels, and a faint, confident curve lifted the corners of Goku's lips. He emerged, fully realized, in the form of Super Saiyan 3rd grade. This time, however, an unexpected calm pervaded Goku's being. The overwhelming surge of primal impulse he had anticipated upon ascending to this state was markedly subdued. Though he had feared the transformation would unleash unbridled ferocity, at the very moment of completion Goku felt no hesitation, only absolute clarity. His emotions remained unclouded, undisturbed. Yet he knew well that in past transformations to this form, an unmistakable solitary pride had always accompanied his power. Sensing that his foe had completed his final evolution, Goku's smile widened. With a subtle lift of his toes, he vanished, leaving behind shimmering fragments of gold. Then reappeared 100 miles away in an instant, two afterimages flickering simultaneously before dissolving into pure motion. Having unleashed his full reservoir of dark energy, Raijin no longer restrained his own metamorphosis. Now radiating unwavering confidence, he registered mild surprise at Goku's renewed ascension. Yet his mind, subtly warped by the black miasma, instinctively launched an assault. With a casual flick of his hand, dozens of obsidian energy beams erupted from Raijin's fingertips. Though Goku's third-grade form granted him immense strength, he recognized the terrifying potency of those dark projectiles. Even 2 or 3 direct hits would not shatter his defenses, but they would stagger his movement, a fatal flaw in a duel between titans. Goku made no move to meet them heat. Instead, a long-dormant thrill stirred within him, a fierce nostalgic exhilaration born of battle long withheld. For half a year he had deliberately refrained, even from assuming Super Saiyan 2, fearing his darker impulses might seize control. To now fight unrestrained, as a third grade, was pure unadulterated catharsis. In the span of a breath, Goku evaded all incoming beams, his body flickering across the sky like a constellation of golden afterimages. As the dark projectiles streaked harmlessly past him, Goku ignited his golden aura once more and surged forward, chasing his foe across the heavens. Raijin, wreathed in black miasma, prepared another barrage. Yet upon discerning Goku's true intent, he slowly raised his outstretched right hand and fired a colossal upward blast into the void above. Not bad. Goku's voice echoed from 100 meters overhead, the phantom image aligned with Raijin's gaze finally fading as the latter's attack locked onto its target. Goku merely exhaled, a soft knowing sigh, then drove his coiled right fist downward with devastating precision, redirecting Raijin's own blast back upon him with flawless counterforce. Startled, Raijin frowned. Yet even as his right hand still pulsed with raw power, a swirling vortex of black energy erupted from his palm, reabsorbing the rebounded blast as if it were his own. After a cold, mirthless smile, Raijin materialized directly before the descending Goku. A thunderous punch launched. Boom! Their fists collided, golden light crashing against abyssal shadow. The shockwave detonated with unprecedented force. The earth below buckled inward, fissures racing outward for over 3,000 feet. Each strike, each evasion unfolded in the blink of an eye. Within 10 heartbeats, golden light and black flame clashed tens of thousands of times in the upper atmosphere. Before one ripple of energy could dissipate, the next impact already tore through the air. Thus celestial energies amassed in silent convergence, until after a suspended pause between Goku and Raijin, they detonated in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very planet to its core. Damn it, Raijin cursed inwardly. He had never imagined, even after unleashing his full dark power, that he would still be outmatched. In this brutal exchange, he remained indisputably at a disadvantage. Yet unaware that Goku retained yet another transformation beyond this one, Raijin resolved to press the confrontation to its limit. Still, he knew with chilling certainty prolonged exposure to the black miasma would inevitably turn inward, corroding his essence until annihilation became inevitable. Only he understood the true nature of that darkness. Goku, too, reflected deeply. Though he had not yet tapped the zenith of his third-grade power ever since the evil dragon incident, when the Dragon Balls entered his body and Shenron restored his vitality, his strength had undergone a fundamental transcendence. Only Goku knew the staggering magnitude of his current might. Even now he possessed sufficient power to defeat the original one-star dragon outright. And yet Raijin still held his ground, matching him blow for blow. This assessment led Goku to a startling conclusion: Raijin's power surpassed even that of Super Saiyan 17, prompting profound bewilderment. When in the vastness of the cosmos had such a peerless warrior emerged? Perhaps the answer lay in that black miasma. Goku intuited its centrality. From the first moment he glimpsed those inky tendrils, Goku felt an instinctive dread. This negative energy exuded a palpable aura of death, denser, more suffocating even than that of the evil dragon. An inexplicable sense of peril resonated deep within his spirit. Though its origin eluded him, his sixth sense screamed a stark warning: delay would only deepen the crisis. Resolving to act without hesitation, Goku channeled greater power into his motion, warping space itself in a violent spatial shift to close the distance, then delivering a devastating sidekick aimed squarely at Raijin's torso. Raijin recoiled, visibly stunned by Goku's sudden acceleration, yet managed a desperate parry at the last instant. His black miasma failed to keep pace with the onslaught. Twisting midair, he bent his forearm to intercept the blow, but the sheer force hurled him backward. His right arm numbed, his defensive aura shattered by Goku's blazing ki. Raijin skidded backward through the sky, white energy flaring from his soles as they shrieked against the air, until a final pulse of aura stabilized his retreating form. But the moment he snapped his head upward, Goku reappeared directly above him. Having just delivered a left leg spin kick, Goku now swung his right leg horizontally toward Raijin's face. Raijin roared inwardly and seized Goku's right ankle. Yet the colossal momentum wrenched him momentarily off balance. Goku seized that split-second vulnerability with explosive force. He expelled ki from behind his head, shifting his center of gravity mid-motion. Using his arms as pivot points, he whirled his body, while Raijin, gripping Goku's ankle, lost his tenuous grip in the torque and was violently flung away. Watching Raijin hurtle through the air, Goku pressed the assault. A radiant arc of golden energy blazed across the sky as he closed the gap, then struck with surgical precision, a crushing right fist slamming directly into Raijin's chest, driving him down to the earth with unstoppable force. A plume of earth rose 3,000 feet high as the ground cratered and warped beneath the impact, so violent that the planet itself trembled, its orbital path subtly altered. Beyond Super Saiyan 4. Leave this place. Goku hovered 100 meters above the ground, his gaze cold and unwavering as he watched the dust settle, then fixed upon the grievously wounded Thunder God below, resuming their earlier confrontation. Yet his demand was met only with the Thunder God's eerie smile, his face crisscrossed with bloody gashes rendering that grin grotesquely terrifying. Only now did he grasp the true magnitude of his opponent's power, and could scarcely believe that this stranger whom he had once met fleetingly had ascended to such heights in merely 7 or 8 months. As Goku puzzled over the Thunder God's demeanor, he suddenly noticed that the moment the latter declared his intent, dark aura erupted from his body, coalescing once more between them into that spectral figure. But this time the ghastly pallid silhouette beneath the black radiance bore unmistakable human contours, and the surging darkness grew ever more oppressive, until just as it lunged toward Goku, the Dragon Balls within him stirred for the very first time. Simultaneously, golden light blazed from Goku's eyes, a colossal spectral ape manifested behind him, and with a single thunderous fist collided Hedon with the shadow. A cataclysmic explosion followed, shattering both forms. Even Goku was hurled backward by the concussive force, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. The Thunder God, barely clinging to consciousness, collapsed once more under the blast's aftermath, his expression dimming, yet his smile widening, sending an involuntary chill deep into Goku's marrow. Let all be annihilated. It has arrived. The Thunder God's pupils contracted. Then he threw back his head in maniacal laughter, coughing up torrents of vivid crimson blood from his internal wounds. A sudden primal sense of mortal peril pierced Goku's spirit. Gazing into the Thunder God's unyielding, deathless eyes, Goku instinctively whirled around, only to behold high above a tiny black speck flashing into existence, followed by a swirling vortex-like black hole descending upon the planet. Daylight vanished in an instant. The heavens themselves seemed usurped by that churning void. Before Goku's mind's eye, it yawned open like the gates of hell, poised to devour every living soul. Viewed from outer space, the black hole loomed at the edge of the star system, a monstrous entity spanning 3 or 4 galaxies in scale, yet appeared no larger than a speck of dust suspended before the planet, its immense gravitational pull already setting the world trembling as it drew inexorably closer. Goku's face paled. A black hole emitted no life signature, no key, no presence, rendering it utterly imperceptible through conventional spiritual senses. Only now did he realize the true scale of the calamity descending upon them. Yet such a transformation should not provoke such dread within him. Goku could not fathom why this suffocating aura of death clung so tightly. After all, even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he possessed the capacity to obliterate an entire galaxy. How much more formidable, then, was a black hole spanning multiple galaxies? Golden light blazed fiercely across Goku's body as he gathered energy for a devastating Kamehameha wave, only to watch stunned as the black hole devoured his power like an insatiable abyss. For the first time, he felt a disorienting disconnect, his own strength slipping beyond conscious command. Staring in disbelief at the rapidly approaching void, Goku unleashed ever greater reserves of power, not only to resist its ravenous suction, but also to forge a counteroffensive. It is futile. That black hole cannot be destroyed. The Thunder God observed Goku's desperate struggle with contemptuous amusement, as if watching an ant attempt to topple an elephant. Darkness swallowed the world. Across the planet, people were seized by paralyzing terror, fleeing in panic, screaming in despair. Some devout believers whispered that the apocalypse had come as divine judgment, purging the world of its sins. What in the world is happening? One man cried out. He had witnessed solar eclipses before, yet this abrupt, unnatural eclipse defied all understanding. Was that an earthquake? Another shouted in alarm. No, look. A colossal black vortex has appeared in the sky. Is it a black hole? After straining his gaze upward, a third man finally discerned the anomaly blooming across the heavens. What a black hole. We're doomed. Are we all going to perish? Panic surged through the crowd. Your Majesty, the black hole has arrived. A guard stammered, lips trembling as he stared up at the spiraling void. So it is true. Our fate ends here. The king murmured to himself, gazing at the black hole, having hoped the crisis might yet be averted, only to find himself staring into the abyss of utter despair. Damn it. I won't let the people of this planet be sucked into that black hole. Fists clenched, Goku extended his ki sense downward, feeling the waves of terror rippling across the surface, while simultaneously the black hole, having absorbed his energy, swelled in power, its gravitational pull intensifying several-fold. Power. I need more power. Goku roared, refusing to accept annihilation. He knew full well with instant transmission he could vanish from this place entirely, unscathed, untouched. Yet he would not, and could not, do so. And as images of terrified faces flashed through his mind, a deafening primordial ape scream erupted from deep within his being. In that instant, golden fire ignited in Goku's eyes, and an overwhelming, incomparable force surged forth, escalating relentlessly. Battling both the crushing suction and the explosive surge of his own power, Goku endured the agony, pushing past every limit, ascending higher and higher, until at the very precipice of transcendence his entire body blazed with incandescent gold, and the torrent of energy too vast to contain detonated outward. With a thunderous boom, Goku transformed once more. Before him stood Super Saiyan 4. An indomitable power surpassing all prior manifestations of Super Saiyan 4 roared forth. His body crackled with raw energy, shattering the black hole's gravitational grip, before he surged forward, hands clasped in the iconic stance of the Kamehameha. Tenfold. Came. Haim. Ha. His voice shook the heavens. An unstoppable beam of radiant energy 100 meters wide erupted, its sheer force piercing the vacuum of space and halting the black hole's advance dead in its tracks. What is that him? His body, it's completely transformed. And that tail? The thunder god spat blood shaken to his core, trembling as he gazed upon that towering godlike figure. Huh. Goku released the ultimate blast, the crimson beam hurtling straight toward the black hole's heart. The stalemate shattered anew, the black hole spun forward, while the scarlet energy slammed into it, vanishing instantly into its depths. No cataclysmic detonation followed. No thunderous roar echoed across the void, only silence. Silence. Absolute stillness descended. In the vacuum of space, sound could not travel, but Goku and the thunder god held their breath, eyes locked on the black hole, now motionless, awaiting the final verdict. 1 second, 2, 3, 4. Time stretched. Then abruptly the black hole twitched, jolted, before freezing once more. A searing red light pierced its surface, and it began to swell, expanding at terrifying speed, until at last it exploded. Utterly erased, Goku exhaled in profound relief as he drifted gently downward, the golden radiance fading from his body. What he actually destroyed it. Who is he? Wait, he said he's from Earth, and that tail, it matches the great Simon ape form. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Ha 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 ha, sigh, yin man. The thunder god lacked even the breath to speak. At the moment the black hole vanished, he was ravaged by unimaginable backlash, clinging to his final spark of life only long enough to harbor one last thought, before vanishing in a final defiant roar. Cough, cough, cough. Goku gasped, exhausted, slumping onto the ground as his form reverted to normal. Goku. The guard arrived with the king smiling warmly. Goku returned the gesture, a weary, triumphant grin spreading across his face as he lay back upon the earth. In an isolated chamber, the previously cloaked figure sat back in his chair, his face clouded with a dark frown. His cold gaze fell upon the kneeling subordinates below, his white pupils sharp as twin blades of frost, compelling those beneath him to tremble in fear. Did Meluo fail to disclose where he went? The black-clad man asked again with an icy tone laced with barely concealed anger. This man was Shaluo. Hearing these words, everyone's hearts tightened, and their trembling intensified, yet no one dared to answer. Useless fools. Shaluo was always a lone wolf, never one to be manipulated by others. Except for one, because in his eyes that person wielded unparalleled power, hailed as the war god of the demon realm, having once single-handedly resisted all forces of righteousness. Now repeatedly admonished by Meluo, his fury could no longer be concealed. Without answers, living had lost all meaning. Shaluo's white eyes flashed, and the gloomy chamber instantly plummeted in temperature, nearly reaching absolute zero, freezing the dozen or so subordinates before him into ice sculptures. Then closing his eyes, he shattered them into fragments and dust. What exactly do you intend to do? Shaluo slammed his right hand down, releasing a chilling aura from his palm that began to freeze the entire chamber from the armrest outward. He had once believed the Demon Lord had truly awakened, but upon returning to the long-missed demon realm, he was told there was no information of the Demon Lord's existence. Frustrated by the pitiful combat abilities of the Demon Realm elders before him, his wrath ignited, and he slaughtered them to avoid harboring resentment. A soft sigh echoed. As Shaluo furrowed his brow in contemplation, a figure draped in black robes appeared in the chamber. With cyan eyes fixed on Shaluo, he spoke. You still bear the same foul temper. After all, the Demon Realm today can no longer compare to the past. Seeing the flicker in Shaluo's silver-white eyes, the black-robed man sighed inwardly and added, Since your anger has been quelled, cease your madness. The Demon Lord has indeed awakened. Now prepare to fulfill your duties. The fury that had been stoked by the newcomer's words was immediately suppressed upon learning of the Demon Lord's revival. Yet Shaluo still demanded fiercely, Understood. Then Qing Luo, where exactly has Meluo gone? Though aware that the Demon Lord had awakened, Shaluo could not easily forgive Meluo's constant reproaches. The unruly man had been mocked twice by this new companion. Without a confrontation, his heart would not find peace. Hearing Shaluo's hostile tone, Qing Luo's expression shifted briefly before regaining composure. He replied coldly, Do not act rashly. The Demon Lord has decreed that until Tian Luo is unsealed, Meluo will assume Tian Luo's position. For now, you are only responsible for affairs within the Demon Realm. Stunned by this revelation, even Shaluo's face paled. He could not understand why, despite his superior strength to Meluo, he was not the foremost figure under the Demon Lord in Tian Luo's absence. Moreover, Meluo's identity. Although filled with dissatisfaction, Shaluo had no choice but to accept the Demon Lord's decision. Beyond the supreme status, he was well aware of the immense power the Demon Lord possessed. Challenging it was simply unthinkable. I understand. Then begin your actions as well. That world has been peaceful for far too long. Let us add Yan Si and Ming Jia to the equation. Shaluo gazed at Qing Luo with a sinister smile. Very well, that realm is yours now. Qing Luo replied before vanishing without a trace. Above a resplendent nebula of vibrant colors floated an independent planet, immense and unmoved by the influence of its stars, silently suspended in the vastness of space. The inhabitants fled in terror. For half a day prior, strange phenomena had occurred. At the same time, the planet's magnetic field was disrupted by an inexplicable energy, rendering communications and satellites completely inoperative. The cause was a black-clad figure hovering high above the planet, unleashing a tremendous force that halted the planet's trajectory. He was here merely to await one person. After a long wait, the black-clad man opened his eyes, revealing only his eyes and lips. Detecting a subtle aura, he sneered, Have you finally arrived? Without waiting for the figure's approach, he struck with a powerful palm wind that tore through the planet's atmosphere, sweeping across space with the clear imprint of his palm. At that moment, a figure clad in blue and yellow radiated a white glow, swiftly traversing space to approach the edge of the planet. But his brow furrowed as he struck back with an intense palm wind, dispersing the hostile force that resisted his arrival. After briefly slowing, he entered the planet's upper atmosphere. Who is there? A familiar voice asked coldly. The figure ceased moving but used his divine sense to pinpoint the attacker's exact location. This figure was Wukong, who sought to close the distance to Gohan through instantaneous teleportation. Due to the vast distance, multiple teleports were necessary to catch up. Yet upon this arrival, a mysterious assailant unexpectedly attacked him. In a secluded space, shortly after Wukong's words fell, a sudden fluctuation in space occurred 100 meters away. A twisted black line violently tore open a crack from which the black-clad figure who had previously attacked Wukong emerged. You are from the Demon Realm. Wukong, assessing the mysterious hidden movement of the figure, tentatively inquired. The aura felt somewhat familiar, yet the power possessed by this individual far exceeded that of the beasts like Gu and the Demon King Depura. So you still hold the Demon Realm in such regard? How rare, son Wukong. The black-clad figure regarded Wukong coldly, his tone calm and unhurried. Upon revealing Wukong's identity, there was little surprise from the latter, which affirmed the former's connection to the Demon Realm. Wukong fell into silence. Back when he learned from the Divine Dragon about the terrifying nature of the Demon Realm, he had not fully believed it. After all, during their first encounter over 20 years ago, the Demon King Depura was merely in a complete form comparable to that of Cell. However, Wukong did not forget the words of the Divine Dragon. Now, feeling the formidable energy pressure from the enemy before him, he finally understood why the Divine Dragon urged him to take the figures from the Demon Realm seriously. For the strength of this opponent actually surpassed his limit during the Super Saiyan 4 transformation 6 months ago, and that was not even at their peak. I am Meluo. Here I have no intention of killing you, rather I wish to see to what extent the legendary Super Saiyan has reached. If you can leave this planet, I will no longer play this game of chase with you. Meloa, as he claimed, spoke with a hint of disdain, his outstretched hands alternately gathering and dispersing energy blasts, as if provoking Wukong's battle instincts, yet without any intention to engage. Legendary Super Saiyan. Wukong was secretly alarmed. Years ago, he had learned of the tale of the legendary Super Saiyan from Vegeta, but after him Vegeta, Gohan, and even Trunks and Goten all managed to transform into Super Saiyans. Thus, over the years, not only did Vegeta deem the legendary Super Saiyan worthless, but even the simple-minded Wukong felt no need to delve deeper. Yet now, hearing the mention of the legendary Super Saiyan from a being of the demon realm, he recalled that neither Gu nor Depura recognized his Saiyan identity. By such reasoning, Saiyan's should have no intersection with the demon realm, yet this significant figure personally spoke of the legendary Super Saiyan and even pointed directly at Wukong. Before Wukong could ask for clarification, the black-clad figure transformed into a shadow, mysteriously manifesting hundreds of phantoms within a 100-meter radius. Each shadow conjured a green energy blast, and while Wukong initially thought it was merely an illusion, he soon discovered that over 100 energy blasts were bombarding him. Damn it! Wukong had long sensed the opponent's strength and had been secretly increasing his power during their conversation. In that moment of battle's onset, he gathered formidable energy, and with a thunderous explosion, a surge of golden light obliterated the 100 energy blasts, transforming him into Super Saiyan 3 in an instant. Having just transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Wukong had no time to respond to the sudden onslaught when he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching. He looked up in shock only to see a massive fireball crashing down from above. Wukong's face changed in horror. He could only escape the locked spatial area using instant transmission, but just as his figure appeared a kilometer away, a shadow chased after him, launching a knife-like punch. In the haste of the moment, he could only brace for impact. Wukong crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest, but was still sent sliding over 100 meters by the ferocious blow, his feet screeching against the air. Transform into Super Saiyan 4th stage. At your current level, you are no match for me. I can give you time. Meluo withdrew his fist, looking at Wukong from 100 meters away. While he looked down on his opponent's weakness, he couldn't help but admire Wukong's exceptional defense. Wukong held his previous posture, but still felt a sharp pain in his hands. At this moment, he roughly assessed the opponent's strength, feeling both astonished and wary of who this figure from the demon realm truly was. Hearing the opponent grant him time to transform, and knowing that true warriors uphold their promises, Wukong would not refuse. After all, if the opponent desired an intense battle, he would gladly oblige. As his power continuously surged, Wukong accumulated enough strength to once again push for the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. As golden light radiated from his entire body, the color of Wukong's eyes gradually transformed from pale blue to gold, and his waist-length golden hair slowly retracted, darkening to black. As his clothes could no longer withstand such overwhelming power, they burst apart, red hairs sprouting forth. When he reopened his crimson eyes, 2 beams of golden light flashed from beneath the flames, and his strength surged explosively. In that instant, not only was this planet affected by the energy disturbance, but even this star system and the entire galaxy underwent tumultuous changes. If one were to observe this nebula from billions of light years away, they would notice that Wukong's power was sufficient to turn the nebula's color from light blue to golden brilliance. Seeing the heavens and earth change color due to this soaring golden light, Meluo was secretly astonished. He had never imagined that the power of his opponent would grow so rapidly after half a year of disappearance. At this moment, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, seemingly regretting his earlier mistake. Just as Shalu had stated, the demon realm's power displayed in the universe was not even the tip of the iceberg. It could be likened to a drop of water in an ocean. The so-called elders of the demon realm were merely useless beings in his eyes. Even the supreme demon king was nothing more than a puppet in their hands, a mere figure used to deceive the world. For years, the demon realm had been biding its time. For creatures like Shalu, who had lived for over 10 million years, they had once witnessed the splendor of the demon realm. However, the demon realm ultimately encountered the encirclement of the 3 realms of gods, spirits, and humans. After that shocking battle, the demon lord was sealed away, and the remaining forces of the demon realm, aside from the demon lord, were now less than 20%. Saiyans are known as the strongest race in the universe. This fact is not only recognized by the universe, but also by the human realm. Even true beings from the demon realm would tremble upon hearing this term, for this strongest legend is what the demon realm acknowledges. Now, just as foretold in the great prophecy 400 years ago, this era has arrived. This is not merely a glimpse into the future seen through the prophetic arts of the Namekians. Even in ancient times, the demon realm had similar prophecies. When the Scions once again ascend to the pinnacle of the universe, and when the Demon Lord returns, a great battle will usher in a brand new era. Thus, after years of silence, the Demon Realm finally moved again, and the Scions became the variable they must keep a close eye on. Meluo was particularly aware that among these variables the legendary Super Scion before him was of utmost importance. In a space isolated from the world, a violent wind surged as the immense power unleashed by Wukong after his transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was astonishing, causing the air itself to emit a shrill cry, as if it were being burned by the released energy. Similarly, upon becoming Super Saiyan 4, Wukong's emotions also underwent a slight transformation, his tone domineering yet tinged with indifference. So do you still wish to continue fighting? A wicked smile appeared on Wukong's face as he stepped forward directly, using his powerful energy to interfere with the opponent's energy field. Though Wukong was eager for battle at this moment, he was still concerned about Gohan's situation, so he did not wish to spend too much time at this critical moment. The opponent had also mentioned that as long as they had the ability to leave this planet, there would be no need to pursue the battle any further. Therefore, when Wukong stood in a state of power surpassing his opponents, he naturally affirmed that this playful skirmish should come to an end. Stirred by Wukong's mocking words, Meluo seemed to chuckle as he shook his shoulders, yet he did not respond. Instead, he continuously heightened his own power as an indirect answer. Oh. Wukong looked at his opponent with slight surprise, but having decided to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he naturally did not want to waste any more time. Seeing that the opponent still maintained a combative stance only ignited Wukong's fighting spirit. Suddenly increasing his formidable power, Meluo extended his hands. His left hand glowed with a dark hue, while his right hand emitted a fiery golden flame. In Wukong's moment of confusion, suddenly the energies of heaven and earth converged before him, forming a wind dragon and a flame dragon. With a slight twitch of his eyebrows, Wukong smiled faintly as he watched the two dragon-shaped energy blasts rushing toward him. He scattered a burst of light, and then instantly appeared at the side of the wind dragon's head, delivering a heavy punch to its jaw. After shattering its jaw, the tremendous impact caused the entire wind dragon to lose its stability. As it collided with the flame dragon, the combined forces of wind and fire erupted in a dazzling explosion. Despite the power of this energy wave, it had no effect on Super Saiyan 4 Wukong, who tore through the thick flames and extended a hand, aiming to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent. Meluo struggled to see Wukong's figure, but he was still able to sense Wukong's aura, and as Wukong appeared before him, he threw a punch in response. When Wukong's iron fist collided with his, a more intense shockwave erupted, causing both sides to be repelled. Wukong staggered back a few steps while Meluo was sent sliding back about 10 jong, finally coming to a halt, his right hand throbbing painfully from the clash. Since the opponent showed no intention of ceasing hostilities, Wukong had no choice but to take him down with his fists. Regulating his body, Wukong lunged forward, leaving a rainbow trail in the sky. Just as Meluo steadied himself, he sensed Wukong was about to initiate another offensive. He quickly uttered a word and retreated at high speed. Thunder. Just as Wukong was closing the distance, he suddenly sensed a wave of danger approaching. Just as he was about to detect the change, a bolt of golden lightning struck from Wukong's left side. Wukong, however, showed little panic. He swung his hand forward, unleashing an energy blast that obliterated the lightning aimed at him, and his speed increased instantaneously, completely vanishing from sight. Wind, fire, lightning. As Wukong moved rapidly, he pondered the changes in his opponent's techniques, astonished that the opponent could command such vast amounts of heaven and earth energy. This was not a skill that an ordinary genius could master. It was the ability of a true prodigy of the world. Long ago, after his battle with Frieza, Wukong had visited another planet where he encountered numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities, among whom only a few could harness the energy of heaven and earth to fight. However, compared to this mysterious figure before him, those past unusual techniques seemed like child's play. Over the years, Wukong had also learned to utilize the energy of heaven and earth, and it was in this very manner that General Ledon translated from Cantonese that metallic figure from GD failed to detect Wukong's strength when attempting to gauge it. When bombarding Super 17, the technique he employed with the energy of heaven and earth was only slightly inferior to self-detonation. The three types of energy were easily defeated by Wukong, and Meluo's expression darkened. Just as he was about to find a way to evade danger, the threat of life and death loomed over him. Suddenly, a large hand emerged from the void, grabbing his face, followed by a powerful shockwave emanating from the opponent's palm, causing him to spit blood and lose consciousness before he could react. With his head severely battered, he coughed up blood repeatedly. Meluo's eyes flashed with a cold light. As he raised his power, he could finally barely keep pace with Wukong's speed. Sensing Wukong's trajectory, his right hand suddenly unleashed a blue energy blast piercing toward his approaching opponent at incredible speed. However, Wukong showed no intention of slowing down. He grasped the energy blast, concentrated his power in his palm, and after neutralizing the opponent's attack, he reappeared next to Meluo, delivering an uppercut that sent Meluo flying 1,000 zhong into the air. After taking such a heavy blow, Meluo's injuries worsened. He fiercely wiped the blood from his mouth, emitted a fierce aura to suppress his rising body, and upon spotting Wukong's relentless pursuit, he roared in anger, "Fire disc!" With his palm facing downward as his voice fell, a fiery golden light erupted from his hand. Almost simultaneously, a fiery disc nearly 100 zhong in size appeared below him, burning the air as it spun heavily, suppressing Wukong's position. A sense of unprecedented crisis washed over Wukong as he recognized the dominance of this attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong's clenched right fist emitted a faint golden light, charging up as he flew forward. Just as he was within 10 zhong of the massive fire disc, Wukong let out a long howl. Dragon Fist, Eruption. With a resounding boom that shook the heavens and earth, a powerful aura that could alter the very colors of the skies was released from Wukong's hand, accompanied by a long dragon's roar. A golden dragon a width of 1 zhong burst forth, shattering the fire disc before it as the massive dragon body, nearly 100 zhong long, soared up, pursuing Meluo. Damn it! Meluo, having expended tremendous energy to unleash the fire disc, gasped for breath as he saw Wukong completely shatter his attack, growling fiercely. With a swift motion, he dragged his fingertip downward, creating a sealed space that encompassed a 300 zhong radius, including Wukong. Thus, the roaring golden dragon was temporarily stalled by the sealed space. However, the immense power easily shattered the seal, but at that moment, a powerful destructive force collided with the golden dragon, managing to counter Wukong's dragon fist. Wukong frowned upon discovering the formation of this sealed space. The retaliatory force was not to be underestimated. What was most regrettable was that as Wukong broke through the sealed space, a dark crack reclosed where the figure in black had been, and his aura completely vanished. It turned out that after the opponent had unleashed the space seal, he immediately tore open a spatial passage and escaped to billions of light years away. After searching for a moment, Wukong finally confirmed that the opponent's figure had indeed vanished. Sensing the changes of this planet, Wukong had no choice but to exert immense strength, gradually shifting the planet back to its original trajectory. Once everything was settled, Wukong returned to his normal state and used instant transmission to search for Gohan's aura. To Wukong's shock, Gohan and Vegeta's auras had disappeared. Wukong released his fingers, staring in that direction with a furrowed brow. After a moment of silence, he once again vanished with instant transmission. In a space isolated from the world, Part 4, during the battle between Wukong and Meluo, Gohan and the others concluded their months-long journey through space. They arrived in an unfamiliar realm. Gohan, Trunks, and Goten, along with Master Roshi and Den, leaned against the spaceship's viewing window, gazing at this paradise that was completely different from their previous world. Countless colorful nebulae rushed past like meteors, but what truly captured Gohan and the others' attention was the overwhelming presence of powerful energies in this world. Even Vegeta, who usually showed no interest, paused his training to observe the starry sky outside. He and Gohan sensed the distinctiveness of this space, and in that moment the warrior spirit within him was reignited, a faint smile appearing on his face as he imagined the thrilling battles of the tournament. This place is beautiful. As Bra turned her head to speak to herself, she noticed the usually grim-faced Jack in front of her. Just as she was about to look away, she unexpectedly heard Jack's response. Yes, but beneath the surface no one can truly see its reality. Jack seemed to be influenced by Bra's sudden movement. After a slight narrowing of his eyes, he offered a self-deprecating smile before turning to leave. Bra was taken aback. The reason she turned around so quickly was that during their 3-month journey, Jack had spoken only 3 sentences. She had no confidence in her ability to charm an answer out of Jack, so she naturally treated the aloof Jack as though he were invisible. However, now she was stunned by the fact that Jack had responded, and she couldn't help but look back at his solitary figure filled with confusion. Xiaofang also witnessed this scene, but after secretly learning about Jack's terrifying strength from Trunks, she chose not to tease him. Jack, who preferred solitude, appeared even more out of place. Meanwhile, Beulah and Shishi curiously gazed at the outside world. Although Beulah had traveled through outer space before, the view before her made her realize what true vision was. Bulma sighed, marveling at this otherworldly realm. The playful Master Roshi and Den were exhaling heavily as they had learned from Jenny that they would reach their destination the next day, which naturally meant the arrival of beautiful women. The King of Earth and his guards were taken aback by this scene, as what had just occurred was unheard of, let alone seen. It turned out that this space was not part of the original universe. When the spaceship entered a pitch-black starry sky, everyone was puzzled as Jinny halted the ship's movement, and the next moment, he answered their question with action. After issuing a command from the spaceship, a spatial rift suddenly opened in the dark void ahead. Upon entering it, they discovered a bizarre cosmos hidden beneath the surface of this universe. Is this the universe you inhabit? Gohan was the first to ask. He was gradually becoming intrigued by this legendary universe fighting tournament, having known about the existence of this space before. However, he never expected that the combat power of this universe was vastly superior to his own. Jinny, well aware of Gohan's character, noticed that his behavior differed slightly from the information he had gathered over the past days. This change was a result of Gohan's subconscious transformation. With Wukong absent from the world as his son, he naturally bore the responsibilities of protecting the Earth and his loved ones. He smiled faintly and replied, "To be truthful, this is the inner universe while your world is the outer universe." In a distant era, these two spaces were originally one universe, but during ancient times a cataclysm occurred and our universe was split in two. Moreover, there are some differences between them which my father will explain to you clearly. Upon hearing such an answer, apart from Gohan and Vegeta, even Obi, Trunks, and Goten were astonished by this revelation. Seeing their expressions change slightly, Jinny understood the terrifying implications of the cataclysm. After all, when he first learned the truth, he was shocked at the thought of what power could distort a part of the starry sky akin to a being reaching the pinnacle of divinity. Well, you all should take some time to organize and rest. We will reach our final destination tomorrow. After these 3 months of travel, you deserve a break. Jinny replied politely, then glanced over at everyone, reminding them that this journey was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly hearing such words, Xiao Fong felt an inexplicable sadness wash over her. She silently left first, as at that moment she once again recalled that towering figure shorter than herself by half a head, yet immensely grand. The only one who noticed this scene was Beulah as a mother, and Shishi also remembered Wukong's past. However, they both wisely chose not to speak to Xiao Fong, understanding that these feelings must be endured alone. Just as everyone dispersed, a hurried figure rushed in, standing at attention upon seeing Jinny. Jinny seemed to sense something, nodded slightly, and the person respectfully leaned closer to whisper something in Guinness' ear. Upon hearing the report, Guinness' expression changed momentarily, but quickly returned to normal as he replied, "Prepare the data, I will be there shortly." After a moment of silence, Jinny sighed softly, and then left for the reconnaissance room. When was this detected, and which specific star system is it? Guinness' demeanor was no longer relaxed. After a moment of confusion, his eyes sparkled with intensity as he entered the room and asked, "Young master, the detection time was just before we were about to enter this space, and the location is approximately 6 billion light-years away in a star system known as RL. The energy signature captured is similar to that of the person detected a week ago. Both parties exhibit instant enhancement." The person answering seemed frightened by the results of this reconnaissance and trembled while speaking. "Instant enhancement type. What is their combat value?" Jinny caught onto the useful information, and upon hearing the connection to the previous week's detection, his brows furrowed deeper as he sensed something ominous. The surface-level instant data for both sides is 5 units. Note: 1 unit equals 10 million trillion in combat power, equivalent to Super Saiyan 4 and Baby in his Great Ape form. The person, seeing Guinness' increasingly grim expression, gathered his courage to continue speaking. However, after calculating the long-range data, the opposing strength is estimated to be above 300 units. However, in their last confrontation, both sides' powers surged dramatically in an instant, and since it only lasted a moment, we were unable to collect data. Instant enhancement type. 300 units. Even more than that. Jinny finally received a more detailed answer, but was still shocked by the results, resting his chin in contemplation. Recalling the energy fluctuations detected a week prior, Jinny speculated from their similarity, but back then the power the other party had displayed was only about 200 units. He knew that in the final moments their strength had also increased significantly. Combining this overlapping information, Jinny wore a helpless smile, turned away from the reconnaissance room, and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Such a rate of growth is truly astonishing. Father, how will you greet this friend? Jinny suddenly opened his eyes, his alluring gaze re-emerging as a golden light flashed through his pupils, and a smile blossomed on his face. Wukong returns eye. Within the pitch-black palace, the 5 elements surged palpably. Celestial and terrestrial energies were wielded with consummate mastery. Heavy labored breaths echoed sharply, interspersed with faint dripping water. After emitting a guttural groan, the black-robed figure unleashed a violent surge of power that shattered the 5 elemental energies permeating the palace. Yet once the tempest subsided, he regained his composure as if nothing had occurred. Just as he finished healing his wounds, an uninvited figure materialized within his sanctum. its white-pupilled gaze seeming to mock him outright. "What brings you here?" the black-robed figure asked coldly, clearly unimpressed by the intruder's sudden arrival. "Meluo, you finally returned, but judging by your battered state, you must have struck an immovable wall." The visitor paid no heed to Meluo's icy tone, instead responding with smug amusement. "Xiaoluo, that is none of your concern. Your sole duty is to govern the affairs of the demon realm properly." Meluo's eyes narrowed. Knowing full well Xiaoluo's long-standing enmity toward him, he felt fury rise at this fresh provocation. "Is that so? Don't presume Master Demon's favor grants you license to act without restraint, Meluo. Surely you haven't forgotten your place. Even by sheer strength you are no match for me." Provoked, Xiaoluo could no longer suppress his resentment. His voice turned glacial as he spoke, and simultaneously released a bone-piercing chill intending to strike Meluo and vent his indignation. "I beg to differ." Sensing the palace enveloped in Xiaoluo's frigid aura, Meluo's eyes flashed with frost, then instantly shifted into searing heat. A blazing fire energy erupted, rivaling even absolute zero cold in intensity, forcing Xiaoluo's expression to harden in alarm. You've been concealing your true strengths." Staring at Meluo in disbelief, Xiaoluo recoiled, shaken by this sudden, overwhelming power. He'd only meant to deliver a minor rebuke to his presumptuous peer, yet even wounded Meluo stood effortlessly equal to him. "Though you've lived far longer than I remember, this strength and talent are not measured in years." With a casual wave of his hand, Meluo dispelled the encroaching frost entirely, then replied coolly to Xiaoluo. Yet inwardly he knew well that Xiaoluo remained gravely injured. His recovered power barely 1/10, perhaps 1/5 of his prime strength after that ancient cataclysmic battle. Were Xiaoluo restored to his full might, Meluo would still fall slightly short. Xiaoluo fell silent, only glaring fiercely at the figure before him. As if recalling something pivotal, Meluo added, "Let me be clear, unless commanded by Master Demon himself, I demand you rescind the demon realm's plan to invade Earth during this vulnerable interlude. For I must warn you, I have just met with that monkey." At these words, Xiaoluo instantly grasped their implication. Eyes widening in shock, he stammered, "Then, your injuries?" Before he could finish, Meluo nodded once, then cut him off. "Though our exchange was merely tentative, my judgment is certain I am no match for him. Nor would you stand a chance, even at your peak." Hearing such weighty words, Xiaoluo paled. Since returning to the demon realm days earlier, he had learned of the cosmos' transformations over the past 4 centuries. Most astonishing was the Scion race, once nearly eradicated, now ascending anew to glory, and son Wukong's meteoric growth defied all reason. Now learning Meluo had been wounded by a mere monkey, even the dullest mind could only conclude the assailant was the Super Scion 4th stage, the very being whose current power rivaled Meluo's own, formidable enough to dominate entire epics in antiquity. Upon his return, Meluo had already learned from subordinates of Xiaoluo's reckless campaign. Yet ever the strategist who weighed the greater good, he could not permit such folly. Knowing full well the prophecy's ominous portent, an aware Master Demon held singular fascination for this newly risen Scion. But didn't he vanish with the Dragon God? Our demon realm prophecies mention no such thing. After a moment of stunned silence, Xiaoluo lifted his gaze, locking it onto Meluo with incredulity. "How laughable! Did the prophecy ever name me? Remember only this until Master Demon renders his decision, do nothing, or bear the consequences alone." Meluo offered a scornful, chilling laugh, then vanished without trace, leaving Xiaoluo frozen in stunned silence. Only then did Xiaoluo recall indeed the demon realm's prophecies contained no mention of Meluo whatsoever. Moreover, Master Demon was not due to awaken in this era, yet since that war the prophetic trajectory had subtly shifted. Meluo's emergence, Master Demon's awakening, and the Scion's resurgence, all intertwined, as if conspiring to overturn the ancient prophecy itself. Precisely this anomaly fueled Xiaoluo's deep-seated hostility. Meluo was never meant to exist, yet now stood acknowledged, even favored, by Master Demon within the demon realm. Could that battle 4 centuries ago have been wrong? Xiaoluo trembled violently, then roared in anguish, unleashing a devastating vortex that shook the heavens and earth of the demon realm. Tian Luo. The returning Wukong traversed the vast cosmos like a comet, streaking through the starry skies, moving at astonishing speed, yet still unable to echo in the boundless universe. After a prolonged duration, the figure that had paused once again crossed 1 billion light-years. At this moment, Wukong contemplated briefly before transforming into his Super Scion form to execute instant transmission, chasing after the disappeared location of Gohan and the others. This speed not only accelerated his movement, but also conserved energy, preventing any unexpected fluctuations that would hinder his ability to respond in time. What puzzled Wukong further was that at that location only faint traces of Gohan and Vegeta's auras remained. Among them were several powerful, yet familiar auras that Wukong had already recognized. However, without any signs of battle, Gohan and the others' auras abruptly ceased, as if they had vanished from this universe. Wukong once again focused his energy, locking onto the next location. Before his figure lingered for even a moment, he vanished once more. A day had already passed, and Nera's spaceship began to decelerate, slowly passing over an enormous planet that was beyond description, with a blend of blue and brown. Is this the planet for the competition? Wooten and Trunks squeezed to the front of the viewing window, staring at the gigantic planet that was thousands of times larger than Earth, struggling to believe what their eyes were witnessing. Yes, this planet is the largest in our inner universe, and its resistance is said to be the strongest in the entire cosmos, given that all the great cosmic battles have taken place here. Neri answered truthfully. Gohan then posed a question. The reaction just now must have been caused by this planet's gravity, right? It seems its density and gravity are far greater than Earth's. Those cracks on the planet must be the remnants of past battles. I presume many of you come here to train aside from the competition, correct? Vegeta also noticed this detail, placing his hands on his hips as he asked. Neri smiled, but did not answer, seemingly acknowledging the implication. Meanwhile, Sieka gazed at the planet, seemingly lost in thought, sighing before adopting a nonchalant attitude. On the other hand, Laika had completely recovered and appeared somewhat resentful towards Gohan. Throughout the journey, he had spoken little, but upon seeing the competition venue, he finally smiled faintly. So where is the residential planet? Is it far from the seaside? Master Roshi eagerly inquired, his shiny sunglasses reflecting a glimmer of light. Satan stood beside Master Roshi, resting a hand on his shoulder, as they both grinned like old pals. Well, it's not too far from this planet. We'll arrive in 3 minutes, and the seaside is not far at all. Neri replied somewhat awkwardly, having gotten to know these two's quirks after spending some time together, yet still responding politely. The king was somewhat taken aback by the unusual behavior of the usually dignified Mr. Satan, while the guard behind him looked on with disdain. The guard, an ignorant frog in the well, was not worth anyone's attention. On the surface, he looked down on them, but behind their backs, they all secretly scorned him as a fool. Xiaofang noticed his arrogant demeanor, and in her youthful impulsiveness contemplated giving him a good beating. However, she restrained her anger, choosing instead to maintain her graceful image, and shot a cold glare at the arrogant man. Bura recognized their collusion and could only sigh helplessly, throwing up her hands. Beer blushed and lowered her head, secretly cursing her father's lechery. Shishi and Bulma remained silent, having long seen through Master Rose's antics from their past encounters, and thus held no contempt for him. After all, those two were unlikely to change their nature. It was pointless to waste any further expression. In front of the pitch-black starry sky, a faint golden light flickered. Only from a distance could one discern it was a figure. This person was none other than Wukong. Wukong looked at the unfathomable darkness of the starry sky ahead. At this moment, utilizing a protective shield to sustain his oxygen, Wukong could linger in space for a while, but was bewildered by the scene before him. Having tracked Gohan and Vegeta's auras, Wukong was perplexed upon discovering that this space was devoid of anything. Even when he previously used instant transmission to probe the endless starry sky ahead, he only sensed a life force a billion light-years away. In other words, Gohan and the others were indeed here until the very last moment. Furrowing his brows in deep thought, Wukong detected no anomalies. In a moment of desperation, he tentatively shot a ki blast from his right hand, intending to disrupt the mysterious space ahead. However, at that very moment, a startling phenomenon occurred. As Wukong's ki blast traversed countless miles, the space around him began to tremble, and numerous asteroids and small celestial bodies surged into chaos. In the pitch-black starry sky, a massive circular formation resembling an array emerged, and Wukong's probing attack had no effect whatsoever after merging with the array. What? Wukong's expression darkened. In the past 6 months, he had traveled through other dimensional universes and was well aware of things that did not exist in this universe. He had even imagined that he once experienced sealing demonic entities, thus understanding that the energy circle before him was a sealing technique. Could it be that Gohan and the others have entered a world within this array? Wukong fixed his gaze on the seemingly slowly rotating, yet actually spinning at light-year speeds, enormous seal, his eyes sparkling with determination as he let go of his hands. Looks like I have to charge and head first. Wukong cast aside his serious demeanor, laughing heartily, his carefree attitude evident as he scratched the back of his head. Having realized that Gohan and the others were not in peril, Wukong's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally eased. As the night sky stretched endlessly with each of Wukong's powerful blasts, the formation only flickered momentarily upon contact with the energy blasts, rendering all of Wukong's attacks utterly ineffective, akin to a meat bun hitting a dog. There was no return. In the vastness of space, even immense explosions would produce no sound. Yet Wukong found himself helpless as the dozens of energy blasts he unleashed were absorbed by the faint golden seal, which in turn operated with increasing speed as its power amplified. Wukong suddenly crushed the energy ball that had just formed in his palm, realizing that his attacks were completely futile, and along with the confusion, a hint of trepidation began to creep in. In that case, I must only increase my power. Wukong gazed at the seal that vanished as quickly as it had appeared and decided not to waste any more effort, but to directly unleash a more formidable force to break through the formation. As he ascended to the fourth transformation of Super Saiyan, at the time Wukong needed to transform grew shorter, and the energy wasted decreased correspondingly. In the span of a single breath, Wukong unleashed his full power, breaking through the bottleneck of various stages with relentless force. As lightning crackled around him, the golden light intensified until after a violent tremor in the space, he finally transformed back into Super Saiyan 4. Now transformed, Wukong felt a subtle change within himself. He had always been a battle-hungry warrior, but with each ascent to Super Saiyan 4 he noticed that his bloodlust was increasingly heightened. Had it not been for the slight restraint experienced during his battle with Thor, he might have become a bloodthirsty marauder by now. This realization left Wukong in a state of perplexity, as if he had no answers. Gazing coldly into the void, Wukong smirked wickedly as an aura erupted from within him. Amidst the explosions, as the formation's activation point was reached, he seized the critical moment and unleashed the power he had long since accumulated. Tenfold Kamehameha. Wukong had previously discovered the formation's flaw during his bombardment. When the seal absorbed external power, its rotation slowed as the incoming force increased. In that brief moment, a thin golden crack blossomed at the center of the formation, and within that fissure Wukong sensed countless life forms through his instant transmission. A blood-red rainbow shot forth from Wukong's palm, and the tremendous recoil caused his body to shudder slightly. The rapid energy blast instantly detonated against the now slightly slower rotating seal. The golden threads reappeared, expanding from the size of a hair to a fissure over 100 meters long and more than 10 meters wide, yet the scene within was far darker. However, as the formation was forcefully breached, a powerful golden energy blast shot out from the dark crack, aimed straight at Wukong, the breaker of the formation. At the same moment, Gohan and the others disembarked from their spacecraft. Since arriving in this strange realm, OOB had felt a bit dizzy. The moment his foot touched the ground, an invisible force surged from deep within, a violent power that suddenly escalated and then vanished. No one noticed this change. Even OOB himself merely experienced a fleeting moment of darkness, dismissing it as mere discomfort from the unfamiliar environment. As Gohan and Vegeta stood on the ground, they suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath them. Realizing something was amiss, they quickly looked up at the stars, discovering that many planets were shaking. The sky is changing. Gohan and the others turned pale, while Nerla's face changed dramatically before he suddenly smiled, as if he understood something. However, Siaku and Laika stared in astonishment at the starry sky, as it wasn't just Gohan and the others who noticed. They also sensed that this space seemed to tremble. Gradually, it became clear that more than just Nerli and Gohan were aware of the changes. Many fighters in this realm felt the earth-shattering shifts and began using their energy to probe the causes behind it. Gohan and Vegeta's expressions darkened, but upon seeing Siaku and Laika's reactions, they realized such occurrences were beyond their expectations. Thus, they did not think it was a trick on the part of the others, but the one capable of causing such upheaval was certainly no ordinary figure. As everyone speculated about the perpetrator, a gigantic seal manifested at the edge of this starry realm. Even from a great distance, Gohan could see the red seal resembling a disc, and within it was a powerful aura that left most fighters breathless. Suddenly sensing this overwhelming aura, Nerla's face changed again, while Siake's sharp gaze was fixed ahead, and Laiku was stunned by this sudden surge of power. Yet while these individuals were astounded, Gohan and the others were even more shocked, filled with an indescribable excitement that stirred their very souls. Because they all sensed it, that familiar aura. Grandpa. It's Grandpa. It really is Grandpa. After a moment of stunned silence, the first to shout in excitement was Xiao Fong, her shoulders trembling. After letting out a scream, she covered her mouth, and the tears that had been held back began to flow freely down her rosy cheeks, leaving 2 trails on the ground. Hearing such words, Siake's expression shifted again, while Laika's face changed drastically. He knew exactly who Xiao Fong referred to as Grandpa, but he couldn't believe that the person who had been missing for over half a year had reappeared, and with such overwhelming presence. Initially panicked, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Satan finally realized that the one responsible for all these changes was Wukong. Yet they still found it hard to believe such a shocking event. They shifted their gaze to Gohan, who was equally stunned. Gohan noticed their eyes on him, and with a hint of moisture in his gaze nodded, saying, "It really is Dad." With this affirmation, Shishi could no longer hold back her tears, choked with emotion. After all, having been with Wukong for so many years, and with his prolonged absence, Gohan and Goten had often forced smiles, leading Shishi to consider the worst possible outcomes. But now she was told Wukong has returned. Kakarot, have you finally come back? However, the gap between us. Vegeta tilted his body slightly. Upon realizing that the fearsome aura belonged to Wukong, he felt a sense of relief. However, upon sensing the power that surpassed even that of the Super One-Star Dragon, Vegeta felt a tinge of frustration. After all, he had believed that the rigorous training over the past half-year had allowed him to surpass Wukong from his initial ascent to Super Saiyan 4, only to have that confidence shattered in an instant. But now Vegeta no longer aimed to surpass Wukong. Instead, he aspired to be the first among those who had transformed after Wukong. Such ambitions were indeed a monumental challenge, and the very essence of his pride and capital. Outside the formation, Wukong had long since discerned the secret of the crack, which is why he did not directly probe within when it tore open. Now, watching the golden light blasting toward him, Wukong awaited the perfect moment to breach the formation. He swung his right fist, unleashing a colossal golden dragon to shatter the last defense of the seal. The thunderous explosion caused the universe within to tremble slightly. This tremor was not due to Wukong's power being strong enough to shake the entire inner universe, but rather because Wukong's force struck the seal, which while trembling also compressed the stars within, causing them to shake. As the dragon fist broke through the retaliatory golden energy blast, Wukong sensed Gohan and the others' auras emanating from the enormous crack. Still in Super Saiyan 4 form, Wukong wore a wicked smile, and in an instant his figure shifted to enter that peculiar space. Upon sensing the formation being forcefully breached, the fighters in this starry realm all changed their expressions. In a flash of golden light, after crossing millions of light years, Wukong's figure appeared steadfastly on the planet where Gohan and the others stood. The familiar figure with a hint of red fur and long black hair broke into a soothing smile under the gaze of everyone. That person answered heartily, "I have returned." Looking at the figure before him, so familiar, yet surreal, everyone felt as if they were caught in a beautiful nightmare, shaking their heads vigorously in disbelief. Holding back tears, they still recognized the signature smile of the person standing in front of them. In an instant, everyone fell silent. In the less than a year of separation, it felt as if they had waited a lifetime. They had thought they lost Wukong, yet now they saw the real Wukong walking before them. Wukong seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, but he first winked at Vegeta, then smiled and said, "What's wrong? Is it not good to see me?" "Welcome back, Wukong." Master Roshi greeted first, his excited body still wearing sunglasses, yet his eyes were moist and his voice choked with emotion. After Master Rose's greeting, the younger generation also gently wiped away their glowing tears and nodded with smiles, "Welcome back." "Haha, thank you." Wukong laughed heartily, and at that moment, he also dispelled his power. His body glimmered softly in golden light before returning to its normal state, that same familiar yet robust figure. "Grandpa, Grandpa, is it really you? You've truly come back. I'm so happy." Little Fong ran up excitedly, her eyes shimmering with tears as she acted adorably. Still a bit disbelieving, she blinked, but the robust figure before her indeed overlapped with the familiar silhouette from years ago, and the aura remained unchanged. Shishi excitedly leaned forward and gently hugged Wukong, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out, "Wukong, you finally returned. Do you know how worried I was? I was really afraid you wouldn't come back. I promise I won't bully you anymore." Hearing such words, Wukong was taken aback and touched his nose, a wry smile forming as he recalled how Shishi had said this many times before. Yet to this day, she still seemed to abuse him, a habit she had maintained since Gohan's birth. Wukong slightly straightened, turned his head, and asked Shishi with a sidelong glance, "Really?" Shishi nodded in response. At this moment, everyone else surrounded Wukong. Even Vegeta was the same. While everyone inquired about Wukong's condition, he merely nodded proudly at Wukong, indicating he understood what to do. Wukong smiled knowingly and nodded back. "Yes, I have returned." Wukong's gentle eyes looked at the two girls, Little Fong and Chi-Chi, as his large hands stroked their hair. "Grandpa, how did you come back? Weren't you already? And your body?" Little Fong, gradually calming down, gazed up at the tall Wukong, only then noticing that he had returned to adult size. She pouted a bit. I'm not quite sure about the specifics, but Shenron said it would be better for me to return to my original form, and I had to pester Shenron for quite a while before he agreed to bring me back." Wukong pinched Little Fang's slightly pouting face, knowing that the matter Shenron mentioned was very important. He ultimately did not reveal it directly, especially since he had also seen Goku, Nappa, and Raditz nearby. Those who were somewhat aware of the situation knew that Wukong had not revealed the truth, yet they had no reason to force him to explain everything. "So Grandpa won't leave us again, right? Right, Grandpa?" Little Fong broke free from Wukong's hand, then tightly hugged him, her eager eyes looking at Wukong, hoping for a reassuring answer. Yes, I want leave, everyone again. After a moment of silence, Wukong gently patted her head. Since that's the case, why did you not come back sooner? The warm atmosphere suddenly vanished. The once timid Shishi tightly gripped her trembling hands, producing cracking sounds, then unexpectedly struck Wukong's head hard. With a loud thud, an unprepared Wukong winced in pain, looking at his unpredictable wife with a hint of grievance. Oh. Everyone was stunned, and Wukong immediately hugged his head with both hands, tears glistening in his eyes as he complained, "What was that for?" Shishi. His eyes reflected apprehension as he looked at his volatile wife. What do you think? Shishi turned her head away, deliberately avoiding Wukong's gaze, interrogating him arrogantly. Since Shenron made it so easy for you to come back, why didn't you return sooner? You made me worry for so long. Wukong, rubbing his head, protested in grievance. I really had to talk for a long time to persuade Shenron to make that decision. Shishi still maintained her relentless demeanor. In truth, she was aware of Wukong's lie, yet she reveled in the roleplay. However, her fierce display left everyone astonished, especially Vegeta, who widened his eyes, unable to believe that the universe's strongest warrior he had always revered could be so dominated at home. Yet Wukong could only smile bitterly, as if he had long accepted this outcome. Shishi's sweet words were not to be trusted. In just a matter of minutes, the promises made had already been contradicted. Everyone exchanged knowing smiles. None noticed that in a corner Goku was silently watching Wukong. So Uncle Wukong, did the Dragon Balls and Shenron come back with you? Trunks inquired as he stepped forward. No, it's just me who returned. Before coming back, Shenron restored me to my original body. That's a good approach. Shenron did well. Now Wukong is the same age as me, so I'm no longer worried about you running around looking for other women. Shishi mischievously remarked. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter while Shishi blushed, and Wukong, still puzzled, rubbed his head and laughed along, simple-minded. However, why does he look so familiar? The king gazed at the laughing Wukong, lost in thought. The guard remarked, Your Majesty, how could you know this commoner? No, that's not it. He really looks familiar. Who could it be? Let me think. Yes, it's him. He seems to be the boy who defeated the Demon King Piccolo back then. After pondering, the king exclaimed excitedly, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized the robust Wukong, piecing together Wukong's current appearance with that of the boy from years ago. It can't be. Is he really the savior from back then? He doesn't look that powerful. The guard questioned, looking at the king. The king stared intently at Wukong, trying hard to recall the past, saying, But he really resembles him so much. Fine, let's use time to confirm this. Young master, is it really him? Is he the legendary Super Saiyan? Indeed, it is him. I am not mistaken, he was in that state back then. Goku recalled the Super Saiyan 4 state of Wukong, responding firmly. But the legend says that the king is a ruthless battle maniac. Yet now Trunks tried to question, as the individual before him seemed to deviate greatly from the legendary description. No, you saw it too, Trunks. Saions can transform, their power surges instantly, and their emotions can change as well. You should know this well from your battles with Gohan. Besides, you can't deny the state he was in just now, can you? Goku rebutted Trunks, disregarding his displeased expression with a hint of fervor in his eyes. Moreover, it concealed a profound sense of emotion that no one seemed to detect. Wukong's return allowed Gohan and the others to finally release their guilt over past mistakes. However, they naturally did not believe Wukong's lies, as they were in a foreign land and many secrets could not be revealed to outsiders, always wary of walls having ears. Vegeta considered matters even more deeply than Gohan and Trunks. After all, when Wukong left Earth, the implications he had left were not easily altered by the dragon. His years of battle experience also made Vegeta cautious. As time slowly passed, everyone remained at the landing control area of the spaceship, captivated by that familiar figure, which brought joy to others, while also providing a sense of calm and stability. After a lively conversation filled with laughter, Wukong received a few playful knocks on his head from Chi-Chi, who, though a bit excited and panting, was filled with joy. Since Wukong had returned to his childlike form, Chi-Chi seemed to reminisce about their childhood, feeling a bit shy and behaving like a devoted wife for a while. However, now that Wukong had returned to his adult form, she no longer felt awkward towards her husband, and thus returned to her true self. Wukong's height of nearly 2 meters made it quite convenient for him to reach for the jujubes above her head, bringing him some amusement, albeit at his own expense. At the same time, Wukong learned from Master Roshi about Krillin launch and Tien, and he roughly understood the reasons behind Gohan's current cosmic journey. However, Wukong's expression grew serious, as the events of the past few days, particularly concerning the Thunder God, left him perplexed. To his surprise, he had encountered a formidable figure from the demon realm just yesterday. That mysterious figure completely overturned Wukong's judgment of the demon realm's power and now hearing about the upcoming cosmic tournament naturally left him a bit flustered. Wukong, however, was adept at concealing secrets. He noticed that Jinyu occasionally cast glances in his direction, so he engaged in conversation, easily revealing no signs of discomfort. With Wukong's return, Master Rashi and Satan temporarily set aside their playful attitudes. The former maintained a master-disciple relationship, while the latter was family, both knowing the esteemed position Wukong held in everyone's hearts, and they were delighted by his presence. At that very moment, those who had sensed Wukong's overwhelming aura felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down their spines. However, just as they were recovering from their shock, that overpowering force that could shake the entire inner universe vanished in an instant, leaving them curious. From millions of light years away, figures extended their divine senses only to find an unusually mundane aura on the main planet. Is it him? Everyone speculated on the answer, with many of those sending out divine senses being figures from the inner universe, while the rest were cosmic contestants invited to this tournament. Thus, they were particularly attentive to the presence of external contestants each day. Naturally, as soon as Vegeta and the others arrived, those people had already classified them as participants. However, now noticing the reappearance of a seemingly mediocre fighter among them, doubts about Wukong's identity arose. The situation was partly caused by the fact that whenever Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his aura underwent considerable changes. If one was unfamiliar with Wukong, no one could directly recognize that both forms belonged to the same person. Moreover, the individuals daring enough to chase after Wukong's aura were not without their own capabilities, so they understood that some extraordinary figures could effortlessly manipulate their physical strength and instantly enhance their power. Wukong, of course, sensed the throng of probing auras, but he showed no intent to respond, feeling somewhat awkward. Chuckling as he touched the tip of his nose, he recalled that his earlier actions might have been a bit excessive, having stirred up a storm upon his arrival, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Naturally, those capable of sensing auras were also aware of the chain reactions caused by this celestial change. Jinyu smiled wryly, never having expected the other party to so brazenly break through the formation's defenses. If this scene did not capture everyone's attention, then those fellows were not worthy of being called battle-crazed madmen. Jocko regained his composure and shifted his gaze from Wukong to Gohan, observing the deep bond between the father and son, which made him contemplative as he looked up at the heavens before closing his eyes. Although Jocko did not fully understand how to gauge a foe's existence through aura, he was neither blind nor foolish. Sensing that the entire inner universe was stirred by the other party, such power was not something he could easily imagine. However, having a slight understanding, he noticed numerous auras gathering on the main planet, with divine senses locking onto Wukong. Such a scene made Jocko's heart tremble. Similarly influenced by that day, some individuals harbored their own thoughts. They did not intrusively probe with their aura, but instead fell into solitary meditation. This power is immense. But is it truly useful? An elder, upon hearing the report, realized the reason behind the recent earth-shaking disturbance. He waved his hand to signal his subordinates to withdraw, his deep-set eyes obscuring his true intentions, only to sigh and shake his head. Elder Ba, is there going to be a change in the situation? Moreover, yesterday, suddenly a figure silently appeared in the elder's studio, respectfully inquiring towards the elder. No need. Although this power belongs to him, for the sake of our safety, sacrifices must be made. There hasn't been a whisper of yesterday's events, has there? The elder's eyes sparkled with determination as his frail hands lightly tapped on the table, indicating his decision. I understand. Following Elder Ba orders, I have eliminated those who were in the know. As the burly man spoke of extermination, a flicker of struggle and pain passed through his originally resolute eyes, yet he quickly concealed his emotions, not wanting to be discovered. Alas, if you are to hate me, it is warranted. After all, your brother is involved. Fuzz. The elder's sharp gaze caught the momentary glimmer in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he immediately understood the other's thoughts. After letting out a long sigh, he continued. No, I am aware after all regarding my brother's matter. The middle-aged man replied with some trepidation, not fearing that the elder would order his execution, for the elder lacked that capability. He was eager to explain, not wanting the elder to hold any reservations against him. A warrior dies for a confidant. Having the lord he is loyal to doubt his words would leave him utterly embarrassed. The middle-aged man also articulated the crux of the matter, for he understood clearly that were it not for his brother's betrayal years ago, he would not be facing this mortal peril today. Yet blood is thicker than water. After all, he is my own brother, and to end his life with my own hands would be a deeply tragic affair. However, he chose to follow the elder's approach, knowing that the greater picture must prevail. The elder observed the middle-aged man's demeanor, naturally grasping his genuine thoughts, and nodded in satisfaction. This time he did not issue a mandatory kill order, yet the other still acted and executed it flawlessly. It was precisely this point that earned Fuzz the elder's utmost trust. Then you should withdraw and prepare. Do not let anyone see your trace for the next few days. Once everything is ready, I will contact you, understood? The elder took a deep breath and spoke solemnly, almost word by word. I understand. Fuzz accepted the command and vanished in an instant as if he had never existed in the room, quietly coming and going. In the spacious studio of 100 square meters, only the lonely figure of the elder remained, occasionally sighing. At that moment, in another part of the same planet, a slender silhouette quietly admired the breathtaking sunrise over the sea. She understood the art of sensing aura, but did not deliberately probe. With her special identity upon sensing the auras of Jinri and Siakushi, naturally recognized that the individuals nearby were scions, and the one with the earth-shattering power must also be a scion. She possessed an extraordinarily beautiful face in her early 20s, yet her skin appeared somewhat sickly pale. Her 3,000 strands of hair flowed down her back like a waterfall, perfectly untangled and reaching her waist. Dressed in a loose nightgown, this half-concealment did not hinder her graceful figure. The skin on her arms was of normal hue like elegant jade, shielding her front, further accentuating her alluring grace. She gazed contentedly at the stunning scene before her as the gentle sea breeze brushed against her face, disrupting her hair. She gently tucked her strands behind her ear, her melancholic eyes filled with sorrow. She did not wish to know what would happen next, yet she found herself trapped in the shadows of him, and his presence a change that pained her deeply, especially towards him. Do you still not understand? You were not wrong. You truly were not wrong. The young and beautiful woman was reminded of past memories. 2 lines of tears streamed down her cheeks. Though choked up, she stubbornly held back her sobs. You are not wrong. You are truly not wrong. It is all their fault. The woman became even more choked up, bending down to hug her knees, her body trembling slightly. Silence. Silence. Above a vast expanse of sea, several figures clad in black robes stood motionless. The earlier tremor had seized their attention, but rather than act rashly, they deliberately suppressed their aura to a feeble level, evading potential counterdetection. The leader fixed his gaze intently toward the direction where Wukong stood. In truth, the moment the first wave of assault struck the seal script formation, he had sensed an intruder forcing his way through. Yet what left him incredulous was the intruder's ability to tear open a fissure in the formation, a feat whose earth-shattering power not only shook the formation itself, but reverberated violently across the entire inner cosmos, jolting his very soul. Even more staggering was the faint yet unmistakable familiarity of that aura, an aura steeped in bitter, irreconcilable enmity, as if born from ancient sworn opposition. It is him, undoubtedly him. To the leader's lower right, one figure began trembling violently, not from fear, but from seething white-hot hatred, as though confronting a mortal enemy long awaited. Yet beneath that fury ran a deep current of dread, for he knew all too well just how unfathomably transcendent that power had been. Do not grow so agitated. That aura may not belong solely to him. When a formation is torn asunder, it releases a torrent of residual energy. Perhaps what we felt was merely the formation's own backlash, not his personal strength. Another black-robed figure, equal in rank to the leader, offered this speculation, having glimpsed fragments of the formation's secrets himself. Thus he observed the celestial upheaval with cautious optimism. Yet he failed to notice his commander's face darkening with grim severity, and still convinced he had solved the riddle, dismissed any notion of such overwhelming power. The commander cast him a cold, disdainful glance, neither correcting nor interrupting his delusion. Since his return, he had witnessed this reckless upstart's arrogance on countless occasions. Yet what truly grated upon him was the man's audacity to feign strength without possessing any. Now utterly ignorant of formation arts, knowing 6 of its 7 apertures while remaining blind to the 7th, he fancied himself vastly superior, a true incorrigible Yalong. No, that is wrong. He hesitated, recalling the cataclysmic moment, the unforgettable soul-rending spectacle, its memory both terrifying and intoxicating, stirring within him a fervent longing to wield such peerless might. Challenged in his conclusion, he bristled with indignation, accustomed as he was to absolute obedience, unaccustomed to contradiction or doubt. If he truly possessed such immense power, would he have fared so wretchedly during the evil dragon incident? Do you truly believe he could ascend so drastically within half a year? Yet if his strength were insufficient, the seal script formation could never have trembled, even slightly. You must confront his true power with solemn gravity. The first speaker remained unconvinced, his ire kindled by the other's condescension, while the latter flushed with mortified rage, eyes blazing. Upon hearing those words, the commander's eyes gleamed with sharp approval. Nodding faintly in acknowledgement of the speaker's insight, he then glanced at the self-deluded Yalong, and suppressed with visible strain the urge to strike him down. Slaying countless worthless fools proves only that you stand marginally above them. Unlike that narrow-minded fool, the commander possessed neither shallow vision nor hasty judgment. and his mastery of formation arts far surpassed these two juniors. Indeed, the other had raised a valid point, yet the formation's retaliatory surge had been obliterated in an instant. That stark contrast alone bore irrefutable witness to the intruder's terrifying might. Beyond awe, however, what chilled him most was the question, why had he returned? According to decades of intelligence, this towering figure had departed Earth 9 months ago, vanished without trace. At that time, his strength had scarcely reached 1/10 of what it now displayed. Yet in less than a year, reality had convulsed, and his adversary's ascent had been nothing short of tyrannical, divine-defying. Can this truly continue? In that very instant, the black-robed leader sensed peril. Abandoning reflection, he swept his withered right hand across the air, rending open a rift in space, and instantly drew the surrounding figures into its depths. The moment the rift sealed shut, a thunderous chi blast shrieked forth, missing its mark entirely, before arcing away from the planet and vanishing into the void. Wukong and the others had already been welcomed into the reception room by the young man Jinny, who held the identity of their host. They were currently in the technological base of the planet, and as a member of the royal family, Jinny did not reside there. Likewise, his father, whom he frequently mentioned but had yet to reveal, lived in a palace thousands of miles away. I am pleased to meet you. You must be son Wukong. I am Jinny. Jinny was already aware of Wukong's identity. He patiently awaited Gohan's introduction before taking the initiative to greet, wearing a gentle smile and extending his right hand to indicate a handshake. Hello. Wukong smiled back, and the moment he grasped Genis' right hand, he naturally sensed the immense power within him. Wukong's expression slightly changed, yet he looked at Jinny with admiration. While Wukong was probing Jinny, the latter was also testing Wukong's depth. The moment they touched, he was astonished to find that Wukong's power was well concealed, with no discernible fluctuations, leaving him momentarily stunned. Referred to as the strongest warrior in the outer universe, Mr. Wukong truly deserves the title, Jinny remarked with a gentle smile as Wukong released his hand. I am just a warrior who has been exposed to the world. It's hard to say whether I am the strongest. After all, there are many rising stars, and there are plenty of powerful figures hidden in the universe. Wukong sighed a bit, reflecting on how many times he had struggled back from the brink of death throughout his years of battle. Now he realized that as his own power increased, the world he encountered became broader. Those who claimed to be the best in the universe were often just local tyrants. How vast was the universe? Moreover, compared to his juniors Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Obi, who had all surpassed their predecessors, their starting point was significantly higher than his. Their current strength was indeed far ahead of his at the same age. Such a statement was made without intent, but caught Genis' attention. After all, he was a figure from the inner universe and a prince of a ruling clan, fully aware of the depth of the outer universe. Wukong's words reminded him of certain things, as the time was not too far off, and those histories should still bear traces. However, in the information he had gathered over the past year, Jinny discovered something mysterious. With a wry smile and a slight change in expression that went unnoticed, Jinny simply acknowledged Wukong's humility and instructed his attendants to help Gohan and Vegeta organize their belongings, continuing the conversation with Wukong. Who exactly is he? It must be him. He is well hidden. Wait a minute. No fluctuations in energy. Being personally greeted and hosted by Prince Jinny, their identities must be extraordinary. Our scions. Was that one a scion too? In an instant, many divine senses retreated within, as those significant figures who had been observing Wukong and the others turned pale upon locking onto Genis' energy. Although they possessed the capability to participate in the grand competition, those who had lived in the inner universe for a while or were originally residents knew all too well about Genis' identity and terrifying power. Upon witnessing Jinny personally waiting for those individuals, they all retracted their energy signatures and began speculating. In this situation, some people unaware of Jack's temperament intentionally kept their energy focused on Jack. The latter coldly emitted a strong energy wave, intimidating those foolish enough to challenge him. Such a sensational occurrence quickly spread throughout half of the inner universe before the competition began. In a magnificent palace, a burly middle-aged man chuckled and said, "Friend, your actions are a bit too exaggerated. You've scared quite a few people." His brows furrowed sharp as blades under which were deep-set eyes. His youthful face did not reflect middle age. Instead, it radiated the aura of a ruler. He stood up, having already known that Genis' spaceship would signal its entry into the inner universe at this moment. Originally, he wanted to wait personally for the arrival of the scions, but given his special status, he ultimately refrained from taking that action. After all, he was the king of the entire inner universe, and one could say he was the god of the inner universe. He was Genis' father, Grit. It is time to meet Scion, Grit said to himself with a smile, then took steady steps forward. The Chosen One of the Universe Part 1. What just happened? When the group of black-clad individuals was ambushed, one of them, filled with trepidation, asked as they reappeared at a certain location. This individual was the one who had speculated about Wukong's true strength. The arrogant fellow felt a tremor of fear coursing through him. Although he had not sensed the arrival of the energy attack beforehand, he was caught in that moment of being taken away by the leader and felt the weight of that power, realizing that the previous strike was enough to obliterate him. Is it them? He looked at his leader with some trepidation, and as he uttered these words, a thick sense of doubt clouded his expression. Seeing the foolish bear-like appearance of his subordinate again, the high-ranking figure felt utterly disheartened. Nevertheless, he replied, "It is not their aura, but that power is quite strange. My lord, do you not sense the master of that aura?" The leader did not erupt in anger. Instead, he grew increasingly appreciative of this assistant who possessed strong insight. Observing the confusion in the other's eyes, he knew they had vaguely sensed something unlike that arrogant fool who panicked. It seems you sensed it too. The oddity of that energy attack. The black-clad figure only provided a vague answer, as he himself found it hard to believe such a situation could occur, yet the previous scene had unfolded so tangibly. With his leader's tacit acknowledgement, the individual's eyes suddenly narrowed, validating his earlier speculation, yet he could hardly believe such a thing could exist in the world. Seeing that the two were speaking in riddles, the one labeled as a fool, unnoticed by the others, had a glimmer of brilliance flash through his once lazy eyes. The tremors throughout his body were suppressed, and no one noticed the hidden arc beneath his black hood. The leader turned around and looked at the few underlings who were unworthy of his attention. With a flick of his sleeve, he commanded, "You all withdraw for now. After the match begins, I will contact you again. There is no need for much action in the meantime. Go on." "Yes." The 5 or 6 figures in black robes bowed in acknowledgement and then vanished one by one. "I have just received orders. Plans must be altered for preparation. Therefore, I will leave this space, and 2 others will come to command this match in your stead. Do you understand?" After the unremarkable subordinates withdrew, the leader finally revealed the crucial information. Looking at the 2 subordinates, he understood completely. He harbored the same disdain, yet was compelled to divulge the changed plans. "Understood." The 2 replied in unison, but by the time the words left their mouths, the leader's aura had already faded beyond 100 miles. A prolonged silence ensued, with only the sound of the wind rustling. "What do you think of this matter?" The one pretending to be foolish finally spoke. As he sensed the formation, he concluded that his leader had already left the inner universe, and he no longer needed to conceal his true self. "We need not concern ourselves with the scions for now. After all, they will serve as cannon fodder. However, those other 2. The other person replied. Only the figures before him knew their decisions. Before their leader, they both played their parts merely to deceive everyone's eyes. With our identities, we could never submit to them, not even that Qing Luo has the right to do so," the person said resentfully. To qualify for survival, he had to hide his ambitions, yet he was acutely aware of what he possessed. That very thing made even Qing Luo wary to openly slay him. And indeed, the one who left earlier was Qing Luo of the Demon Realm, and this group of black-clad individuals represented the new generation of power from the Demon Realm. However, everything must be based on power. We still do not possess that level of strength. Seemingly understanding the feelings of the other, he sighed. In this world of the survival of the fittest, identity and status do not necessarily correlate. Not necessarily. It seems they all view us as pawns. That's fine as long as they take that step. I wouldn't mind taking their lives. Venting his frustrations, he tightly clenched his fists. The once proud man had lost the dominion of the Demon Realm not long ago and had to don a mask of arrogance to possibly obtain a chance for survival. I wouldn't mind either. The man also agreed with his companion's words, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. A celestial prodigy of the cosmos. A solitary figure moved back and forth along the path. All who crossed his way bowed deeply in reverence. Yet he never opened his eyes to acknowledge them, as if wandering aimlessly, searching for an answer only he sought. This cold, aloof loner was none other than Siaku, and no one else could ever be. Knowing that Grith would soon meet with the scions, he left the reception chamber, not out of reluctance to see the benefactor who had altered the course of his life, but because he cared for nothing at all, except her. Every being carries a story, and Siaku was no exception. Yet only one soul knew his past. All others who had learned it were slain, not merely killed, but erased twice over, their very soul forms annihilated a second time. That incident once shook the entire inner cosmos. It was precisely such an event that instilled in nearly every living being today a bone-deep dread upon beholding Siaku. Yet Siaku himself understood well beneath their terror lay contempt, and a hatred so profound it cut to the marrow. He neither acknowledged nor deigned to care about others' judgments. Yet should anyone dare trespass upon his most sacred boundary, they would vanish from this world in the next breath. "You hold no interest whatsoever in the assembly." Suddenly a familiar voice pierced the silence. and by its resonance alone he recognized the speaker. Siaku opened his eyes and gazed upon Lake standing sideways in the corridor ahead. His reply was delivered in a tone as faint as mist, none at all. Years of enduring Siaku's icy indifference had long since frayed Lake's patience. Though he knew his own bloodline paled beside Siaku's, he could not bear that dismissive gaze, the sheer weight of being rendered invisible. Just as fury threatened to erupt anew, a warning echoed in his mind. Neri's solemn decree. Under no circumstances must you provoke Siaku. Clamping down on his seething rage, Lake's eyes still blazed with frostlight. Yet Siaku had already closed his eyes again, his pace unwavering, passing Lake without pause or glance. This is no longer Earth. So surely you harbor no objections to what I intend to do. Lake watched the haughty silhouette recede, swallowing his wrath before speaking once more. Do as you please. But let this serve as fair warning. Should such incidents recur, I shall reduce you to a commander without a single soldier. After uttering those words, Siaku paused, but briefly, and his voice dropped into a chilling silken murmur. Even as Lake's face paled, Siaku's next words struck like a blade to the heart, leaving him speechless, teeth clenched in impotent fury. This time I'll teach you a lesson. I'll personally eradicate those worthless fools. Siaku's declaration detonated within Lake's mind. Even as rage consumed him, Siaku had already vanished beyond sight, footsteps fading into silence. Siaku, I will kill you one day. Lake dared not roar it aloud. Instead, the vow tore through his inner world like a storm. His eyes flooded with bloodshot veins, his aura surged violently, two shimmering sigils now flickering above his brow. Within 5 minutes, Siaku stood amid shattered stones in a desolate wasteland thousands of miles away, gazing coldly down at 4 corpses frozen in final agony, unwilling to yield even in death. In their last moments, they had been seized by overwhelming terror and bitter regret. Yet Siaku granted them no reprieve. One by one, he severed their lives with his bare hands. He glanced at his right forearm, slick with crimson. A pale golden flame rose from his skin, vaporizing the thick blood. Then with a soft hiss, a miniature blast sphere struck the corpses. In a flash of incandescent fury, they dissolved into nothingness, leaving only scorched earth behind. Your strength was no trifling matter, yet you knowingly defied my deepest threshold. Death, therefore, is your most fitting end. Siaku sighed softly, eyes closed, motionless as stone. In the hush that followed, the wilderness slowly resumed its quiet rhythm, until a tiny life alighted upon his left shoulder, delicate orange legs, trembling wings of burnished brown edged with gold fluttering gently as it rubbed its beak against his sleeve. A subtle shift stirred within Siaku's spirit. He tilted his head just slightly and met the bird's round, knowing eyes. Neither moved, neither blinked. Unafraid, unimpressed, utterly guileless, the creature's innocence softened something ancient within him. For the first time, a faint, genuine smile touched his lips. His right hand rose gently to stroke the bird's smooth, downy crown. But the little creature recoiled with comical disdain, puffing its feathery belly, dodging his fingers, then pecked him sharply, fixed him with a fierce, indignant glare, and flitted away. Siaku laughed, a soft, warm sound rare as starlight at dawn. The sting of the peck was negligible, yet he lingered, fingertips brushing lightly over the spot, as if tracing the ghost of some long-lost sunlit memory. And for the third time, his lips curved into a true, unguarded smile. In the cosmos, the chosen one of the heavens, tall and stern, the young, middle-aged man seated before them exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance that made the women present feel a twinge of apprehension. However, Bulma and Bra took it in stride, for they were well acquainted with this version of the character, Vegeta. Under the introduction of Neely, everyone understood that this middle-aged gentleman was the King Grit. Due to the need to discuss some confidential matters, the Earth King was asked to rest in another room. You must be the pride of the universe, the Scion's right. Grit smiled at those present, not adopting a condescending demeanor of royalty, but rather focusing his gaze mostly on Goku and Vegeta. Similarly, Vegeta remained the staunch defender of Scion dignity, a stark contrast to Grit. The latter did not take offense. He knew more than Neely and was well aware of Vegeta's temperament. In ancient times, Scions indeed had such prestige, as a prince of this lineage seemed destined to be the heir to future supremacy. Even if the Scions were no longer what they once were, the innate pride within them was indelible, forever engraved in their spirits alongside their combat prowess. Yes, we are currently the last few remaining Scions, and both Vegeta and I are pure Scions. These individuals are the mixed-blood descendants of Scions and Earthlings. Goku replied amiably, though he felt an inexplicable wariness. Uncharacteristically so, as he was generally not one to dwell on schemes. That makes sense. After all, the data shouldn't be wrong. Grit sighed, somewhat puzzled by Goku's sudden appearance, yet he had never revealed his true inner world. What's so special about it? What does it matter if we are Scions? Vegeta asked impatiently, his pride manifesting as agitation, particularly frustrated by the fact that Grit was probing into their past. The knowledge of their tumultuous experiences on Earth being grasped by someone from afar left Vegeta feeling controlled and belittled, fueling his resentment. It's simple because the identity of a scion cannot be impersonated. Grit smiled at Vegeta. Upon hearing such a double-edged response, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, while Goku and Gohan along with the others looked on in surprise, though no questions arose. There's no need for so much talk. Please explain the so-called Universe Fighting Tournament to us fully. I believe you can clarify our doubts about what this tournament entails. Vegeta immediately pressed on with his question. Everyone cast curious glances at the somewhat astonished Grit. After a brief silence, Grit finally smiled and said, "Fair enough. Let me explain everything about this Universe Fighting Tournament. This tournament is the largest fighting event in the universe, held once every 10 million years, a battle that transcends history. This tournament has existed for a very long time. We are now at the 138th session. I don't know the exact origins, but I know this is a mission passed down through generations of our ancestors, and of course, the historical pendulum, which rings every 10 million years, stands as proof. The purpose of this tournament is to select the universal king of this generation to become the overlord of the world," Grit reminisced. Having received such a wealth of information in one go, everyone gasped in astonishment, perhaps having never encountered such a grand event before, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. The overlord. Does that mean one is to dominate the universe? Gohan, who yearned for peace and freedom, was the first to inquire. Since Goku's return, he seemed to have eased the burdens in his heart, and his tone gradually returned to its original gentleness. No, it simply determines which clan has the strongest fighting race in the universe. Naturally, they would receive certain royal privileges commanding all the fighters of the universe. Since learning of Gohan's slight character change, Grit was puzzled, yet his words were not cold, making it difficult for him to discern Gohan's inner world. Neely's expression also shifted slightly at Gohan's change in demeanor. "Fighting race?" Trunks exclaimed in surprise. In the past, Vegeta had seldom mentioned matters regarding the universe, leaving Goten, Trunks, and three rather naive youths, largely ignorant of cosmic affairs. However, upon hearing this term again, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta listened in silence. Yes, in a sense, it also decides the distribution of the universe's fighters. Grit glanced at who was quietly listening, and smiled faintly. This? Goten stammered, scratching his head as he countered, "Though I still don't quite understand, does it mean that a battle will determine the strongest ruler in the universe? Is that correct?" One cannot say it entirely, as it is not merely about the power of governance, but rather the supreme honor. Grit looked at Wu Tian, who was as naive about the universe's affairs as a child, and quickly responded, "So, is the real power holder of this conference you then?" Wukong narrowed his eyes and asked Grit, who was laughing in front of him, "No, that's not the case. We will also invite the supreme ruler, the Kaishin, to witness this cosmic martial arts conference." "What? The Kaishin will come too?" Wu Tian and Trunks were once again astonished, saying, "Is this true?" Yet in everyone's memory, it was the Kaishin without any dominance, and the lecherous old Kaishin. Yes, because the Kaishin is the highest ruler of our universe, only he can bestow upon us the greatest honor. By the way, how do you know everything about our outside world? What method did you use? Vegeta finally stopped hiding his question and asked in a cold tone. Vegeta did not want to dwell on this issue anymore. Since he recognized the true power of the Kaishin and others back, then he naturally understood that at this cosmic conference, they were merely symbolic figures. Well, as you know, we are the clan holding this conference, so we have the ability to sense the fluctuations of power from all places in the universe. While scouting, we can determine who has the ability to participate in the conference, those who have the duty and right, thus we know about the outside world. Is it everything? Does it include the history of the universe? Wufan asked in surprise. Almost, but we mainly detect the battle situations outside because that is the focal point. Grit raised a finger, distinguishing the difference between the two. Why do you need to do such a thing regarding battle situations? Wu Tian also asked in confusion. This. I can't explain it well, because it's a matter that has been left over since ancient times. We simply have such a duty. In the outside world, why is there nothing that can probe here while this place is an isolated space? Why is that? Wukong also inquired, especially when facing that formation, he was puzzled by its existence. However, Wukong could not directly ask about the origins of this matter, yet he believed that this formation was not created by the inner universe, as he had learned about Ner's words from Wufan. In ancient times, there was a change in heaven that divided the inner and outer universes, and it seemed this formation was left over from that moment. This fact astonished Wukong. The power required for this great formation was immense, and considering how long the era has passed, how did the caster reach such a realm? Yes, and this is the privilege of our clan. Furthermore, this space is immovable. I believe you have heard from Neely about the change that separated the inner and outer universes, right? Also, because this is the place where the conference will be held, the destruction from battles would impact a wide area, and other places in the universe must not be affected, thus we must reside here. From Ner's words, what differences does this space have compared to our world? After a brief silence, Wu Fan began to ask. Yes, the time here does not correspond with the time in the outer universe. 1 month here is equivalent to a year outside, meaning the time difference between the inner and outer universes is 12-fold. Grit answered truthfully, looking at the confused expressions on Wukong and the others. He merely smiled and remained silent. A time difference of 12-fold. Oob suddenly woke up from his silence. His sudden question made everyone else notice his previous peculiar behavior. That's right, Grit said with a faint smile. Is there anything special about this place? For example, regarding the competition? Vegeta also regained his composure, focusing on his curious matter. Oh, by the way, the defensive power of this space is immense. Crossing through it is not a simple task, which shows that previous martial arts conferences couldn't completely destroy it. Everyone understood this. After all, Wukong's previous actions possessing such immense power could not easily break through the sealing technique that enveloped the entire inner universe. Is there no rule regarding the members participating in this conference? For instance, can evil people qualify to compete? Wukong paid attention to this matter, as during the chase after Wu Fan, the suddenly appearing figures from the demon realm would not easily bypass such a grand martial arts event. While there are no specific rules, anyone who is strong has the right to participate. Of course, opponents cannot kill each other. Once one surrenders, they cannot be killed again. This is an absolute rule. Is that so? Trunks, Wutian, and Oob exchanged silent glances, knowing full well that in a duel between strong opponents, during the time before one says they surrender, if the opponent has the intention, they could easily slay you. Really? Haha. Such events are rare to see. Wukong exclaimed excitedly, while a faint smile appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. That's right. This means we can have a thrilling battle there. Grit looked at Wukong, his eyes shining with anticipation. Yes. Wukong also looked at Grit, subconsciously responding. The Ancient Legend Part 2, Self-Recommendation. Neither a devil nor a god, neither an immortal nor a mortal. The divine miracles are distant, and the path to immortality is long. Blood stains the pursuit of immortality, ultimately leading to solitude and eternal life. With the divine war reignited, the world is thrown into chaos. Heroes rise, and talents emerge. How will the protagonist embark on the path to ultimate strength? I shall defy fate with my life, and with my blood I shall alter the heavens. The new book, Soul War, by Mu Luo, will present an astonishing tale of cultivating immortality. I ask for everyone's support. Perhaps sensing something, Wukong felt a bit uneasy after meeting Grit's overly fervent gaze, yet having faced many storms, he responded in an unyielding tone. More importantly, Wukong's level of battle thirst is not low, though he is not in a hurry to slay his opponent. A great battle. We are destined for it. Wukong seemed to sense some issues and responded in a double entendre. However, Wukong was unclear about why his previously calm emotions now stirred with a trace of inexplicable anger and hatred upon seeing Grit. He merely attributed this negative emotion to the Dragon Balls within him. Yet in this situation, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and even Bra and Xiao Fong shared similar emotions with Wukong. However, because no one spoke up, they all believed it to be a personal issue. The participants in this battle are certainly not limited to just us present. Such an event is naturally a grand occasion for the entire inner and outer universe. Grit noticed a flash of golden light in Wukong's eyes and seemed to realize something, deliberately turning his head to continue speaking. Indeed, such an event truly ignites one's blood. I am filled with strength. Wukong also suppressed his thoughts, eagerly sharpening his blades for this grand battle. It seems you Scions are still as combative as ever. Haha, according to the time, the participants should be arriving soon. You will surely experience the battle you desire. Grit joked, and upon seeing the secretly pleased expressions of the Scion bloodline individuals, he couldn't help but laugh. When does the match start? I want to know clearly, Vegeta said impatiently. Ever since facing this mysterious king, he subconsciously harbored a feeling of hatred. Having never been fond of Nairi, now seeing this extraordinary figure, Vegeta's inherent pride as a prince did not allow him to back down. The match will be held in 5 days, starting with the elimination round. Grit is not someone who lacks insight into human emotions. Compared to his royal identity, his imperial mindset is exceptional, and he naturally understood Vegeta's dislike, his brows slightly furrowing. Bulma also noticed her partner's strange behavior. Puzzled, Vegeta is usually cold and scornful towards strangers, but during this conversation, everyone noticed Vegeta's harshness. However, Vegeta did not care about others' opinions, and Wukong was also somewhat surprised by Vegeta's unusual actions, pondering whether his situation was the same as Vegeta's, feeling inexplicable anger. And the truth is indeed as such a Vegeta himself is confused. He is indifferent, but not unfeeling, yet a sense of aversion has taken root in his heart. In ancient legends, as Grit's words echoed in the hall, everyone present held their own opinions. Wukong and Vegeta naturally wished to engage in battle sooner. Goten and Trunks childishly complained about the lack of playtime, and Trunks was further engulfed by a wave of unease, hesitantly glancing at his father ahead. In the next moment, as if confirming his fears, Trunks felt somewhat dejected. "Where is the gravity chamber?" Vegeta's voice rang out again. Although he enjoyed fighting, he recognized that in the pursuit of power, he was second to none. No one dared to call themselves the elder brother. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Vegeta with knowing eyes, and Goten, after receiving Vegeta's answer, turned pale after all. With cold sweat beading on his forehead, Goten slowly turned to Trunks, only to be startled and want to jump back as Trunks was trying to embrace him, saying in a mix of sorrow and anger, "I support this. Goten should train with me." Goten was caught off guard by a sudden attack, glaring angrily at the clingy Trunks, cursing him in his mind for his heartlessness, thinking that Trunks truly shared both fortune and misfortune. Goten was at a loss for what Wukong said next was akin to sentencing him to death. Then Goten, Gohan, and Ub should go too. Ub, who had been silent, merely responded with a confused "Ahu," while Gohan nodded in agreement. Dend and Master Rose's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the two women Xiaofang and Bra looked disdainfully at the undeniable friendship between the boys. "Haha, you don't need to rush into training just yet, because you Scions and our people can directly enter the finals, and Mr. Ub has this privilege as well." Grit replied with a smile. This sentence was as melodious as a divine sound rescuing people from suffering. Goten and Trunks instinctively nodded in acceptance, but soon caught the significant information, becoming as dumbfounded as the others. "What is going on?" Xiaofang and Bra were the first to ask, with Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Beulah also growing curious. "Does it relate to what happened earlier?" Gohan shifted his gaze to Neri, inquiring. Neri nodded, clearly aware that it was time to reveal everything. "This is a privilege." Neri scanned the crowd, finally surprised by the unchanging calmness of Wukong and Vegeta. "How could we have such a privilege?" Trunks was the first to ask, while Ub, who was clueless, leaned forward nervously to seek clarity, as it concerned him as well. "Because you are Scions, the kings of this universe." Grit's words thundered in everyone's hearts, and what he said next even startled Wukong and Vegeta. "And we are the Psy Crown people, the kings of another lineage in the universe. Our two races possess such supreme rights." Everyone was left speechless in astonishment. At this moment, Neri added, "The ancient texts referred to by the Lisa people pertain to this privilege, and the challenge from Lake is indeed a test for you." Gohan didn't entirely agree with Neri's response, but he couldn't find any flaws. Meanwhile, Wukong fell into deep thought. From Xiaofang's endless chatter, he quickly learned of the events that had transpired over the last 6 months, and became quite interested in the ancient texts mentioned by the Lisa people. You say you are Psy Crown people. What does this even mean?" "And we are all kings of the universe." Vegeta looked as if he had just swallowed a fly, his head full of black lines. "Psy Crown people, Scions, Crown and lower. I know a bit about the legendary Super Saiyan, but is this really the claim of being kings of the universe?" Gohan asked, directly noticing the changes in Wukong and Vegeta's expressions. "This is the essence of the legend. Every time your Saiyan race undergoes a period of time, a legendary Super Saiyan will be born. And this period seems to coincide perfectly with every universe martial arts tournament. So throughout the history of these tournaments, you would always reach the finals and often secure victory, becoming the dominant force. While our people may not possess the legendary Super Saiyan's overwhelming might like you Scions, we are still capable of contending with your race. Thus, through the decisions of the universe people, we are seed players. We possess the privilege to enter the finals directly." Grit raised his voice. This shocking statement left everyone once again shaken. "But I've never heard of such a thing before. Especially concerning your people." Vegeta, equally astounded, asked incisively. An age-old legend, Part 4. This is indeed real. As you yourself said, your people number only a handful. It was Frisia's doing that erased your Scion civilization entirely. Hence, naturally, you know nothing of this history. How does he know of Frisia and our grudge against him? Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan exchanged no outward expression, yet each harbored the same silent shock within. "Is this true?" Tien and Trunks asked, unaware of the context, their faces alight with excitement, as though dawn itself had broken upon a path to avert catastrophe. "Yes, it is absolutely true. I speak no falsehood. Even Prince Vegeta of the Scions must surely understand why legends across the cosmos proclaim your people the sovereigns of the universe. Of course, this reputation arose precisely because the Saikorians remain all but unknown throughout the cosmos, thus casting the Scions as the undisputed number one. Rather than answer Trunks, Grit turned instead toward Vegeta, who stood deep in thought. Vegeta offered no denial, only a slow, heavy nod. Indeed, this is our birthright. You mean the Scions have claimed victory in the Universal Martial Arts Tournament time and again? Indeed. Goku seized upon the crux of the matter, and sensed dimly yet unmistakably the mythic weight behind Vegeta's long-ago references to the Super Saiyan. He pressed forward with the question. Correct. In fact, the champions of the last two tournaments were your own ancestors, the Scions. It is precisely for this reason that all beings across the modern cosmos tremble before your might. In the golden age of the mightiest race, the legend of the Super Saiyan was none other than that of an unparalleled overlord. What could it be? Vegeta's voice trailed off, but his mind erupted Frisia's annihilation of planet Vegeta. Rage surged through him, shaking his very frame. At that instant, Goku and Gohan too recalled something, then whirled sharply toward Grit. Yes, I suspect precisely that. Frisia sought to eradicate your entire Saiyan race out of sheer dread of your power. Perhaps he learned from ancestral records of his own people that the 10 million-year cycle was nearing its end, and that a mighty Super Saiyan would soon emerge among you. Fearing such a being would shatter his dominion, he struck without hesitation, wiping out your people utterly. Damn it, so that is how it was. Then the legend, that a Super Saiyan arises every 1,000 years, is mistaken. Rather, it should be every 10 million years, a single epical Super Saiyan foretold in myth. Am I right? Goku murmured, head bowed. Yes. Grit replied truthfully, and sighed a quiet lament for the capriciousness of fate. Humph. Vegeta, lost in thought, lowered his gaze. One more question. Where is the gravity chamber? I'll have Lek escort you there. At that, Lek stepped forward with quiet deference. Vegeta, Goku began, watching Vegeta already stride away. I'm fine. Just need to train a little more. His heart roiled. Truth of his people's extinction now laid bare. How could he not grieve? Yet he forced a smile and walked on. By the way, Mr. Grit, why did you say I possessed this privilege too? Wasn't it exclusive to Scions and Saikorians? Obu, intrigued, voiced the question. This privilege was established through negotiations between our elders. For now, I must respectfully decline to elaborate, though in time all shall be revealed. Grit deflected the inquiry. Rest well, for the upcoming rematch awaits. Goku watched Vegeta's solitary, sorrow-laden figure recede, and a subtle unease stirred in his chest. The strongest warrior in history, a solitary figure marked by loneliness, reveals the inner sorrow of this formidable character. Upon learning from Grit that his kin faced the threat of annihilation, even the typically composed Vegeta could not help but feel a deep sadness. Although one might not fully trust the words of another, a discerning mind would recognize that Frisia would never allow the legendary Super Saiyan to awaken. In this comparison, after countless years, perhaps it is indeed the era of the legendary Super Saiyan's birth. Nothing could be mere coincidence. Vegeta reminisced about the bitter years of the past, his entire being trembling from the humiliation of those days, unable to forget the fragments of that time. The Scions, holders of the strongest legend in the universe, abandoned their pride to serve Frisia only to face the cruel fate of extermination. Damn it. I never expected the legend to be true, yet Frisia, fearing its arrival, annihilated our entire race. Even when we sacrificed our dignity and lived a life of slaughter, he demanded we were still seen as targets to be extinguished at any moment. That despicable guy, that bastard. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power in response to his turbulent emotions. With the arrival of peaceful days, Vegeta began to enjoy the tranquility of Earth. Over the years, he encountered many people and stories, and naturally, he no longer stubbornly clung to the notion of the legendary Super Saiyan's invincibility. Yet now, in the annals of the universe, it is confirmed that there indeed existed the strongest legend of the Super Saiyan, and the Scions once basked in the glory of their supremacy over the cosmos. It is precisely because of that brilliance that the sorrow of decay feels even more profound. What? My dear father, why were we so cowardly back then? How infuriating. I too was so powerless at that time, kneeling before Frisia, and the one who avenged our race was not I, the Saiyan Prince, but a warrior deemed the lowest of the low Kakarot. Now the 10th Ascension deadline has arrived once more. The glory of the Scions will return. I will not lose to anyone again, for I am the Prince of the Scions. I shall become that legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta roared with fury. Those passing by, though unable to sense Vegeta's overwhelming power, were still shaken by the murderous aura that surrounded him. Those who had experienced battle recognized the iron will of this figure, and as Vegeta walked past, they felt a constant unease. Bulma wanted to call out to Vegeta, but upon seeing her lover's sorrowful back, she hesitated and ultimately chose silence. After all, over the years, she had learned many secrets of the past. For Vegeta, the prince of his race, the extermination of his kin was a lifelong shadow. As Vegeta departed alone, the scene evoked various thoughts among the onlookers. Yet they all understood the story behind it, and could faintly sense the silent sorrow of a family torn apart. Goku watched Vegeta's figure and thought, is that so? Is he recalling Frieza's wickedness and his own powerlessness from back then? In that brief moment, everyone maintained a respectful silence. The deceased are gone. Mr. Goku, would you be interested in examining our historical records? Grit sighed softly but interrupted the atmosphere of sorrow with an important inquiry. But, Goku replied somewhat troubled. But what? Grit's eyes flickered slightly, not understanding Goku's hesitation. I'm hungry again, haha, Goku answered cheerfully, patting his growling stomach to cover the impolite noise. In order to catch up with Gohan and the others, Goku had been eating very casually and sparingly these past few days, and having just forcefully broken through a formation, he had expended a lot of energy. After some activity, he naturally felt quite hungry. At this remark, the expressions of everyone shifted from melancholy to relief, and they chuckled lightly. Is that so? Scions are indeed quite amusing. But we Saiyamen are no slouches when it comes to appetite either. Grit was momentarily taken aback by Goku's antics, but quickly responded with a relieved smile. After a ravenous feast, Wukong patted his satisfied belly amidst the chaos of overturned plates and cups. Although Chi-Chi repeatedly advised him to stop at 7/10, full Wukong had consumed nearly 30 times the portion of an ordinary person. If it weren't for the sight before their eyes, no one would believe that such a small stomach could hold so much. What was astonishing was that the usually reserved Genelai, upon receiving a nod from his father, also displayed an extraordinary appetite. Both champions consumed a meal equivalent to that of 20 people. Seeing Wukong truly return lifted the spirits of the crowd, dispelling the gloom that had lingered for months, and they shared a meal amidst laughter. Xiaofang wanted to talk to Wukong, but her grandfather was defeated by the delectable food, responding to her in a disjointed manner. This left Xiaofang, who was trying to lose weight, feeling frustrated and angry. However, Wukong continued to pile various delicacies in front of Xiaofang, while cheerfully saying, the more you eat, the more strength you'll have to lose weight. This remark caused many to laugh until they were doubled over. After the laughter, Grit invited Wukong to view historical documents. As they walked, Grit deliberately slowed his pace and approached Wukong, saying, Mr. Wukong, I would like to invite you to our archives of historical competitions. I believe there is material there that will interest you. Wukong looked at Grit coming toward him, puzzled by his words, and for a moment did not respond. However, upon hearing that the documents were about the history of the Universal Combat Tournament, a thirst for battle surged within him. Yes, that's right. I also hope to discuss another matter with you privately, Grit said earnestly as he noticed Wukong's interest. Wukong looked at Grit's serious expression and instinctively hesitated before saying, no problem. Well then, that's all. Grit smiled at Wukong, and Wukong returned the smile. In just a few minutes, the two had moved away from the technological base. Following Grit's lead, they arrived at a vast chamber over 10,000 square feet and 10 meters high. Thousands of fist-sized crystal spheres floated in the space, their brilliance making the chamber indistinguishable between day and night. Many frames displayed ancient scrolls of worn historical documents. What are these? Wukong, curious about the floating crystal spheres that were constantly shifting, reached out to touch one, but found that it evaded his grasp, glowing with a faint blue light. In his memory, Wukong noted that these crystal spheres resembled those in the realm of the King of Worlds, yet he could not discern the differences between them. These crystal spheres hold stored information, just like those ancient texts recording the history of the past. They contain the history of our champions, details of past universal combat tournaments, as well as significant events in the universe. Grit replied with a smile. Oh, so what material are we looking at now? Wukong's mind was resistant to books. He glanced at the distant ancient texts with a hint of distress. It is concerning the major events of our two clans, the Scions and the Champions. Grit stopped and looked back at Wukong, his expression grave as he replied. The strongest warrior in history, Part 3, neither demon nor god nor immortal. The divine path is distant and the road to immortality is long. Blood stains the quest for immortality, ultimately leading to solitude. With the divine battle reigniting, chaos engulfs the world, heroes rise and gods and demons return. How will the protagonist embark on the path to ultimate strength? With my life, I defy fate. With my battle blood, I transform the heavens. The new book Soul Battle will present a thrilling story of cultivation. Please support it or recommend it to friends who enjoy cultivation tales. Thank you. Main text. Is this the history of the Scions and the Psy Crown people? Wukong furrowed his brows, halting his steps. Yes. Grit responded succinctly and truthfully. He pointed to a distant crystal ball with his finger, and a deep blue glowing crystal ball flew over, stopping a foot away. As Wukong pondered, Grit concentrated golden light at his fingertip and touched the floating crystal ball, which began to spin violently, releasing a large amount of white mist with characters appearing on it. What? This? Wukong was astonished as he looked at the text data constantly capturing the important information within. First champion Siberian 2 ND, Tian Shiren 3 RD, Hua Heng Li Ren. Second championship Siberian 2 ND, Tian Shiren 3 RD, Frisia Clan. 134th champion Sai Crown Ren 2 ND, Sion 3 RD, Tian Shiren. 135th champion Sai Crown Ren 2 ND, Sion 3 RD, Frisia. 136th champion Sion 2 ND, Sai Crown Ren 3 RD, Namekian. 137th champion Sion 2 ND, Sai Crown Ren 3 RD, Namekian. After the continuously changing data, Wukong remained silent. What did you see? Grit withdrew his finger, and the crystal ball retracted, the surrounding mist returning to its original state and floating away. If I'm not mistaken, many of the top 3 in that data are from the outer universe, but how come now? Wukong had heard of some cosmic races, so he naturally understood the regional distribution of these races. But the information he was currently seeing was far too different from what he had judged today. Millions of years ago, the combat level of the outer universe was clearly above that of the inner universe, yet when Wukong arrived at the inner universe, he discovered that there were many beings surpassing the warriors of the outer universe with a vast difference in strength. Even the Frisia and Namekian races are far inferior to the inner universe races at this time. Wukong's thoughts grew deeper. I am also unclear about this, perhaps the situation is similar to yours, Science. Grit understood Wukong's mindset at that moment and sighed at the impermanence of the world. Moreover, why have the Siberian, who were always the dominant force in the previous decades, seemingly disappeared? Given their strength, they should still be at the forefront later on. Wukong raised this question, its importance far greater than before. This is the key point and the reason I called you here. Grit slowly closed his eyes, remaining silent for a moment before responding. What? Is it a... Wukong's expression rarely shifted to one of seriousness as he asked somewhat anxiously. This is a secret. It is. The secret between the Science Sai Crown people and Siberian. Grit remained silent for a moment before answering, his gaze fixed on Wukong. A secret? Our secret? What is it? Wukong furrowed his brows, attempting to deduce. Well, perhaps you may not believe. In the ancient records, our 2 races were originally of the same lineage with a common ancestor. We are both the strongest warrior races of the universe, descendants of the Siberian. Grit did not pause due to Wukong's gradually changing expression and continued to speak. In other words, we are all Siberian, and our Sai Crown clan is of the direct lineage while your Sion clan is of the collateral lineage. Thus, indirectly, we are brothers between races. Wukong's face truly changed, filled with a serious yet incredulous color. The strongest warrior in history, Part 4, Self-Recommendation. Magic is neither magic, nor is God truly God, nor is an immortal an immortal. The divine miracles are distant, and the path to immortality is long and winding, stained with blood, as one seeks the way to immortality, ultimately leading to solitary longevity. With the divine battle reigniting, chaos engulfs the world, heroes rise, divine talents emerge, and the immortals and demons return. How will the protagonist embark on the path of ultimate strength? With my life I defy the heavens, with my battle blood I will change the firmament. Mu Luo's new book, Soul Battle, will bring everyone a shocking tale of cultivation. I hope everyone can support it or recommend it to friends who enjoy stories of cultivation. Thank you. Main text. Are we Scions, descendants of your Saiyan people? Is this true? How can this be possible? Goku was also startled, sweat trickling down his back. After his astonishment, he chuckled lightly and asked, "You must be mistaken. Or joking, right?" "No, we aren't that absurd." Grit shook his head, denying Goku's speculation, and said sternly, "It is precisely because we are of the direct lineage that we are called Saiyan people, while you are of the collateral lineage, hence the name Scions. This is an ironclad fact. But this is too hard to believe. You saying you are Saiyan people is already unbelievable, and yet... it seems you still don't believe. Then look at this, maybe you will believe everything." Grit pulled out something from behind. Something iconic. Goku was left dumbfounded because that thing was supposed to be the special emblem of the Scions. It's a tail. A silvery tail protruded from Grit's backside, moving in his hand. How do you also have a tail?" Goku was utterly astonished. "This. You must believe now, the tail is the best characteristic. It is our Saiyan tribe's battle emblem. It is the mark of the cosmic overlord's identity. The only difference is that your tails are brown while ours are silvery white." Grit seemed to think Goku was still not entirely convinced, and after a flash of golden light, he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. This action was nearly identical to the transformations of Goku and the others, and this scene once again shocked Goku's mind. Could it be that all of this is real? No, but why don't you tell Vegeta after all? He is the prince of the Saiyans, and you are the king of the Saiyan people. He is your closest direct descendant. Goku frowned, raising a doubt. I think you should know, Mr. Vegeta's temperament. If I told him the truth with his proud demeanor, would he believe this fact? Grit smiled, then returned to his normal appearance, though the imperial aura still enveloped him. That makes sense. Goku grasped the meaning and felt somewhat troubled. Right, is there anything else? Goku found it hard to bear the weight of this secret and asked delicately. Look at this battle power value. Grit summoned another crystal ball, pointing at it to display the data for Goku to examine. Oh, well, what? It actually has 50 billion trillion. That's half the power of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. This is unbelievable. Could it be? He is... Goku's eyes widened, guilt and a glimmer of light in his eyes as he spoke. Yes, this battle power value is currently the highest the record left by the previous Super Saiyan. So the previous Super Saiyan is the strongest Super Saiyan currently. Right. Goku, after a moment of daze, was incomparably excited. Yes, he is also the strongest warrior in history. Is that so? Goku smiled, lightly clenching his fist. Secretly delighted, he thought, great, there is actually someone so strong. Then I must surpass him, I must surpass him. His eyes revealed immense joy. Yes, it seems he. Grit looked at Goku and smiled. A meaningful smile. He has shattered the seal array. That accursed monkey. A pair of silvery white eyes gazed forward, toward a strangely familiar, yet alien figure, his voice trembling with stunned disbelief. Sha Luo sensed the tremors emanating from the inner cosmos's formation as it endured violent assault, and instantly rushed to the heart of the demon realm. From the colossal celestial wheel he clearly witnessed Sun Wukong's overwhelming forceful breach into the inner cosmos, a sight so unbelievable his eyes widened in sheer incredulity. It seems his true strength remains unfathomable. Mei Luo had already appeared at the scene. Behind him stood 3 others. All 5 present stood frozen in awe at Sun Wukong's astonishing feat. Perhaps others remained ignorant of the truth behind the ancient celestial cataclysm, but these 5 knew full well the origin of that formation. And only one whose power exceeded 1,000 units could possibly shatter such a seal. Mei Luo, what in blazes is going on? I've learned this monkey's ascension to his current might owes much to your own hand. Sha Luo's gaze flashed with icy fury, murderous intent radiating unmasked from his entire being as he roared the accusation at Mei Luo, standing nearby. Having learned of this terrifying figure, Sha Luo had monitored Sun Wukong's growth trajectory relentlessly since the previous day. To attain 100 units before the age of 60 did not by itself mark Sun Wukong as an unparalleled genius. What truly terrified Sha Luo was the explosive surge in the warrior's strength over the past year, in a sense so miraculous it defied reason. In the span between defeating Baby and this very moment, his power had multiplied 1,000-fold. Yet throughout this meteoric rise, Mei Luo had remained active within the demon realm, taking no action to eliminate or even suppress his growth. This inexplicable passivity baffled Sha Luo, and now ignited his wrath, for the opponent's strength had already surpassed his own peak. I owe you no explanation. Mei Luo yielded not an inch. As Sha Luo's savage, rending aura bore down upon him, Mei Luo responded with a contemptuous silence, and around his form erupted a blazing crimson flame that effortlessly vaporized Sha Luo's frigid ice-based energy before turning away and departing. Damn it! Stunned by Mei Luo's overwhelming power, Sha Luo snarled in fury, only to be driven further to the brink by what came next. Mind your own domain. My authority brooks no interference, lest you learn the cost. With those words, Mei Luo vanished entirely, leaving Sha Luo's surging ice dragon lunging blindly into empty air. Then, without warning, a basketball-sized fireball materialized, spinning violently, radiating boundless, terrifying flames. Before the stunned onlookers, it struck the ice dragon's head with cataclysmic force. A shriek of agony tore from the beast as its form dissolved utterly, and the hidden chamber itself trembled under the supremacy of fire over ice. Mei Luo. Sha Luo roared, having intended a stealth strike to humble his rival, only to be met with a counterblow far more devastating. In that direct clash, Sha Luo was unmistakably overpowered. The backlash reawakened ancient wounds buried deep within him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Silence followed. The 3 figures behind remained motionless, their status lofty, though dwarfed by the sheer authority of Sha Luo and Mei Luo. They endured the confrontation in mute resignation, yet even they were wounded by that final earth-shaking blast. Their hands raised instinctively to shield their eyes now bore deep lacerations crisscrossed with blood. Yet witnessing Sha Luo's defeat at Mei Luo's hands, they could not suppress a collective gasp of shock. For centuries ago, when Mei Luo forcibly broke the slumber seal to awaken Sha Luo, the latter held absolute dominance. Now, even restored to full strength, he might still fall short against Mei Luo. Mei Luo's origins remained shrouded in mystery, yet his rate of ascension was even more staggering. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Since learning the secrets of the Scions and the Scion princes, Wukong's demeanor had grown somewhat grave. Although he still forced a smile, while conversing with Gohan and Xiaofang, those who knew Wukong could subtly sense the shadow of gloom that enveloped him, yet none dared to voice their concerns. Similarly, Bulma was deeply worried as Vegeta had not returned all night. Had it not been for Trunks informing her that Vegeta's energy was still present on this planet, Bulma might have already demanded Wukong and the others to search for him. Bulma furrowed her brows in concern. Knowing Vegeta's temperament, she had never witnessed such a vulnerable side of him. She had never considered that the proud warrior harbored deep scars from the massacre of his clan. Now, as those wounds were reopened, it became evident that Vegeta had indeed endured a dark period. It's nothing. Vegeta will figure it out. Shishi moved closer, taking Bulma's hands in hers, gently patting them to reassure her. Bra echoed her sentiment. Having only seen Vegeta's strong side, she naturally did not worry about her father's safety. Bulma snapped back to reality, noticing the attention of those around her. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she nodded awkwardly. Then she gently extracted her hands from Shishi's grasp, picked up a cup of coffee in front of her, and pretended to sip it to mask her unease. Goten, Trunks, and OOB were unaware of the situation, while Gohan, who had learned about the history of the Scion massacre during their time on Namek, felt a pang of sorrow and empathized with Vegeta. Wukong was also aware that Vegeta had not returned all night, which made his heart even more unsettled. Walking along the deserted beach, his nearly 6-foot figure moved with heavy steps, leaving distant footprints in the sand. The waves intermittently crashed against the shore, creating small splashes. The cool sea water harbored immense natural power, compacting the fine sand and forming a sturdy, slightly brown beach that reflected the blazing sun above, shimmering with a faint golden hue. That figure was in fact Vegeta. Having not returned all night, he too had spent the night awake, wandering aimlessly along the seaside, his mind swirling with memories of the past. Vegeta was momentarily blinded by a shell reflecting sunlight ahead of him. Coming back to his senses, he looked up at the sun that hung diagonally above, only to realize it was already the next morning. After a night of contemplation, his eyes were filled with exhaustion, clouded under a dim light, while his beard had grown wild, reaching nearly 2 millimeters in length, giving him the appearance of a rugged middle-aged man. Stung by the dazzling sunlight, Vegeta instinctively blinked his body, feeling even more fatigued. He rubbed his temples and shook his head to clear his mind. Vegeta exhaled deeply, taking another deep breath to calm his heart. After thinking throughout the night, he gradually began to emerge from the shadows of his past. With a hint of self-deprecation, Vegeta smiled slightly before muttering, for his grumbling stomach was beginning to protest. Having gone nearly a day without food, Vegeta felt a flush of embarrassment. His stomach's growl was unbefitting of a prince, for he was not one to be as indiscriminate as some gluttons. He needed to maintain a more refined demeanor. Vegeta smiled in resignation, yet just as he was about to take flight, a crucial piece of information pierced through his consciousness, shattering his previously tranquil state. The familiar energy sent a shiver down Vegeta's spine, causing his pupils to dilate as he stared in shock towards the distant ocean on his right. Is it him? Vegeta's mind felt like it had been bombarded, and after a brief mental short-circuit, he arrived at this singular answer. The tremors coursing through him intensified, distorting his features as an overwhelming aura of killing intent enveloped him. It's him. No, it can't be him. The tremors coursing through Vegeta grew stronger as that familiar aura from thousands of miles away triggered memories of past humiliations and dark recollections. Yet amidst the opponent's escalating power, Vegeta still suppressed his impulses rationally, dismissing his far-fetched conjectures. He could sense a distinct difference between them, and the opponent's strength was far beyond that person. Damn it. Even if it's not that guy, it must still be related. Vegeta shook his head vigorously, but the hatred for his clan's annihilation stirred within him, overwhelming his inner conflict and desire for vengeance. The pain he had concealed for so long found an opportunity to be unleashed once more. With a low growl, Vegeta let out a roar, unable to contain the surging fury within him. The brutal aura he had suppressed erupted violently like never before. Leaping to a horizontal plane 100 meters ahead, he harnessed the rebound force from the water's surface, unleashing a wave of intense energy that rippled through the space. Vegeta appeared in the sky 100 feet high, only to vanish from sight in an instant. At the same moment, Goku, Gohan, and the others clearly sensed the malevolent power surging upward. Goten, Trunks, and OOB were unaware of each other's identities, yet the expressions of Goku and Gohan darkened. Feeling the aura's interference, Goku and the others turned their bodies toward that distant location. However, as they sought to discern the aura, Goku was the first to notice by Vegeta's movements, his expression growing grim. In less than a breath's time, Gohan also detected by Vegeta's abnormality. Just as he was about to speak, Goku had already responded, "Gohan, you all stay here to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I'll go take a look." As soon as the words left his mouth, Goku swiftly moved to the door and transformed into a faint golden streak, flying away. Gohan understood the situation and sensed the formidable power rising in the distance. He realized the gravity of the situation, concluding that the opponent's strength exceeded that of a fully powered Goku. What is this aura? Gohan furrowed his brow, desperately attempting to pinpoint the aura's owner, only to find himself even more bewildered. Xiao Fangbu La and Bayer also sensed the overwhelming demonic energy. Despite being thousands of miles away, that escalating dark power loomed over them like a nightmare, and a sense of crisis subtly approached. On the distant seaside, due to the planet's vastness thousands of miles away, it was dusk with a deep red sun just dipping into the crimson sea. At the seaside, surrounded by desolate cliffs, 4 figures cloaked in black floated in midair. One of them radiated a purplish red aura. As his power surged, negative energy coalesced above him at an altitude of 10,000 meters. As purple-black clouds swirled around the vortex's center, dark red lightning slithered through the clouds and fierce winds howled. Both of them have arrived. A black-clad figure shrouded in darkness felt the presence of Goku and Vegeta. He stepped forward and turned to the person at the back, saying, "Yans, this place is up to you. He'll handle that monkey for now." The speaker's voice was unfamiliar, but upon hearing the arrogance of this individual, the figure, emitting purplish red flames, smirked slightly, while the one with light blue eyes beside him chuckled mockingly. "Oh," Yans replied, but the other party had already vanished 100 miles away. The previous two regarded this arrogant fool as a mere jester and chose to ignore him. However, their identities were merely assistants to these two arrogant individuals, and with their immense ambitions, they had no qualms about letting their superiors face death. In fact, Yans and Ming Jia had pursued the inner universe before Meilu returned to the demon realm, but during their journey, they did not witness Goku forcefully breaking through the formation, so their perception of Goku was still stuck at the moment from over half a year ago. A slight deviation led to a monumental clash born from this confrontation. After Ming Jia vanished from sight, Yinsher gradually awakened the latent power buried deep within his body. Pale blue flames erupted across his skin, crackling fiercely against the black robe, as if the fabric itself could no longer withstand such searing might. Sinister black vapors hissed and coiled around him. A swirling vortex materialized over his chest, and the moment that pale blue eye-like aperture snapped open, an unending torrent of flame surged forth, propelling his power to staggering heights. He jerked his head upward. Beneath the flaring hood, a cerulean visage emerged from beneath his brows, a grotesque countenance twisting into a sinister, malevolent grin. Then, with a sweep of his arm, he unleashed a sapphire energy blast toward the upper realm ahead, cleaving through the violet-purple ambient negative energy before striking into the void itself. Fool. Just as the azure energy blast hurtled toward its 100-jong mark, a flickering afterimage suddenly appeared ahead, yet it paused not a heartbeat. Sensing the lethal intent of the strike, it instantly altered course and dissolved once more into invisibility. Yinsher sneered, vanishing in a blur, only to reappear 1,000 meters above ground. His right hand blazed cobalt, and a bull's-eyed beam of incandescent flame erupted downward, slamming toward the figure barely several zhong below. Fool! 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 That figure recoiled in shock, yet this time he did not retreat. Instead, golden radiance exploded from his entire being, coalescing into a roaring maelstrom of energy that extinguished Yinsher's fiery assault on contact, and in the same breath retaliated with a streak of viridian energy. "Oh!" Yinsher raised a brow in mild surprise, reassessing his opponent, but he offered no respect for the counterstrike. His violet-purple lips parted slightly, revealing a tongue-tinged indigo, its tip condensing a brilliant point of light. At the instant the viridian energy reached within 1 zhong of him, a violent pulse of violet indigo light erupted, annihilating the incoming attack outright, then surging forward in a ferocious barrage aimed straight at his foe. The attacker roared in fury, his golden aura intensifying until it blazed like molten sunfire. Raising both palms before him, he summoned a far more devastating golden storm. It obliterated the terrifying assault heat-in, and at the moment of impact, the surrounding space ruptured into vacuum fissures, tearing across reality as towering infernos erupted in all directions. Damn it! He vaulted clear of a colossal fireball spanning hundreds of zhong, his golden aura shielding him from harm, yet still spat out a curse, frustration boiling beneath his composure. That figure was unmistakably Vegeta, pursuing them relentlessly. In a flash, Vegeta alighted atop a sheer cliff face. The instant his feet touched stone, a grating, nauseating laugh echoed around him. His brows knotted tightly. He knew from their earlier clash that his opponent had fought only in mockery. That shrill, arrogant laughter stoked his fury, but he ignored the taunts entirely, fixing his gaze instead upon the black-robed figure radiating violet-purple energy. Instinct screamed, this one is the deadliest of the three. Not by raw strength alone, but by primal intuition, the hard-won instinct forged over decades of battle. As if sensing Vegeta's murderous glare, the violet-purple energy wielder abandoned his role as mere decoy and replied coldly, "Welcome, Prince Vegeta." Vegeta's expression did not shift dramatically, but his features darkened further. Hearing his title spoken confirmed much of what he'd already suspected, and his agitation sharpened into razor-edge tension. Far away at that very moment, Son Goku sensed the shifting tides of battle thousands of li distant, and surged his power skyward. Golden light flared mid-flight. Amidst the radiant golden aura, faint blue lightning spiraled around his form, propelling him into Ultra Super Saiyan state and accelerating his speed 100-fold. Yet in that very instant, Goku halted his momentum mid-leap. His eyes swept the surroundings. Then with a precise hand chop, he slashed a golden energy blade across empty space. At the moment it cleaved 1,000 zhang ahead, the blade tore open a rift in reality, black light bled forth, and the heavens shattered like splintered glass. Goku did not immediately depart. Instead, he stilled his breath, sinking deep into serene focus, locking onto every subtle vibration, every whisper of presence in the vicinity. Truly worthy of the name Son Wukong. A stranger's voice resonated. Another vertical rift split the air, and from it stepped a figure wreathed in countless violet lightning bolts. As the black light behind him faded, an overwhelming tide of demonic energy erupted from within his black robes. The demon realm. Goku watched the figure emerge without blinking. Recalling recent encounters, he instantly classified the being before him as hailing from the demon realm. Having identified his adversary, a glacial gleam flashed in Goku's eyes, and even in Ultra Super Saiyan state his power continued its relentless silent ascent. Since the battle 2 days prior, Wukong had been observing his opponent's spatial sealing technique, and thus in that fleeting instant detected the stagnation of chi within this expanse of space, immediately shattering the seal with a decisive slash. What Wukong had not anticipated was that this ambush once again linked to the demon realm, a realm traditionally reclusive, now launching its second assault within so short a span, signaling far more than a mere bilateral conflict. A single slash shattered the opponent's spatial seal. Upon recognizing the familiar figure clad in black robes, Wukong launched an immediate assault, countless afterimages streaking across 100 zhang, coalescing into a golden arc that flashed before the robed figure, his right hand striking forward like a raptor's talon. Truly war-hungry. These words had begun to leave the black-robed figure's lips as Wukong shattered the spatial barrier. Yet before he could finish, he recoiled in shock. His foe had already closed the distance to within mere chi of him. The black-robed figure paused, only for a heartbeat, then recovered, a cold smile curling at his lips as lightning erupted from his entire body, a ferocious violet thunderbolt lancing toward Wukong's position. Wukong's eyes narrowed. Having witnessed a mysterious cultivator who commanded multiple primal energies of heaven and earth, he felt no surprise at this adversary's mastery of thunder. A radiant golden aura enveloped Wukong's right hand, unwavering, unyielding, as it intercepted the thunderbolt, piercing through void, then seized and detonated the violet thunder artifice with sheer force of will. Ming Jia knew Wukong's true strength well. His instinctive intervention was never meant to defeat, but merely to buy time. When Wukong first shattered the spatial seal with apparent ease, Ming Jia assumed great expenditure of power, and thus doubted the full extent of his opponent's might. Yet this second onslaught laid bare with brutal clarity the staggering depth of Wukong's strength. His entire being surged with the most potent thunder energy he possessed, to stave off instantaneous annihilation. But in that moment he realized the sheer arrogance of his own presumption. Sensing Wukong's presence lock onto him from behind, he barely registered the attack. His terror still raw, his vision yet unfocused, before a colossal palm strike bore down upon him, hurling him violently beneath the ocean's surface. Boom! A cataclysmic detonation hurled 100 zhang tidal waves skyward. The immense palm print compressed the impact zone to 100 meters below sea level. Eager to end the confrontation, Wukong did not calibrate his strike for absolute eradication, merely delivered a devastating blow to remove the obstacle before him. After all, decades of battlefield intuition told him this incursion served only one purpose: delay. Having broken free of the entanglement, Wukong pressed 2 fingers to his brow. His overwhelming divine sense instantly enshrouded the entire planet. Then in a flash of focused intent contracted with blinding speed, sweeping across the realm to track his target. Yet Wukong's brow furrowed in dismay. The opponent had deployed spatial sealing, once more severing all traces of Vegeta's aura. Wukong lowered his fingers. His hawk-like gaze pierced the direction where he'd last sensed his quarry. Icy light flickering in his pupils, killing intent radiating outward like frost, golden aura blazing fiercely around his framed fists clenched tight. Whatever your design, I will crush you all. His pupils constricted sharply, a gale of lethal intent erupted from his being, scouring the horizon, air temperature plummeting in its wake. Yet even Wukong failed to notice the subtle shift as golden light flared in his irises, faint crimson streaks shimmered at their edges, the suppressed darkness within him surging forth anew, fierce and unrelenting. Once Vegeta's original location reappeared in his awareness, Wukong's body ignited with searing aura. Then in a burst of incandescent brilliance, he became a golden arc spanning heaven and earth, traversing 1,000 li in an instant. But what Wukong had not foreseen was the opponent's third deployment of spatial sealing. A flash of cold light, and Wukong exploded forward, channeling the ambient energies of heaven and earth into a maelstrom that slammed into the void ahead with a sound like shattering porcelain, effortlessly obliterating the seal once more. Wukong had no intention of slowing. Yet the fractured remnants of the shattered seal suddenly blazed with blinding light, spiraling inward with razor-edged force, unleashing countless shards that converged upon him from every angle simultaneously. Sensing his opponent's tenacity, Wukong's fury deepened. He decelerated slightly, then unleashed an even greater torrent of power from his core. A golden tempest erupted from Wukong's form, expanding to a radius of 1,000 zhang, engulfing every shard, then annihilating them all with a single searing shriek. In that split second of obstruction, a violet thunderbolt, wide as a well mouth, plummeted from the heavens, its deafening roar splitting the sky at thousands of decibels, as if rending the void itself. Amid the fading lightning, Ming Jia stood revealed, robe's tattered form flickering, his existence fraying at the edges. As Wukong turned to gaze at the enigmatic Ming Jia, he fell silent upon noticing the mysterious black aura surrounding the latter. Memories of similar scenes replayed in his mind, revealing subtle connections. Huff, huff. I truly underestimated you. This is merely Super 2 status. The sentence abruptly halted, and Ming Jia smirked at Wukong's renewed offensive, his pale face with a hint of blue emerging from the tattered cloth. Extending his similarly colored right hand, he drew a line in the air, unleashing a blue energy blast that absorbed surrounding energy as it pursued Wukong, enveloped in azure lightning. Jeet. The energy blast completely pierced through Wukong's residual image. After a flash of golden flames, Wukong drastically shortened the distance between them, his left hand radiating a sphere of golden light. As he gently touched the lightning energy, he shattered Ming Jia's thunder, then swiftly launched a white energy blast with his right hand. With a circular arc, he bypassed the opponent's protective barrier and directly bombarded Ming Jia, who was 10 zhang away. Seeing Wukong shatter his lightning, Ming Jia was stunned but quickly prepared a defense. He spun his left hand to create a barrier of lightning to withstand Wukong's energy bombardment, and then concentrated the lightning power, extinguishing Wukong's energy blast. However, in that brief moment, Wukong once again closed the distance between them, his cold gaze meeting Ming Jia's terrified expression. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he prepared to launch another energy blast. Realizing something was amiss, Wukong first retracted the energy blast, and then swept his palm horizontally, shattering the residual image. Looking up, he saw Ming Jia's true body had already appeared at a height of 100 zhang, his index finger pointing towards the sky. The heavens changed color as his right index finger released dozens of purple lightning snakes, one of which condensed into a football-sized lightning orb. Thunderflash. Ignoring his Bodis injuries, Ming Jia seized the opportunity to gather most of his energy, launching a powerful strike to harm his opponent, who had not mobilized their energy in time. The swirling thunder coalesced like a lightning dragon towards the lightning orb. As Ming Jia launched the energy blast at Wukong, the orb spun rapidly, dragging the released thunder into a vortex, swiftly destroying Wukong below. Wukong was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that while the opponent attacked, they had also employed a spatial blockade to restrict his movement. The speed of the incoming energy blast was astonishing. Yet all of this underestimated Wukong's strength. Upon realizing the opponent's residual image, Wukong found that the energy he absorbed had not entirely dissipated. Instead, it coalesced within his palm into a more powerful strike. As he observed the opponent's orb strike 10 meters away, Wukong smirked coldly. He extended his right hand, golden light flashing, and launched a golden energy blast, colliding at an even faster speed. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the heavens. As the spinning golden sphere merged with the lightning orb, it showcased unparalleled power, releasing immense golden light and erupting with formidable force, obliterating all the thunderous energy in mere moments. Wukong pressed his advantage, crossing over the top as the explosion erupted. Upon seeing the opponent's lightning dragon lunging at him, Wukong pointed forward. As a circle of golden light formed a halo, he unleashed a powerful energy flame directly from the roaring dragon's mouth, cleaving the 100-meter lightning dragon in half. "It's over." Wukong's voice was cold and resonant. Ming Jia had already been gripped by immense fear since his 2 attacks had been shattered. His once pale face lost all color, staring dazedly at Wukong and the golden energy orb before him. In another astonishing explosion, Wukong blasted Ming Jia 100 meters away. Observing the raging flames, Wukong hesitated little. With his right hand enveloped in golden light, he swept it upward at an angle, intending to deliver a strike that would severely injure or even slay the opponent. Endless killing intent surged through Wukong's heart. For reasons unknown, even after transforming into the golden giant ape, Wukong's emotions had once again been suppressed. Yet at this moment, seeing the familiar enigmatic black aura for the 3rd time, a primal sense of hostile brutality inexplicably arose within him, causing Wukong to struggle to conceal his killing intent, becoming somewhat agitated. Initially thinking he could end the battle in one blow, the situation changed once more. Just before Wukong's strike landed, a slightly recovered Ming Jia first took a defensive stance. The black aura he released contracted violently, distorting the space behind him. Ming Jia used this to evade, and as the remaining black aura resisted Wukong's strike, a crack closed once more. After the shockwave passed, everything returned to normal, while Wukong's golden strike dissipated after piercing the flames. Wukong registered this sudden turn of events in his mind. As the black aura spread, he sensed an unsettling presence. Upon realizing the opponent's aura had completely vanished, he confirmed the disappearance of his foe from sight and unleashed his Bodis power, transforming into a fleeting shadow that tore through the air. At this moment, Vegeta had calmed down. Upon entering this range, he realized that his aura was distinctly cut off. In such circumstances, he knew he had acted recklessly. However, his pride would not allow him to retreat, and he resolved to fight to the end. A massive fireball bombarded from above, and the now Super Saiyan Vegeta immediately summoned the power within his body, bringing his hands together to unleash a blue energy beam, propelling the fireball several meters away before detonating it. "Damn!" Vegeta spat in frustration, sensing the impending danger. He moved away from the cliff beneath him, and his surging aura obliterated the rocks below. A flash of light appeared before Yanxi, and his left hand released an energy blast. The sweeping left hand did not catch the opponent's body, and Vegeta's energy attack missed, crashing into the barrier of space confinement, causing minimal destruction. After a brief tremor, the barrier returned to its previous state. A long flame whip danced in front of Vegeta, who instinctively ducked down as the snake-like flame whip sliced above him. The searing heat not only vaporized the air, but also made Vegeta wary of this attack. After all he had witnessed, that flame whip slice through a massive mountain, leaving behind scars that seemed bottomless. Continuously dodging the pursuing flame whip, Vegeta expanded his aura to cover the entire confined space, finally pinpointing the exact locations of the 3 opponents. He instantly increased his speed, deflecting the flame whip with one hand before appearing in front of Yanxi, launching a powerful punch. Oh! Yanxi was slightly surprised by his opponent's tenacity, but at this moment he could only barely manage to defend against Vegeta's assault. He caught Vegeta's furious right fist with his left hand and countered with an iron fist after absorbing the impact. Vegeta was taken aback, never expecting that his nearly full-powered strike would feel like hitting cotton, having no effect at all. Meanwhile, the opponent's counterattack filled him with an overwhelming sense of danger. Quickly using his left elbow to block in front of him, a tremendous shockwave reverberated across the area, forming a storm that pushed outward. However, the pain radiating from his hand alerted Vegeta that his left arm's bones had been shattered by the opponent's strike. He barely managed to use his own chi to halt his backward flight as the intensity of his aura began to wane. One strike had left Vegeta thoroughly injured. The former was slightly astonished by his opponent's robust physique and sharp reflexes, while the latter was subdued by the enemy's strength, and both maintained a silent demeanor. Ignoring the severe injury to his left hand, Vegeta's expression remained calm. A continuous stream of golden light emanated from his body, and the faint returning aura converged around his nearly crippled left forearm, surprising Vegeta as he discovered that the returning aura possessed healing abilities. Though his emotions did not show, Vegeta felt shocked internally, but never expressed it outwardly. Since the incident with the evil dragon, he had realized that his aura and Gohan's changes resembled Goku's at that time. Similarly, due to the lack of intense battles over the past 6 months, Vegeta was unaware that the divergent aura could actually heal his injuries. He had once puzzled over this ability. As the first race of the universe, the Saiyans, when transforming to increase their power, were unable to heal their previously sustained injuries. Over the years of combat, he observed that many enemies could quickly heal their past wounds while boosting their combat power. In comparison, the Scion's combat advantage was somewhat inferior to that of other warrior races. Only today did he realize that the mysterious golden aura that emerged from his body awakened the Scion's self-healing ability. Upon learning this secret, Vegeta could not express his joy amidst the shock. After all, this was not a moment for sentimentality. The pain radiating from his hand was a reminder of the terrifying power his opponent possessed. Yinshi looked at Vegeta, whose face held a slightly grave expression, with a cold smile. He slowly extended his right fist, and then flicked it, gathering a glimmering flame at the tip of his index finger, unleashing hundreds of fireballs the size of fists at the same time. As he watched the barrage of attacks approaching, Vegeta's face turned slightly cold. He could only counter with his left hand, while raising his right palm in front of him, immediately firing a massive beam of radiant energy that obliterated the rushing fireballs from 100 meters away. The explosive force generated a tremendous rebound, allowing Vegeta to retreat 100 meters. Sensing the looming crisis, Vegeta's right hand continued to release Azure Ki, sweeping across half the sky and rapidly targeting the area behind him, aiming to strike Yinshi, who was planning a sneak attack from the rear. Not bad. Yanshi's words were conveyed through spiritual sense, but Vegeta's ki sweep could not keep up with his opponent's speed. The latter stepped into the void, crossing a distance of 10 zhang. In retaliation for Vegeta's formidable technique, Yinshi seized Vegeta's neck with one hand, crashing down from above and directly slamming Vegeta into the ground, shattering the towering mountains. Dust billowed into the sky and the sound of destruction echoed endlessly. A red glow flashed as Yinshi broke through the veil of dust. The immense impact scattered the earth below, but he did not relish the joy of tormenting the weak. He raised his right hand high, stirring the fire element in the surrounding space as it swirled and twisted. Towering flames gathered above his hand, forming a small inverted pyramid that shot towards the sky at a height of 10,000 meters. Though Vegeta was injured, he still had the ability to move. The golden light shooting into the sky illuminated the entire sealed space, and the violent aura surged dramatically from its earlier dimness. The shattered mountains were repelled outward by the energy field, and even larger rocks floated in midair. Through a sparse view, Vegeta could be seen his head stained with blood, his torn clothing revealing numerous wounds seeping with blood. However, just as Vegeta was about to counterattack, he found himself trapped in a sea of flames. After the surge of golden light, a mass of crimson gold flames gathered on the ground, enveloping the area in a towering inferno. The overwhelming destructive aura left Vegeta horrified. Within that sea of fire dragons continuously formed and pursued Vegeta. With his left hand still not fully recovered, he could not fend off the dozens of fire dragons attacking from behind, even with a kick from his feet. He could only passively defend, repeatedly shattering the flames around him with his ki. Damn it, what is happening? Can the energy of heaven and earth be manipulated like this? Vegeta thought to himself, knowing that some individuals in this universe could harness the energy of heaven and earth as their own power, but he had never seen anyone able to summon such a vast source of energy. While Vegeta was bewildered, Yinshi completed his finishing blow. A smug smile appeared on his face as he waved his left hand, causing the endless sea of flames beneath to rapidly converge. In less than half a breath, they coalesced into a swirling mass. Under Vegeta's terrified gaze, it condensed into a basketball-sized crimson gold ki ball, its overwhelming fiery power reaching temperatures of over 10,000 degrees. The ground glowed red-hot, and even the air began to burn, causing the void to tremble slightly. Vegeta cursed his luck, but it was too late to escape. His eyes widened as he watched the fireball in front of him explode with unimaginable destructive power, engulfing his body. The fierce flames tore through him, and he was blown away, coughing up blood like a bloody mess, his spirit dimming as his aura dissipated entirely. Be obliterated. Yinshi looked at Vegeta, who was exhausted from the explosion, finally preparing to unleash his ultimate strike. His raised right hand stopped at the center of the towering flames, with all the fire intertwining around his arm, the crimson gold shining brightly, and the surging power causing the entire enclosed space to tremble. The next moment, just as Yinshi felt victory was within reach, the entire space trembled. The frequency of the disturbance far exceeded the impact of his strike. In a moment of unease, Yanshi's face changed dramatically at the sight before him. A sudden force of destruction swept through the entire space, an overwhelming power that could not be resisted surged from the outside into the enclosed interior. The soaring aura seemed to tear apart the barriers of space, leaving the four inside feeling terrified. Vegeta, however, managed a bitter smile, as the other three were filled with dread. The entire space trembled as the incoming force easily shattered the glass-like spatial barrier like a cannonball. At the same time, an enormous palm print 1,000 zhong in size materialized, leaving countless afterimages in the void before directly crashing down on the towering pillar of flames. In the midst of everyone's shock, a single palm dispersed all the flames, and the tremendous explosion was pushed back 100 miles before it fully detonated. Two figures hurriedly fled, their retreating forms battered by the force of the palm wind, while Yanshi was severely injured as well. As the 1,000 zhong palm print descended, Yanshi was the primary target of the attack. Though he was not blown 100 miles away, most of the world-destroying power was channeled into his body, as if the force of tearing the heavens had shattered his bones, leaving him grievously wounded, resembling a bloodied figure. He could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. As he felt the aura locking onto him, he saw a streak of golden light approaching from hundreds of miles away, causing his pupils to constrict in terror. For he saw Goku, who had already transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, flashing toward him like a golden rainbow. At that moment, he truly felt the vast gap in power between them. His opponent could kill him as easily as squashing an ant. Realizing that his assassination plan was about to fail, Yanshi became frenzied and furious. He disregarded the disparity in their strengths and charged toward Vegeta, believing that with his distance of less than 3 li from Vegeta, he could slay his opponent before Goku arrived. His attacking fist transformed into a vast surge of demonic energy, coalescing into the form of a disheveled skull crashing forward. Goku, seeing this, understood the meaning of this desperate counterattack. His eyes glinted coldly as he instantly teleported beside Vegeta, delivering a ki blast. However, it eerily passed through the skull, without any effect, detonating right into Yanshi, who was grinning maliciously behind. The explosion sent him flying like a broken kite, and after the strange black energy flickered, it enveloped his shattered body, vanishing into the void. Goku's expression changed. He never expected that the strange skull could ignore his ki attack. Ultimately, in a moment of vulnerability, it struck Vegeta's head, causing the latter's body to tremble. Goku's face turned pale, for at that moment Vegeta let out a furious roar as if possessed. An overwhelming demonic aura surged forth from his body, and after the howling black energy manifested, a torrent of murderous intent shot into the sky, engulfing the entire planet. In the distance, a figure floated midair, halting its rapid movement, startled by the sudden change. Demonic Fist. At the onset of the great battle, Grit noticed the changes here. As the demonic energy surged upward, his expression turned grim, filled with astonishment. A powerful surge of demonic energy poured into Vegeta's body from his head. While outsiders were unaware of the change within him, Vegeta keenly sensed an overwhelming dark force flooding into his mind and consciousness. Amidst great pain, Vegeta also sensed his body beginning to undergo a transformation. The originally small golden flame that could be drawn back flickered continuously in his divine sea, showing a subtle trend of burgeoning strength. At the same time, a torrent of demonic energy erupted from his body, shaking the heavens and the earth, while his form continued to crumble. Wukong naturally felt something was amiss. The massive black gas surging from Vegeta's 7 orifices filled him with dread, and the sinister black aura surrounding him was eerily similar to the 3 figures he had encountered from the demon realm. However, upon closer observation, Wukong realized that Vegeta's black gas was even closer to that of the first individual, far purer than the previous 2 opponents, Yanshi and Mingjia, and considerably more terrifying. At this moment, Vegeta seemed possessed, roaring incessantly as demonic energy corroded his body, causing his consciousness to blur. His eyes radiated 2 dazzling black beams, and as the power of darkness surged, the earth trembled violently, affecting several nearby star systems. Wukong initially did not realize the impending danger and kept a distance of several meters from Vegeta for self-preservation. Sensing that his opponent showed no abnormal resistance and that Vegeta's aura was weakening, Wukong had no choice but to take offensive action. The explosive burst of vital energy immediately tore apart all the black gas enveloping Vegeta, followed by a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to be severely injured and unconscious. Wukong then carried the unconscious Vegeta around his waist. At the same moment, golden light began to seep from Wukong's body. He had discovered the purpose of the gathering golden light 6 months prior, so at this moment, as he leapt away, he continuously used his own aura to wear down the black gas, while also healing Vegeta. Apologies, Muluo wishes to verify something. If readers truly enjoy this Dragon Ball story, please log in and bookmark this book and leave a comment within these 3 days. Currently, this novel has over 1,000 views, but only 50 bookmarks. Muluo finds this unusual and needs to confirm the situation. Previous TL friends should refrain from artificially inflating the data and hold off on commenting for now, as Muluo urgently needs genuine data. If everyone believes Muluo is deceiving them, then readers can remove this book from their shelves on Monday. Over the next 3 days, Muluo wishes to verify the real data of this book and confirm a bad suspicion. Thank you all. In truth, it wasn't that Wukong didn't want to use instant transmission to buy time, but he realized that if he didn't eliminate the mysterious black gas, Vegeta's injuries would only worsen. Ordinary mechanical healing could not offset that power, so on the way back, he had to constantly use golden flames to dissolve the black gas. The battle here had long captured the attention of fighters across the vast internal universe. Many were pale and shook their heads in bitter smiles, realizing that the opponent's power far surpassed their own. Others, strong fighters, licked their lips, seemingly eagerly anticipating the upcoming cosmic battle. They all locked onto the aura of the recent battle, and even some fighters who hadn't yet gathered from other galaxies were paying attention to this clash. However, some deep characters were puzzled as to why the space had been sealed, while those who knew part of the truth were wary of the practitioner of this combat technique. Ultimately, the explosive demonic energy released by Vegeta left many terrified, as distant divine senses seemed unable to evade the encroaching black gas. People thousands of light years away were drawn into the attack due to the locking of their auras. That black gas possessed a devouring ability, suddenly absorbing the auras of those gathering from across the universe, causing some slower reacting onlookers to suffer certain harm. Of course, what truly terrified them was the realization that the power of their opponent trapped in the demonic realm was expanding significantly. After all, the stronger the opponent, the more disadvantageous it was for them. Grit, Jinairai, Siaku, and Laiku also sensed the changes here. However, this event even made the usually calm Siaku frown, leaving the command center without a word and showing no respect towards Jinairai. Jinairai did not blame Siaku's actions. He was well aware of the temperament of this solitary and proud individual. What shocked him was that he too felt a sense of dread towards the black gas. Laika, needless to say, turned pale as Vegeta's power continued to rise. Grit, close to the battlefield, also halted his movements. Upon learning that the Demon Realm character had employed the demonic fist, he was momentarily startled by Wukong's forceful actions, but he smiled and shook his head, knowing that Wukong's approach was indeed the best route. He then vanished into thin air. During the earlier upheaval, Gohan and the others had all been watching the battle unfold. Now they gathered in the palace's medical chamber. After hearing Goku's account, each fell into solemn silence, their faces etched with grave concern. Pan, Videl, and even Master Roshi sensed something deeply amiss. Having been shaken to their core by Vegeta's sudden, overwhelming surge of malevolent aura, they now trembled at the thought of his possible violent outburst. Bulma wept quietly beside them, her eyes fixed anxiously on the medical chamber's entrance. When Goku revealed the severity of Vegeta's injuries, her heart plunged into turmoil. Had she not been assured he faced no immediate threat to life, she might well have collapsed then and there. Goku himself felt a strange disquiet. Though he had said nothing to Gohan and the others about what had transpired days earlier, the convergence between those past events and today's battle stirred faint but unsettling realizations. Why, after centuries of quiet obscurity, had the Demon Realm suddenly shifted its stance, openly targeting the Psiots? What Goku did not know was that ever since Meruz's humiliating defeat at his hands, the Demon Realm had already issued a temporary order halting all offensive operations against the Psiots. Yet those two enigmatic figures had withheld this intelligence from Mikio and Jens, who remained utterly unaware, and thus blinded by arrogance, the latter pair launched their ill-fated ambush like moths hurling themselves into flame. On the way back, Goku repeatedly unleashed his aura to purge the sinister black energy clinging to Vegeta, but he found that traces stubbornly lingered, refusing to be fully eradicated from Vegeta's vital meridians. As his golden radiance cleansed the darkness, the Dragon Balls within him underwent subtle, imperceptible shifts. A change even Goku, their bearer, failed to notice. Yet far beyond mortal reach, the eternal dragon shuddered violently, its ancient gaze faltering deep as an endless ocean. Is it truly as foretold? But where then is he? Cursed wretch, why did you vanish into absolute oblivion? I, who inherited only fragmented memories, remain lost in haze. What grand design do you weave? With a sigh that rolled like thunder across millennia, the colossal dragon stirred its vast form, its consciousness thick with mounting dread. In a realm of utter darkness, 8 figures materialized into the deathly stillness. 4 of them exuded eerie black energy, their bodies wreathed in sinister power that steadily repaired grievous wounds, their fluctuating auras unmistakably those of Mikio and Jens. Damn it, that monkey arrived too swiftly. We hadn't even raised our defenses before suffering a crushing blow. The one less severely injured muttered bitterly, the very same demon who had feigned arrogance and now communicated telepathically with his companion nearby. Yes, he is truly terrifying. Yet it is regrettable. We failed utterly to use his hand to eliminate either of them. He expelled a ragged, turbid breath. Goku's devastating palm strike had pulverized most of his internal organs, Only the black energy's protective veil had spared him from certain death, leaving him barely clinging to half a life. Our original plan proceeded smoothly, yet never did we imagine these two arrogant fools would survive. It seems we must finish them ourselves. Fury boiled within him. He could scarcely believe these two incompetent superiors had somehow cheated death through sheer luck. In truth, their objective had never truly been to slay Vegeta. Rather, they had schemed to manipulate Goku into annihilating both Yins and Mikio simultaneously. Let us bide our time. Though the demon realm appears severed from this world, I fear matters run deeper than they seem. Only at the final hour shall we strike decisively. Otherwise, Shiru and Qingluo will surely exterminate us without mercy. The other replied, though equally dismayed by the turn of events. He inwardly rejoiced that Mikio and Yins bore far graver wounds than he or his ally. By sensing their residual auras, he estimated the two adversaries would require at least half a month to recover fully, while he and his comrade would be restored to peak condition within 3 days. At that moment, victory would be all but assured, over 90% certain. Shiru, that accursed wretch. One day soon I shall make him taste the full measure of my power. That immortal relic has clung to life for too long. It is time his existence ended. The humiliation he inflicted upon me, I shall repay it 10,000-fold. At the mere mention of Shiru, his entire being flared with uncontainable fury. His inner energy surged violently, accelerating his healing. Carefully concealed, so as not to alert Mikio or Yins. The other said nothing. He too had suffered Shiru's scorn, and his hatred ran just as deep. Yet he possessed greater restraint, biding his time for a decisive, annihilating counterstrike. At that moment, Yins suddenly snapped open his eyes, fury blazing unmasked in his gaze, his aura erupting violently as he roared, Mikio, you will explain why you failed to warn me of this sudden shift. His eyes blazed like twin infernos. He had assumed Mikio could hold the enemy at bay for some time, and thus during their initial clash had toyed with Vegeta rather than pressing for a swift kill. But he had never imagined Goku could arrive on scene within 30 seconds and deliver a single cataclysmic blow that shattered his body. Had it not been for the life-sustaining black energy, he would have perished instantly. This miscalculation led directly to his humiliating defeat and stoked his seething resentment. Had Mikio warned him in advance, he could have slain his foe outright and withdrawn unscathed. Mikio did not rush to reply. Instead, he let out a cold, mocking laugh. I myself was struck unconscious. How then could I possibly warn you? Rather, you are the one who botched things, unable to finish your opponent in 30 seconds. Clearly failure suits you, and now you dare blame me. Mikio offered no quarter. As Yins amplified his pressure, Mikio erupted with equal and defiant dominance, his venomous words striking Yins like physical blows, igniting fresh waves of hatred. Realizing his own culpability, Yins suppressed his urge to lash out, yet shot Mikio a glare so fierce it summoned a palpable aura of lethal austerity. Though lacking overt murderous intent, it radiated chilling, unassailable authority. The remaining four stood mute, paralyzed beneath the crushing weight of that overwhelming energy. Each staggered backward, blood trickling from their lips. The two shadowy figures watched in silent amusement, finding the spectacle of dogs tearing at each other profoundly absurd. 3 hours had passed in the blink of an eye, yet Vegeta still had not awakened. His internal and external injuries had healed, but his breath fluctuated, causing concern among those around him. Wukong had grown increasingly silent. Through the subtle fluctuations in chi, he discerned that the dark energy within Vegeta had ceased its previous turmoil, and both were gradually returning to a state of calm. Yet for some reason, he could not find peace within himself. For Vegeta's safety, Wukong had eliminated over 90% of the dark energy. He was well aware that this choice essentially severed Vegeta's opportunity for a surge in power. However, Wukong firmly believed that if Vegeta were conscious, he would unhesitatingly abandon such an opportunity, for the proud prince would never resort to such means to enhance his strength. For this was Vegeta's humiliation, a tremendous disgrace for the prince of the Scion race. During this time, Grith and others also came to check in. After inquiring about the situation from Wukong, they maintained an appropriate silence. Finally, after offering their blessings, they took their leave, though Grith's brow remained furrowed. Great warriors emerge, not merely signifying that a strong individual can only hold one identity. Though it is said that Scions and Scions of the Crown are the pride of the universe, this is a notion specific to a single race. The origin of the demon realm remains a mystery. Among the past peak powerhouses, there are those who suspect that the figures of the demon realm are actually among the many races of the universe, with the demon realm being a dark world formed by those fallen races, which could also be described as their paradise. The enchanted fist was once a forbidden combat technique in the demon realm that instilled fear across the universe during ancient times. Of course, this is merely a historical account passed down through the universe. In the era when the demon realm was at its peak, its power was sufficient to resist the entire universe and even other realms, while those so-called forbidden techniques were widely known within the demon realm. Its terror lies in its ability to evoke the negative emotions of the injured, thereby awakening their demonic nature. The dark energy that continually swells not only strengthens the afflicted, but also erodes their body and mind. Ultimately, one may either perish or succumb to becoming a demon, turning against one's companions and living by slaughter. This does not depend on the amount of dark energy present too, for as long as one is disturbed by even a trace of the enchanted fist's energy, they must endure a calamity of near-death experiences and once resolved face the possibility of falling into madness. This is Vegeta's calamity, yet it is also his opportunity to transform into a great warrior. While the outside world continued normally, Vegeta's divine sea was also in motion. At the moment when the dark energy completely enveloped his heart, his soul was struck by a wave of intense, white light, causing a momentary dizziness that sent Vegeta back into slumber. After a long time, perhaps just a fleeting moment, Vegeta awoke once more, astonished by the strange scenery before him as he surveyed his surroundings. Walking on foot in a familiar yet alien place, Vegeta was unaware of how far he had traveled or how long he had been walking. His brow furrowed tighter as the scenes around him stirred emotions within his heart, evoking feelings that were hard to articulate. What is this place? How did I end up here? Vegeta exclaimed, slapping his head and coming to a halt. I remember being injured by that person. At the last moment, Karote arrived, and I was struck by a surge of dark energy. Vegeta recalled fragments of memory in his mind, piecing them together after a long pause filled with intense unwillingness. Damn it! Vegeta cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to fly away from this place, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. In that instant, he felt as if struck by lightning, his body shuddering. Reflexively, he opened his eyes wide and slowly turned his head toward the source of the sound, dazed. For he clearly heard someone calling his name, and it was a familiar voice he had not forgotten for decades. At that moment, Vegeta's heart surged with overwhelming excitement, and upon seeing the figures before him, his eyes widened in astonishment as he gasped in disbelief. From 100 feet away, 3 shadows approached, 2 adults and 1 child. As they drew closer, he could finally see their features clearly from a distance of 100 meters. Vegeta began to tremble as he looked on, his eyes glistening with tears, for the 3 figures before him were none other than his father, whom everyone should remember, and his mother, a beautiful woman with flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall down her back, dressed in a pure white gown. And also his younger self. This scene left Vegeta in disbelief, his incredulous eyes fixated on the figure ahead, his face somewhat pale. He was astonished, unable to conceal the excitement within, and shouted loudly, "Father, Mother." However, it seemed that his voice did not reach them, as they made no other response. Ignoring everything else, Vegeta instantly flashed in front of them, attempting to embrace them, but he could not grasp their presence and stumbled forward. Vegeta quickly regained his composure, realizing that everything before him was an illusory world, one he could not touch. Yet this scene felt incredibly familiar to Vegeta, stirring a sense of unease in his heart. He recalled that this was the last time he had seen his father and mother, and this place was none other than the already destroyed planet Vegeta. "Father, why have you brought me here? Don't you have to manage the affairs of planet Vegeta?" "But I need to train myself," the once tiny Vegeta asked with a hint of arrogance, wanting to turn and walk away. Vegeta, be good, just play with your father for a while today, okay?" His mother stroked little Vegeta's head, but her eyes were filled with sadness and melancholy as she spoke. "No, I want to become stronger." Little Vegeta looked up, not fully understanding, and innocently replied to his mother, "No, you should relax and play for a while today, because tonight your father and I must go on a mission. It is a very important mission that concerns our future, and I fear." His mother suddenly began to sob softly, but quickly suppressed her emotions, forcing a smile as she continued, "Also, you will have another task to carry out tonight. We may not see each other for a long time." "Oh, really?" Little Vegeta looked on, innocently unaware of the change in his mother's expression. At the same time, Vegeta himself gritted his teeth, tightly clenching his fists, tears welling in his eyes, as he thought, "Damn, after this, I will never have the chance to see my father and mother again. Vegeta, from today onwards, you must become independent and even stronger. I hope that one day you will remember today to accomplish our shared great cause." Finally, King Vegeta spoke, then slowly exhaled. "Of course I want to become strong and be the strongest in the universe, surpassing King Frieza." Little Vegeta, oblivious, stated eagerly. "Good, that is the spirit I want to see. This is the pride of my son, Prince Vegeta," King Vegeta said with a restrained smile, but internally he was touched by his child's words, feeling a sense of comfort. "So what shall we play today, Mother?" Little Vegeta turned to look at his beautiful mother, a childish grin on his face. "Let's go hunting and have a great time in the wild." King Vegeta replied with a hearty laugh. But be careful, watch out for the wild beasts, they're much stronger than those on Earth. Vegeta's mother said with some concern. Haha, there's nothing to fear, I'm strong now, little Vegeta said confidently, but, father, you mustn't cheat this time, mother, you must be fair. Me cheat? King Vegeta pointed at himself questioning. However, upon seeing little Vegeta's mischievous grin and his wife's laughter, he could only admit with a hint of frustration, fine, I won't cheat. The three laughed together, though King Vegeta had a slightly helpless expression, and they returned in the direction they had come. Vegeta watched the scene, captivated by memories of the past, but when he came to his senses, the three of them had already walked far away. Vegeta hurriedly chased after them, but it was already too late. They slowly faded from view, while Vegeta found himself in a different environment that night. Where are father and mother? Little Vegeta looked around and finally asked a guard, why haven't they come? The unaware guard replied truthfully, Your Highness the King and Queen have already prepared to depart on a mission, so they couldn't come. Why didn't they leave later to see me? Little Vegeta angrily clenched his fists and asked, wasn't it decided that if a child goes on a mission, their parents must come to send them off? The guard could only respond in silence. Oh, isn't this our adorable little Prince Vegeta? Why do you sound like you're crying? During the silence, a voice came, and a figure approached. It turned out to be Vegeta's uncle Chilled. Seeing little Vegeta with a tearful face, he joked, Are you scared too? What nonsense, am I scared? Little Vegeta glared angrily at Chilled. But I think your father and mother may not want you anymore. Recently, I heard they might send you to another planet and not let you return to planet Vegeta. Did they say anything like that to you? Chilled said with a smirk, glancing at little Vegeta. What nonsense are you spouting? Little Vegeta recalled today's events, remembering that his father would never be this easygoing, but anger still flared up within him as he shouted in fury. Nonsense. As the Scion King, there is no reason to violate the ancestors' decree, right? If they do not come to send off a child in person, what does that signify? You should know. Upon hearing this, little Vegeta felt as if struck by lightning. He naturally understood this agreement. Scions were indeed volatile, and they could engage their kin in life-and-death battles, but to a certain extent they cared for their offspring. Such battles should never unfold in front of family. Yet according to the ancestors' agreement, when a child is appointed to go out, their parents must be present. Otherwise, the bloodline of their kin would be deemed null and void, allowing for life-and-death battles. No, it can't be like that. It won't happen. Little Vegeta continuously repeated in his mind, secretly thinking, do my father and mother not want me anymore? Ignoring the bloodline agreement. I hate. Nearby, Nappa saw the situation was not good and said, Prince Vegeta, don't worry, the king wouldn't do that. He cares for you a lot, and this time we are just going to another planet to carry out a mission. Soon we will return and you'll understand everything. Humph. Little Vegeta ignored Nappa's words. His small heart had been easily deceived, and he angrily walked into the space pod. Nappa sighed helplessly and also entered another space pod. Chilled stood there with a bitter smile, watching little Vegeta leave. In the distance, King Vegeta and the Queen were watching everything from the command room in the palace, both with tears in their eyes, softly saying, I'm sorry, Vegeta. You will understand everything in the future. You must become strong to be a true Super Saiyan. Prepare, launch. Countdown begins. As the command was given, after the countdown, the space pod flew into space and instantly disappeared. As Vegeta was lost in his past memories, the real world outside erupted with chaos. Goku and others learned from Glider about the magic fist, and naturally, they anxiously observed Vegeta's faint and seemingly non-existent aura. Bulma held back tears while the now-recovered Bay lay quietly on the hospital bed. Bulma grasped Bai's large hand and murmured something softly. Trunks and Bra were also sorrowfully gathered nearby. Trunks remained silent, while Bra placed her hands on Bulma's shoulders, speaking encouraging words with some agitation. Goku looked at the peacefully sleeping Vegeta, his brow furrowed. Among those present, only he understood the terrifying nature of that dark energy. The magic fist, as learned from Glider, did not leave the mysterious dark energy lingering in the heart meridian. In other words, Vegeta's condition was far worse than that of past victims. Goten and Ub quietly kept vigil nearby, while Gohan pondered more deeply. Although he had not learned the full extent of the situation from his father, the familiar aura and previous encounters allowed him to speculate on part of it. Xiao Fong held the hands of Beulah and Chi-Chi, and as women, they were more prone to sentimentality, frowning slightly with pursed lips. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and Mr. Satan, wearing swimsuits, revealed themselves here. The two had rushed to the nearby beach earlier to seek out some fun. However, upon learning of the sudden turn of events, they returned with a sense of humanity and were truly overshadowed by the grim news of Vegeta's injuries, worrying for his safety. Returning once more to Vegeta's inner world, scenes from the past replayed before Vegeta's eyes. As he first touched the void, he discovered this dreamlike reality. He saw the destruction of planet Vegeta and the demise of his parents approaching, yet a sense of inexplicable fatigue arose from within. Because back then he was simply too weak. Is this everything that happened back then? From this point on, planet Vegeta became a part of history. Vegeta's expression darkened as the familiar scene evoked his hidden memories. He had once tried to forget that painful memory through slaughter. But now facing it again, he realized how naive he had been. Forgetting it was absolutely impossible. In the past, he had wanted to turn himself into a heartless being to reject the emergence of all emotions, believing that only a heartless person could awaken the Scion's ultimate nature, thus becoming the legendary Super Scion. However, since his time on Earth, he had gradually become accustomed to the warmth of human emotions, recalling the feelings he once had relying on a peaceful life. Yet no one in the world could truly understand his heart. As the Prince of the Scions, he harbored deep-rooted hatred and unwillingness regarding the extermination of his race, and within his heart lay a riddle that could never be solved. Even after searching repeatedly, he could not uncover what exactly had happened that day. Suddenly realizing this, Vegeta's heart trembled. The only remaining thought in his mind was to trace his parents and uncover the truth of the past. Thus he decided to follow his father and see this so-called mission to change history. Just as this thought emerged in his mind, the scene before Vegeta suddenly shifted, and he found himself in the command center surrounded by familiar figures moving with resolute determination. "Report, my king, everything has been prepared according to plan. Please issue your orders." A Scion dressed in an old-style battle suit jogged over to report the situation. Upon hearing these words, the sorrowful expression caused by the departure of little Bebby faded away, replaced by a serious demeanor. He let out a heavy sigh and gently patted his wife's right shoulder, who understood the progress of events and began to calm her grief. Is everything ready? Then, let's set off," King Vegeta said, resolutely closing his eyes. "My king, should we wait for Barak," translated as Goku's father in Cantonese, and the others to return? "After all, we need their strength." The earlier Scion seemed to remember something and respectfully asked. "No." King Vegeta firmly denied, then slowly explained. "Although they are the elite troops among us Scions, and this mission indeed requires their strength, I wish for them to survive. Surviving is our hope for the future." Hearing his father's emphasis on the word survive, Vegeta felt a deep pang in his heart. At the same time contemplating Goku's father's situation, his thoughts shifted, and he sensed his father's words and actions were unusually cryptic. Just as he was trying to make sense of it all, King Vegeta issued the command, "Prepare everything," and set off immediately to the headquarters to confront Frieza. Yes. Upon hearing this powerful declaration, the hearts of the many Scions were ignited with a fiery passion, and they all shouted in unison, while Chi-Lai, who followed behind, clenched her fists tightly. "Fight for survival, fight for freedom, fight for the future, fight for glory." Looking at the emotionally charged warriors at this moment, Vegeta felt a profound sorrow for this upcoming feat, mourning for this action's fervor and the sacrifices that would come during the journey of the spaceship through the cosmos. "My king, should we charge directly in or wait until we get close to Frieza before ambushing him?" An elderly man inquired, his eyes once dimmed by age now shone with a divine light, as if he sought to glimpse a glorious future. "I heard that Frieza has long wanted to exterminate us Scions. This time he summoned us to headquarters for no reason. He must be planning something. Rather than waiting for death, we should take the initiative." King Vegeta rationally made his judgment and declared with an imposing presence, "Moreover, ambushing is a disgrace to us Scions." Meanwhile, the queen quietly stood at the hatch, her tear-filled eyes gazing mournfully at the receding planet Vegeta, her expression woven with compassion, indignation, sorrow, and resilience. Vegeta remained a distance of 10 feet from his mother. At this moment he wished to approach her, but his ingrained pride made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, on an instinctual level, he sensed something subtly amiss. Half an hour passed, and the traveling spaceship landed steadily at a launch base. "Hello, esteemed King Vegeta." A person with a sly grin approached, feigning flattery. However, the response was a beam of energy, and after a burst of fireworks, it was extinguished by King Vegeta's emergence. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the many present were unaware of the truth, panicking and calling for help. With a solemn and imposing demeanor, King Vegeta issued the order for a decisive strike, and all the Scions immediately launched a fierce offensive, charging into the control room. Outside, slaughter reigned supreme, yet within, an eerie silence hung heavy in the air. Vegeta King instinctively sensed the possibility of an ambush. He knew Frieza must already be aware of every development, yet the tyrant's prolonged silence exerted an invisible, suffocating pressure upon him, as though his entire scheme were but a toy in the other's hands. Suppressing his rising panic, Vegeta King steadied his trembling right hand and pressed the door's activation panel. With a low mechanical hum, the doors slid open, and the assembled Scions surged inward, laying bare the scene before them. There, seated serenely at the far end, sat the diminutive Frieza. Standing to his left was Zarbin, to his right Dodoria. Both smirked with cruel amusement. Dodoria, leaning forward, sneered, "Ah, the illustrious Vegeta, king himself, covered head to toe in blood, as if fresh from battle. Pray what calamity befell you?" At that grating voice, Vegeta King's fury flared, compounded by the grotesque arrogance radiating from this so-called brother. "Enough talk. You've long plotted our annihilation. Spare us your hollow pretense. I know full well why you fear us, because among the Scions a peerless warrior, the Super Scion, shall rise. And that truth alone shatters your dominion." "Oh," Dodoria feigned surprise, though inwardly startled that Vegeta had uncovered so much. Then he erupted into thunderous mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha. You wretched vermin dare dream of producing a strongest Super Scion. Preposterous. Don't make me laugh. Your pitiful power levels barely scrape 10,000. With that, Dodoria tapped the microscanner embedded beside his eye and sneered in contempt. "Curse you, fatworm, die!" A roar tore from behind Vegeta King. It was Cheel launching a searing azure energy blast straight toward Dodoria. Dodoria didn't flinch. His gaze remained disdainful, even as he thrust his massive right palm forward, intercepting the blast with terrifying ease. A shimmering pink aura bloomed across his palm, effortlessly dispersing the attack. Cheel spat in fury, then ignited his battle aura, vanishing in a blur before reappearing instantly beside Dodoria, swinging his right arm in a lethal arc aimed at severing the tyrant's neck from behind. But Dodoria merely twisted, his counterstrike a single brutal slash, cleaving Cheel cleanly in two. Crimson rain splattered across the floor. Thick viscous blood pooled and steamed, its coppery stench choking the air. Yet Dodoria grinned feral and ecstatic, savoring the carnage. All present froze in horror. Even Vegeta King stood stunned, numbed by the slaughter of his own brother. Nearby, the true Vegeta slowly closed his eyes. He burned to intervene, to rewrite this moment. But reality mocked him. He could not touch even a single thread of this memory. Ignoring the bisected corpse at his feet, Dodoria chuckled coldly. "How brave, or foolish, you are to strike first. And you dared call me fat." His voice dropped to a venomous snarl. "Then I shall slaughter every last one of you." As surveillance devices shattered in cascading explosions, the survivors snapped back to awareness, bracing themselves for defense. To Dodoria, their movements were glacial. In one fluid motion, he lunged at a Scion and drove his fist clean through the warrior's abdomen. Next, he slammed his forearm into another's cervical spine, shattering nerves and ending life in an instant. Spinning sharply, he severed a third's throat with a single brutal palm strike. In the span of a single breath, the chamber became a charnel house. The grotesque spectacle left the remaining 5 Scions paralyzed with dread. The observing Vegeta trembled, not with fear, but with impotent rage. Veins throbbed across his temples, overwhelming pressure surged within him. Yet it could not stir even a dust mote in this remembered world. All he could do was curse his past self for having slain Dodoria too easily, too carelessly. Zarbin folded his arms and smiled lazily. My, what a pallor you wear, dear Vegeta King. No, this is Dodoria's power." Vegeta King stammered, his body quaking with terror. "Ha ha ha. As I said before, us you are nothing but insects." "Humph." Dodoria licked blood from his fingers, then abruptly spat it out. "Disgusting." Vegeta King exploded into motion, leaping straight toward Frieza, closing the distance in a flash, aiming a killing blow. Frieza merely curled a faint, sinister smile and raised a single finger. With a soft flick, he tapped Vegeta King's forehead. A torrent of raw force flooded into his skull, blasting a crimson geyser from his brow. "No!" The queen jolted from her stupor, screamed anew, a raw, soul-rending wail of anguish. Vegeta King collapsed onto the floor, eyes wide and unblinking, limbs convulsing violently as he coughed up torrents of blood. Witnessing it, the true Vegeta turned away, clenching his fists until knuckles blanched white, his heart a furnace of grief and wrath. Truly ungrateful. Duatali mocked with a laugh, then resumed his assault, taking down 3 more Scions, leaving only the queen trapped in the aftermath. The queen trembled all over, her exquisite face as pale as paper. After a moment of realization, she frantically flew to King Vegeta's side, sobbing as she held him close. "Oh, not bad at all, what a beautiful person," Shangbo remarked with a hint of disgust as he looked at the queen, whose face was streaked with tears. "Oh, you want her to be your skincare product?" Duatali, who was initially approaching the 2 unfortunate souls, asked strangely after hearing Shangbo's words. If I use her blood, it would be the best. I am so beautiful," Shangbo said with a hint of melancholy. But this statement ignited an endless killing intent within Vegeta, causing his whole body to tremble, his palm bleeding from being gripped too tightly. "What?" King Vegeta roared in rage once more, barely holding himself up as he shouted, "I will kill you." His entire body surged with a fierce aura, and the scene left the queen in a daze. Trash is truly trash. Shangbo was unfazed by the explosive power appearing beside King Vegeta in an instant, plunging a hand through his back, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. The light flickered, and then vanished, silence reigning for a brief moment before a piercing scream echoed. As that wretched scream filled the area, King Vegeta, unable to speak, looked distantly at his wife, who was completely broken and screaming, and ultimately smiled as he closed his eyes forever. Seeing her beloved's death, the queen was also struck hard, crazily shrieking, "I would rather die than let you torment him." Then she unleashed a ki blast aimed at her own heart, shattering her own life force with immense power. A torrent of blood gushed forth, staining her white garment in a shocking manner, and she collapsed beside King Vegeta, tightly grasping his hand, smiling as she fell into eternal sleep. Vegeta let out a heart-wrenching roar of no, but helplessly everything before him was merely a past recollection. Thus he wept the second time. He cried, shedding tears of hatred. "What happened, Shangbo?" Frieza casually inquired. "I didn't expect her to commit suicide, wasting my materials like this." "Dead people's blood lacks any beauty-enhancing effects," Shangbo said disdainfully, a hint of frustration in his tone. Frieza and Duatali fell silent, left speechless by this pervert. "What is the purpose of your descent, Lord Frieza?" Duatali broke the silence, respectfully bowing. "Then go take care of the science on planet Carlu, and remember, be swift and clean." "Yes." Duatali nodded in response and ran toward the launch site, boarding the spaceship to planet Carlu. "My lord, what about the rest?" "Let their corpses remain here for now. Later I want to take them to planet Vegeta to see a grand fireworks display." "Huh." Frieza licked his lips, grinning wickedly. Beside him, Vegeta understood what was to come, yet could only weakly await his fate. Frieza was about to destroy planet Vegeta. As it was only Baraka who escaped Duatali's pursuit, and he alone faced Frieza and his minions, but the history remained unchanged. Frieza exited the chamber, gathering a massive energy ball, with his fingertips seemingly indifferent to the many ants before him, and lightly shook his fingertip to hurl the enormous fireball at planet Vegeta. After the massive explosion, a blinding golden light shone in space, and planet Vegeta was thoroughly disintegrated into cosmic dust, along with the corpses of several scions, as Vegeta closed his eyes in pain. Frieza laughed maniacally. "Ha! Ha! Ha! What splendid fireworks! Ha 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 ha!" Vegeta's gaze was filled with despair as he faced the events that had transpired. He found himself trapped in an illusion, powerless to help anyone. He tightly closed his eyes, his heart swelling with anger. Yet also beginning to feel despondent. At this moment, he loathed his former weakness. After all, it was undeniable that in the ruthless world of the survival of the fittest, it was his own incompetence that allowed Frieza to dominate and destroy his clan. He hated, he regretted, he blamed. In such suffering, Vegeta's eyes dimmed, losing their light as he wandered aimlessly in the void of space. He walked aimlessly, and after a long period of despair, he recalled the events of the past and present. The heavy burden made it difficult for him to breathe, and he finally slumped down in one spot. He wanted to wait for the final result here. Vegeta's transformation eye. A dim nebula glowed, faintly studded with the solitary silhouette of a fallen warrior. Shadows of the void deepened the aura of desolation and sorrow. At this moment, Vegeta sat hunched in the boundless vacuum of space, motionless, isolated, adrift for untold eons. His shattered will remained ensnared by the unbearable truth he had uncovered. Weak. All because I was too weak back then. Vegeta wrapped his arms tightly around his knees, concealing half his face. His downcast eyes held no spark, only hollow emptiness, as if endlessly reliving past failures, his mind consumed by relentless self-reproach. Without power, nothing can be done. After an indeterminate silence, Vegeta slowly lifted the remaining half of his face. Exhaustion weighed upon his features, his lifeless eyes murmured fragmented words barely audible. "Father and mother truly perished before my very eyes. Perhaps I am nothing but a failure. I could not defeat Frieza. I stood utterly powerless against Cell. You toyed with me at will. Baby used me as a vessel. Super 17 ignored me entirely. The evil dragon's overwhelming might once plunged me into despair." At these words, Vegeta offered a rare, bitter smile, the anguish in his heart surging deeper still. "I remain this weak. I am tired, truly exhausted. I wish to rest forever." Yet in that very instant, Vegeta resolved to surrender completely. His consciousness erupted with a resonant, thunderous hum, a vast tide of divine sense surging forth from his dimmed, weary form. Simultaneously, his dull pupils blazed with obsidian light, while tendrils of inky darkness seeped ceaselessly from every pore, and immense power roared within his veins. This sudden metamorphosis jolted Vegeta's spirit. Startled beyond measure, he strained to command his own body, only to find it slipping beyond his control. A tyrannical darkness swelled fiercely from within, eclipsing all else. Vegeta's eyes flared wide in disbelief. The abrupt upheaval had momentarily restored his clarity, and with it the fierce will to resist. He willed himself to expel the creeping black energy welling up from his heart's core. But his body twisted into something uncanny. Autonomy dissolved, his golden aura suppressed by an inexplicable force, while the dark energy surged exultantly, boiling with unrestrained vitality. What in the world is happening? Only now did Vegeta fully awaken, not just to his surroundings, but to himself. He summoned every ounce of golden power to repel the encroaching darkness, even as his mind raced through memories of his earlier despair, his expression darkening instantly. Terror gripped him, yet he marshaled every reserve of strength to contain the inexhaustible tide of shadow rising from within, his heartbeat growing ever more violent, ever more insistent. The thunderous thump-thump battered his eardrums, his chest heaved with ragged, gasping breaths. More and more black energy spilled from his heart's meridians, spilling outward, seeking to envelop him wholly, irrevocably. Damn you! Who are you? Vegeta roared, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of energy. A tempest of raw power coalesced around him, golden flames erupting violently, scattering the dark miasma clinging to his surface, yet leaving the outer cosmos utterly untouched. Get out of my body, now! At last Vegeta perceived the anomaly within his own frame. Memories of baby's treachery burned with visceral clarity, and sensing that alien malevolent force pulsing from his heart, he instantly grasped the horrifying truth. Vegeta's transformation too. Faced with an imminent threat to his life, Vegeta not only shed the lingering shadows of doubt, but also, his wits restored, perceived with chilling clarity how utterly inexplicable this entire affair truly was. Trapped deep within a labyrinthine conspiracy, he realized with mounting horror that he had been manipulated like a puppet all along. Whoever you are, vacate my body at once. No one, not even you, shall ever seize control of Vegeta's flesh. Vegeta roared again and again. Having once suffered soul possession was among the gravest humiliations of his entire existence. Now to confront a near-identical violation was an intolerable disgrace, nothing short of ultimate shame. The violent convergence of past and present emotions pushed Vegeta to the brink of total eruption. Buried deep within his consciousness, a slumbering force surged forth, pulsing relentless, as if awakening from eons of dormancy. I am none other than you. A grotesque voice echoed within Vegeta's spiritual sea, mocking his futile resistance. That sardonic reply confirmed his darkest suspicion. The creeping black aura was no mere energy. It was another sentient presence. Yet this answer left Vegeta momentarily stunned. He could not fathom why the entity would speak such truth. Having already uncovered its secret, it held no reason to lie. And yet its words struck him with earth-shattering force. Who are you, and why do you hide within that darkness? Vegeta quickly regained composure. Roaring in defiance, he channeled every ounce of his strength to repel the suffocating tide of darkness assaulting his mind, refusing utterly to accept such an absurd, impossible farce. I have already told you. I am you. For I was born from your own psyche, split forth like a shadow given form. That sinister voice lingered in his spiritual sea, dripping with contempt, as though Vegeta's resistance were nothing more than an insect's feeble flutter. Unchecked, the black aura flooded his veins, muscles, and marrow, striving to supplant the true Vegeta entirely. At that revelation, Vegeta's spirit trembled anew. At last he recognized the voice. It was unmistakably his own. Do you not feel powerless? I can fulfill your deepest longing, grant you immeasurable strength. The mocking voice returned, shattering the silence before weaving temptation into every syllable. As if reading his very soul, the voice erupted into wild, arrogant laughter. For I shall bestow upon you supremacy itself, elevating you to the apex of existence, trampling all beneath your feet. Of course, your body shall henceforth be mine to command. Together we shall become legends unmatched across all realms. Vegeta remained silent, but his shifting will did not escape the other's perception. Upon hearing those words, his resistance slackened, his inner power ebbed, faltering under the weight of seduction. How splendid this bargain is! From this day forth you shall never again feel helpless in weakness, nor tremble before superior foes, nor abandon your vow in bitter frustration at failing to surpass Kakarot. I shall elevate you above all mortals, forging your vessel into the mightiest form ever conceived, wielding absolute invincible power, claiming dominion over all things, over everything. Even as the voice waxed eloquent, Vegeta's spirit underwent a sudden profound shift. The malevolent grin twisting across his face left the intruder momentarily dumbfounded. In that same instant, sensing the brutal severance of the psychic tether binding them, Vegeta erupted in fury. You wretched parasite! You dare attempt to sever our shared existence entirely. Vegeta offered no reply. let the phantom rage like a screeching harpy. He simply ignited his golden aura blazing with unprecedented ferocity. It burned away the invasive darkness, purging it from limb to core, and with ironclad will severed their connection forever. No, no, damned wretch, you insignificant speck. You cannot do this. I am the true Vegeta, the one who has always hungered for ultimate strength. You are the counterfeit. Your heart has changed, grown subservient cowardly. Thus you are no longer Vegeta. The psychic confrontation detonated within Vegeta's mind. Crushed by his overwhelming counteroffensive, the entity lost all composure. Its earlier poise shattered, reduced to shrieking desperate fury as it was violently expelled from his being. Vegeta's transformation continued. He remained silent, yet the surging power within him seemed to crack open a fissure at the bottleneck of his potential, continuously igniting a force that surpassed his limits. The mysterious golden aura surrounding him grew increasingly powerful. In the brief span of 5 to 6 breaths, his aura had nearly doubled and his combat strength soared to 7 units. You cannot do this. I am also Vegeta, this body belongs to me, and you have no right to expel me. The hidden Vegeta naturally sensed Vegeta's determination. As the opponent's strength continually increased, the advantage he once held was now being wrested away, leaving him in a completely passive and suppressed state, filling him with considerable fear. In that moment, he vehemently cursed Goku for his actions. He was a manifestation of Vegeta's negative emotions, and the power he could wield depended on the amount of dark energy from the heart vein. As Goku eliminated the dark energy enveloping Vegeta, he inadvertently weakened the dark power residing in the heart vein. Now his strength was only a fraction of what it should have been at the moment of awakening. With their powers diminishing in tandem, Vegeta's strength had already surpassed his own. Consequently, the control of his body was seized by the other, leaving him as an outsider to struggle helplessly before absolute power. What truly terrified him was the thought that if expelled from the body, his strength would decrease once more. You are me. I am not Vegeta. Vegeta felt the empowering surge within him, and in a state of comfort responded to the other with a mocking tone, for this was the biggest joke he had ever heard. The other was completely unaware of the change Vegeta would undergo in the next moment. At this point, he was engulfed in deep fear, yet as Vegeta gained absolute control of his body, he began to connect with the other's consciousness, and was shocked to discover that the other's words were not lies. For indeed, he was a being derived from Vegeta's own consciousness. You must remember, I am Vegeta, the true prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta closed his right fist, pointing his thumb at himself, and tauntingly deriding the other's nonsense. However, due to the immense mental energy required to purify the other, he felt utterly exhausted, breathing heavily, yet his expression was resolute, and the light in his eyes was filled with unwavering conviction. Damn it, you weakling. With your current strength, you stand no chance against future enemies. Only with my presence can you survive and attain absolute power. The voice roared in frustration, cursing the other while desperately attempting to launch a counterattack against the other's consciousness. It unleashed the dark energy recklessly to gain greater strength, hoping to seize control of the body. Struck by the immense backlash, Vegeta was injured and coughed up blood. The explosive dark energy within him caused considerable damage, and as his consciousness dimmed, his power ceased to rise frantically, even showing signs of stagnation and regression. Your strength. Don't make me laugh. You are merely a remnant birth from the influence of that dark energy. You are not me, and the power you speak of is but the dark forces. Vegeta forcibly swallowed back a second mouthful of blood, cutting through the nonsense to reveal the true essence of this magical punch. Don't think I am unaware of everything. I have understood it all. This dark energy is simply something that can control the mind. I do not know its origin, yet I am truly shocked that it can replicate the memories of its victims, ensnaring them in past recollections. It then fabricates a seemingly real past to deceive me, with the intent of leading me to despair, allowing you to be born. Perhaps it is merely to let that dark energy grow stronger. You are nothing but a void existence, merely endowed with a shred of consciousness by that dark energy to disturb my mind. Vegeta revealed all the truths in one breath, then, with a bitter laugh filled with grief and indignation, realized too late that he had not resisted the invasion of memories, ultimately falling into a trap. But now that he had awakened, he would never fall for the same trick again. Instead, he would retaliate and destroy the other. Suddenly hearing Vegeta reveal all the truths, the remnant of his lingering thoughts could no longer withstand Vegeta's fierce assault. After a violent explosion within, he was completely expelled from the body through a reckless act that harmed himself as much as the enemy. He distanced himself 10 zhang from Vegeta, and a towering black flame took form, briefly morphing before revealing a face identical to Vegeta's. At this moment, he felt utterly dimmed in spirit, similarly wounded by the opponent's absolute strike. What truly disturbed him was the revelation that he was merely a remnant used by the other side of truth that caused his expression to shift violently, yet he refused to admit it. You are lying. I am the true Vegeta. For years I have fought with the dream of becoming a legendary Super Saiyan, striving to become the strongest warrior in the world. And you have long since lost your former ambition, residing on Earth, enjoying a peaceful life, sinking into mediocrity like an ordinary person. Thus you have betrayed the original me. I am the true Vegeta. The remnant did not believe Vegeta's words, roaring in defense of his own existence. I have not given up the pursuit of power, but I will never willingly become a pawn of another like you. I, Vegeta, no longer need any external power. I was wrong in the past, but I have awakened since then. I do need stronger power, but I will not abandon my identity as a prince of the Saiyans. I, Vegeta, will never give up on myself. As he was repeatedly scolded for his weakness, Vegeta felt a strange anger rising within him, roaring out his long-hidden truths. While admitting to deceiving Babidi for additional power in the past, he finally declared his unwavering resolve to no longer submit. Seemingly struck by these words, the remnant trembled. Born from Vegeta's negative emotions, he naturally possessed the pride of the universe's strongest. He also clearly sensed his long-held determination. He hesitated and took several steps back, beginning to fear the Vegeta before him. He knew full well how determined the true Vegeta was in pursuing the path of strength, and as a part of him, he was naturally afraid of his entirety. No, I do not need the power of others. I am Vegeta. Because I am weak, my father, mother, and kin have all perished, which is why I wanted to grow stronger. I am still very weak, so I need other powers. No, I never thought about obtaining other powers. The remnant babbled in confusion, shaking his head, repeatedly, memories from earlier blooming in his mind. He wanted to deny his mistakes, yet found there was nothing wrong with him, endlessly cycling through this turmoil. No, you are the one lying. You are avoiding your own weakness. You have simply lost the heart to pursue ultimate strength. I have never changed. I have never changed. I merely used the power of others temporarily to seek revenge. I will surpass them. I, Vegeta, am the true master, and I am the real Vegeta. Suddenly the remnant went mad, roaring wildly, his eyes filled with blood, releasing intense pressure under the crimson glare, exploding with several units of powerful strength in his frenzy. Feeling the fierce pressure, Vegeta unleashed his formidable power. After repelling the remnant, his strength rapidly increased, and with over 10 units of combat power, he possessed absolute confidence at this moment. With a mighty hand, he struck out a wave of pressure. After breaking through the remnant's black energy attack, the giant hand manifested, sending the remnant flying heavily injured and spitting blood. However, the remnant seemed completely unfazed by the pain, howling as he coughed up blood frantically, unleashing all his power, burning everything within him to gain greater strength in an attempt to destroy this bold figure before him. Vegeta struck out again, but his own body was severely injured, making it difficult to launch a more powerful attack. Thus, he unleashed over 10 gusts of energy, repeatedly injuring his opponent and causing their aura to fade, while he too felt a tinge of sorrow. Perhaps you truly were once me, but I am the real Vegeta. Vegeta muttered quietly, acknowledging that the remnant's indomitable fighting spirit was also his own. At this moment, he furrowed his brows and summoned immense power, unleashing a powerful energy attack from his hands, which carved a brilliant arc in the void, culminating in a massive explosion that obliterated the existence of the black energy. In the moment when the black energy completely dissipated, Vegeta realized something and closed his eyes. At the same time, the starry universe before him gradually faded, transforming into a dazzling white light that enveloped his body in endless brilliance. I am about to awaken. In this world of white, Vegeta's voice rang out, no longer weary, but filled with immense confidence as he finally succeeded in his transformation. 3 days apart, and a man is no longer the same. A blinding white radiance enveloped Vegeta as his true form underwent another profound transformation. His eyes, long sealed in slumber, slowly parted, and from their depths flared a subtle golden-tinged light. His entire body shimmered faintly with a serene silvery luminescence, and his previously feeble aura surged abruptly into an overwhelming torrent of power. While Vegeta battled the other self within his mind, the very moment the Phantom Fist began its true corruption of his essence, Goku and the others watched as dark chi seeped relentlessly from his body. Bulma and the rest, lacking the ability to sense auras, remained unaware of the peril unfolding, yet those who perceived that malevolent force, its sheer suffocating evil, paled in dread. Even Goku regarded the darkness with palpable wariness. Yet this eerie spectacle lasted less than half a minute. For the first time during the anomaly, Vegeta blinked, and at that instant a second force erupted from within him. Brilliant golden light surged forth, clashing fiercely with the encroaching darkness. To Goku's immense relief, Vegeta had, through sheer will and inner fortitude, purged every trace of that sinister black chi from his being. As Vegeta stirred back to consciousness, the tension gripping the onlookers finally dissolved. Joy bloomed across every face present. Having lain unconscious for most of the day, he now awoke to nightfall. Yet the brilliant artificial light still stung his eyes, forcing him to squint and blink repeatedly before his vision fully steadied. Vegeta swiftly scanned the assembled faces, a faint flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he let out a short gruff hum. Yet having resolved his inner turmoil, he now felt an unfamiliar warmth welling from deep within, a long-frozen heart at last beginning to thaw. Still, ever the proud warrior, Vegeta recoiled instinctively from this vulnerable state. He immediately sat upright, then deliberately closed his eyes, feigning composure to conceal the softening in his gaze. "This guy," Bulma teased with a gentle shove to his arm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, tears that only deepened Vegeta's bashfulness even as he peered half-openly through his lashes. Goku smiled warmly. "Looks like you recovered quickly." Hearing Goku's words, laden with quiet significance, Vegeta realized further pretense was unnecessary. Assessing his current strength, he was stunned to find it elevated dramatically. By his own estimation, his peak power now approached 13 units. Gohan too sensed the subtle shift. Among all present, only he and Goku possessed the refined spiritual perception to gauge Vegeta's true power. In that moment, Gohan recoiled inwardly. Vegeta's strength now surpassed even that of Super Android 17. And though Gohan himself had awakened latent energy during the prior battle, his own output remained at only about 6 units. Recalling the harrowing ordeal he had just endured, Vegeta shuddered inwardly. He knew full well, had that arrogant negative aspect not ignited his primal pride, his body would have been utterly usurped, reduced once more to a hollow vessel for another's will. The vision of that true future, distorted fragments conjured by the phantom fist from his subconscious, had brought him strange solace. Yet beneath that calm lay an ache too deep for words, the unbearable sorrow of losing his parents. Just as laughter and chatter filled the air, a series of undignified stomach rumbles silenced everyone. Those responsible flushed crimson hands instinctively pressing to their bellies. Except Goku, who grinned broadly, scratching the back of his head, his eyebrows arching upward and eyes crinkling into crescent moons, using mirth to mask his own embarrassment. Far away within a sealed, isolated dimension unknown to any outsider, a space so reclusive that even seasoned martial artists capable of sensing aura would tremble in terror upon entering. For within this fathomless, shadow-drenched void reigned an overwhelming tide of malevolent energy, one so vast and oppressive it stirred despair in even the strongest souls. A figure cloaked entirely in black flame extended a withered skeletal hand. At that moment, the obsidian sphere resting in his palm pulsed once with abyssal light, then shattered, dissolving into a wisp of dark vapor that dispersed silently into the void. "Oh!" A voice ancient and weathered sighed in quiet astonishment, as if the event before him defied all expectation. "He has broken free of the phantom fist. So you truly require no darkness." "It seems then the plan has failed," the voice murmured on, unfazed. Twin beams of searing crimson light flared from his eyes, commanding the ambient energy of the realm to coalesce. Vegeta, you too are an unpredictable variable. Yet perhaps my decision long ago was not mistaken. Your potential remains vast. I Nalda await your ascension with great anticipation." Nalda. The name remains obscure in this age, unrecorded, unspoken, bearing no trace upon the currents of the present era. Yet in the primordial epics his renown echoed across every layer of the multiverse, borne aloft by a title that shook existence itself. For he was the architect of the demon realm, the sovereign war god revered as the demon lord. 3 days apart, Part 2, in the same hall there sat a person. It was Grit, holding half a glass of red wine in his right hand, swaying it back and forth while his other hand supported his chin as he gazed thoughtfully at the vast screen before him. He could naturally sense Vegeta's transformation, but what truly shocked him was that even without harnessing the black energy of the magical fist, Vegeta had still reached such heights, which left him deeply astonished at the rapid growth of the Saiyans. Beside him, Jinny looked at his silent father. Though he felt the timing was inappropriate, he still posed a question. "Father, they have gone to that gravity chamber, but, oh Jinny, there's nothing unusual about this. After all, you know the nature of the Saiyans. Do you have any doubts?" Grit stopped his movement upon seeing his son sitting up and speaking with profound meaning. "I understand, but is this situation really good?" Jinny pressed on with his inquiry. "It doesn't matter, since they wish to train. It is our duty as hosts to fulfill their requests, especially when it comes to the Saiyans." He answered calmly, yet a trace of a smile crossed his lips. This. Jinny was left speechless and fell into silence. "Are you worried, son?" Grit asked him as he stood up, also smiling as he replied. "I will have my own methods right. Well, Then it's nothing, father. I will take my leave now. Jenny nodded, but just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked earnestly, "Father, regarding Jeek's actions." Although he said this, Jenny still lacked the courage to clarify everything, waiting instead for his father's decision. "Sigh. Let Jeek calm down. After all, you all know about his situation, and I hope those few won't stir up any trouble again." When Grit spoke of Jeek, his gaze subtly shifted, revealing a hint of apprehension towards this powerful being. "I understand." Jenny once again received such an implicit answer, his brows furrowed in thought. "Well, you may leave now and prepare for the grand competition." Grit looked forward to the upcoming martial arts event, his combative spirit bringing him joy. However, as soon as Jenny turned away, his expression darkened as he fell into deep contemplation. Inside the gravity chamber, "Dad, is it really necessary to go all out right from the start?" Trunks wore a bitter expression akin to a bitter melon, feeling a bit lighter as he sensed his father's increasing cheerfulness while enduring the overwhelming pressure. He found it amusing as he could still move like a normal person. There was no way around it. Vegeta also understood that his suddenly heightened power could not be easily controlled, so he considered training in the gravity chamber for 3 days. Similarly, under his fierce glare, Trunks and Goten, the two lazy ones, could not escape their fate and were forcibly dragged into the gravity chamber. Even more absurdly, Vegeta ordered that they could not transform, while OOB had to suppress his power. He pressed the button for 100,000 times the gravity, and since the gravity of this planet was similar to that of Earth, Bulma and Shishi could easily move around here. Goten shot a resentful glance at Trunks, who had dragged him into this situation, but Trunks completely ignored him, embodying the principle that brothers should share both adversity and fortune. "What are you thinking about being relaxed at a time like this? You know that the competition is just around the corner. We have no time to waste." Vegeta forced a smile and threatened, "Of course, if you can defeat me in your normal state, then that would be a different story. You can leave here. Challenging you unknown would be asking for trouble. You're a sadist, and I am not a masochist." Trunks pouted in rare frustration. Hearing this, Goten seemed to find an outlet for his grievances and deliberately said loudly, "Uncle Vegeta." Trunks asks if it's true. He expressed his willingness to give it a try, saying he intends to show you one day. This frame-up caught Trunks off guard, and just as he was about to angrily scold Goten for being unreasonable, the latter interrupted him, saying, "Besides, I'm not Trunks. There should be some preferential treatment." Goten, do you want to slack off like Trunks?" Vegeta clenched his fists, making a cracking sound, and gently smiled as he asked, "Do you little kids want to inquire about my fists?" No, how could that be? Is there? Goten, Trunks. The two, seeing the situation, were so frightened that they quickly huddled together. They retreated to the wall, instinctively asking each other, playing dumb.